That's why I jumped back on after being gone for a month. I made a post. I don't think I made a post here on TikTok, but I made a post everywhere else saying that like I'm really debating about like leaving the internet, and people were like, "You're just doing this for attention." Hey, you don't know me very well. If that's what you think. Anyone who knows me in real life knows that when I say I'm done with something, I'm basically done. I don't, go back after I say that. I've always been that way. But I'm really tired. You know what I mean? And I think that the internet makes things even more that way. So while I am still here on the internet, I'm going to use what I can to raise money for gender-affirming care. It's okay to take a break. That's the thing, though. I've taken lots of breaks. I've taken lots of breaks. It's not the breaks, extended break. It isn't the breaks, though. I think a lot of times people think that you take a break, you come back, you feel better. That does not work that way. I've tried that for 4 years. Take 3 months off even. It doesn't work that way. It's not the break. It's the problem, and the problem is this platform. Is these platforms are not necessarily helping anybody. But while I got your attention, we're going to use this money to raise money for gender-affirming care. So if you're watching this right now, I'm on TikTok and YouTube, and I'm going to be on these live streams until we hit $80,000 for gender-affirming care. I don't know how long that's going to take. I have no idea. But if you want to help me be able to do that, go to the link in my bio, donate what you got with what you have. Everyone knows that at the end of March every single year, I raise $1 million for gender-affirming care. This year, we finished the live stream with just about $100,000 away from hitting it. So right now, we're sitting at $80,000 away from hitting $1 million. And to be honest, I can't think of anything else until we hit this number. I can't. It's driving me nuts. Every single day I go to bed and I still think of how close we are. And I don't know why I have this obsession with making sure that we hit this number every year, but it's turned into that. And I'm going to make sure that we get there, basically. So if you want to hang out with us, please do. The longer you watch, the more likely we are to hit this number. Please let your folks know. Share the link in my bio with those who may be able to help. You can text Stardust to 44321, and you can donate what you got with what you have. $5, $10, $20. It doesn't matter, whatever you got with what you have. And I'm going to be sitting here trying to make sure we get to that point. So please donate what you got with what you have. And please comment down below something that makes you happy. What's the thing that makes you happy when you are saddest? What's the thing that makes you the happiest when you are saddest? For me, when I'm the saddest, my cat Nitro. My cat Nitro is the one. You can text Stardust to 44321 and donate what you got with what you have for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. My little cat Nitro, Alabama Jenkins, my best friend in the whole world. He is the one thing on this earth that when I'm really sad, if I see him just existing, I mean, him stretching makes me go, "Oh God, you're so cute." But seeing him makes me happiest when I'm the saddest. So what are the things that make you the happiest when you are saddest? You can text Stardust to 44321 or go to the link in my bio. On YouTube is always a little bit tricky. YouTube is like not meant for the link in the bio. On TikTok, it's pretty self-explanatory. But you can donate any platform that you're watching me from right now, and keep me updated with where the number's at, because right now I think we're about $79,000 away. So the longer this takes, the less sleep I'm gonna get. So So if you want me to sleep and want me to take a break, well, you better help us reach $1 million for gender-affirming care. What hour is it over by you? It's 9:54 p.m. by you. It's 2:55 p.m. by us in Madison, Wisconsin. How to be sad at a beach or eating pizza. I don't know. I've cried while eating pizza, so I don't know. I don't know, babe. I would disagree with that one. Hey, how's it going, everybody? You just donated $250. Everyone say thank you. Thank you, Desiree, for donating $250. Hey, everyone. If you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. I'm on 2 separate phones right now. We're going to keep these live streams going until we hit $1 million for gender-affirming care. I took the entire month of April off. I was in the mountains for a large chunk of it, playing with dogs and, working on gardens. And it was a good time. But the whole time I kept on thinking, wow, I really wish that we would have hit that $1 million. And we fell short. We were like $150,000 away when we ended the live stream this year. So if you want to help us, get to that point, you can by going to the link in my bio, donate what you got, what you have. You can text Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Tyler says, you've opened my mind so much by being yourself and helping me understand trans people better and how serious it is to protect your rights. Thank you, and keep being a shining light in the world. Tyler, I hear that all the time. And I don't know what I'm doing to help you all understand that, but I'm very grateful that people tell me that. It means the world to me. But I don't know what I'm doing that makes you guys, if you are someone who started to open up towards trans people because of the words I say, can you tell me what I did? I would love to know what I need to focus on in order to help people understand more, Dame, honestly, I wish I had the money to give. Hey, that's the thing. If you don't have the money to donate, that's okay. I always feel bad doing this, especially now. The last 2 years, it's been really hard to do this fundraiser because I feel like there's so many people who will say, I have no money, dude. And I get that. I really get that. I wish we lived in a system where it wasn't so broken. So we're not all doing GoFundMes. They're not just all out there, trying to do mutual aid constantly for one another. And I feel like right now, there's a flipping, gorilla in a china shop just breaking everything and then saying, oh my God, it was the donkey who broke it. And you're like, what do you mean? The donkey hasn't lived here for 6 months. Sorry, if you know what I'm talking about, you get it. I should have said elephant, but a gorilla just seems more, I don't know, man spear? What is that people are calling it? The maniverse? Feels very maniverse. Is that what people are calling it? I don't know. I'm not in tune with the right-wing media anymore. Yeah, the John Mulaney joke, the horse in the hospital, right? That's a good one. Hey everyone, if you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. Right now, you can donate what you got, what you have by going to the link in my bio. If you are looking right now on the link in my bio and seeing how much we're at, let me know. I think when we started, we were at 921. We were about $79,000 away. So, if we keep getting closer, let me know, because I have no way of telling right now what number we're at. So I would like to know when we hit 1 million. So you're all my eyes. Okay. So I will be on this live stream until we hit $1 million for gender-affirming care. Okay. So manosphere, they call it the manosphere? That's gay. I'm kidding. I like saying the thing I know they would hate the most. Oh wow, we're at $922,000. Hey, look at that. Pretty close to 923 already. Well, look at us. Hey everyone. If you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. You can donate whatever you got, what you have, for us to be able to hit $1 million for gender-affirming care to help thousands of trans people access gender-affirming care in various ways. This is binders, gaffs, HRTs, electrolysis, and then also surgeries. For those who don't know, gender-affirming care does save lives, and I know there's always this debate about it. People will like to say that trans people are delusional. Here's the thing, almost every single person who's a professional within this field will tell you the thing that saves lives is leaning into it and helping people and meeting them where you're at. And I think that if you're someone who doesn't fully understand trans people and your knee-jerk reaction is not to listen to professionals who actually work with these people every single day, I do think that that's a wild thing to do. I also think that I don't know where we've learned this thing about just yelling at people who we think are mentally ill. Trans people are not innately mentally ill, right? But if you think we are, I don't know what you think you're doing by just yelling at us. If that's how you treat people you think are mentally ill, then I think that says a lot more about you than it does us. So, thank you for being here, giving me your attention, giving me your time, or raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. You can text Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Donate what you got, what you have. For those who are just tuning in and just learning who I am for the first time, because apparently there's a lot of you who are just see me for the very first time, which is a wild experience I've hadn't had in a long time. My name is Mercury Stardust. I am a trans femme person. My name is related to Ziggy Stardust and David Bowie. Ziggy Stardust and Freddie Mercury, for those who do not know. But I am a professional maintenance person. I have been for the last 20 years, and I use my DIY skills to help other folks learn things online. But I also, every single year, raise money for gender-affirming care for other trans people that access gender-affirming care who may not be able to. They call me the trans handyman. If you are new to me, if you've never heard that before. So let's get to it. If you're just tuning in and want to help us donate, you can donate by texting Stardust to 44321. Someone said, I have a stack of cards written or ready to write. Descended point of pride. If you can't donate directly to the fund, do what you can and support our beautiful trans lovelies. Ah, that's really cute. Thank you, darling, for saying that. I remember the first donate-a-thon. So glad to be here again. Yeah, I mean, people keep on asking me to do these live streams more often, and just hang out with everybody too. I think people just like community. Oh wow, we're at $923,000. Look at us. I think I've been on live stream for about 15 minutes and we raised $2,000 already. Hey, that's great. We're $77,000 away from hitting $1 million. So if you're just tuning in right now, I'm going to be on this live stream on YouTube and on TikTok until we hit $1 million for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. If you can't stay here the whole time, that's fine. Come back every couple of hours to see if I'm still here, I bet you I'm going to be here for at least 10 hours. At least 10 hours. Holy shit, I'm going to be here well past midnight probably. But whatever it takes. I really don't care anymore. I don't know. I've been trying to talk to my therapist about this, why I have this obsessive need to do this every year, and why I take it so hard when we don't hit our goals. And I don't really fully know. We're working on it. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure out why I feel this way. I think one of the things that make me feel this way is, those who don't know, I grew up really Christian. I grew up really Catholic, rather. And I grew up in a really small town, and I didn't always believe the things I do. I didn't always understand people who were different than me. And I don't know, I grew up idolizing folks who I think didn't really have empathy. And then when I got older and I learned that, I actually started to understand how people were causing harm. My eyes opened up. And I don't know. I think once you see the terrible, awful things in the world and you really recognize it, it's really hard to go back. And I don't know. I always defined kindness as when you see harm, you try to fix it. And if that's really what you believe, when you are coming out of the right wing pipeline and you're seeing all this awful stuff and you're finally getting it for the first time, I think it's worse to ignore it. And I think that's what's happened in my brain. My brain just kind of snapped, and for the last 4 or 5 years of my life, I've dedicated everything I got to this charity, Point of Pride. And I love Point of Pride. They're the best people I've ever met in my entire life. Aiden, um, all of them. All of them are really good people. And I don't know what I would do without them. And I'm sorry for those who are probably watching from Point of Pride who I've ignored for that entire month. I've done that because I don't know what to tell you. I get to this point where I always feel so bad when I'm not able to get to the numbers that I know we can get. And I think the reason why it's so hard is especially right now. Like right now, we need more hope than ever, right? But it's hard when you're not making constant content all the time. It's harder to have the reach, you know. But this is what I know. I know that if I put this out there, people will see it. And if enough people will see it, it will change. We will hit that 1 million. And I know that. I know what that means. You know what I mean? I did a speech last week in Des Moines, Iowa. For those who don't know, I do speaking gigs for a living. And I travel the country to do that. And I was in Des Moines, and someone, I think their name is JD. They were like about 11 or 12 years old. JD raises his hand and asks me, how did you get to a point where you kept on fighting when you knew there were so many people who did not agree with you or like you? And I just like took the deepest breath, you know, and I went and told the story, and then I ended it by saying, and then I've dedicated the rest of my life to make sure that when people are in a closet, like I was in a closet for a long time, and I had no flashlight, and I had no way of knowing what was outside of that closet, that I want to make sure the rest of my life that no one is stuck in a closet without a flashlight again. And that little kid, man, that kid made me so happy. The smile on that kid's face, you know, the kindness in that kid's face. Apparently we had met one other time, and they were so excited to meet me again. You know, and I gave that kid the biggest hug in the world. I really do love doing speaking gigs because you meet people who your words have affected, you know. For those who are just tuning in right now, though, I am raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. We're about $77,000 away from hitting $1 million for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. You can donate right now by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Or by going to the link in my bio, okay? And donating what you got with what you have, you know? I appreciate everybody. Thank you for being here. Hi, Holly. Thank you, Holly. Thank you for donating what you got, what you have. Can you donate from a different country? Yes. You can donate just by going to the link in my bio. There's international options. So thank you for helping us, Kelly. I appreciate you. Thank you for everyone being here. Rockland said, Iowa sucks. I live here. I do gotta let you know that I used to have a policy of like I never would go through Iowa for a lot of personal reasons. But now, I mean, Iowa needs a lot of help. You know, Iowa is very quickly going down a pretty scary path for a lot of trans people, and there's a lot of people who live in Iowa who are trans. So It's important that we also try to stick together and help people as much as we can in the spots that need us the most, you know. It's why I won't ever have a policy of not going to Texas or not going to Florida. Do I like going to those places? No, but there's people who are trans who live in those places who need representation and need folks to speak up. So that's why we got to keep doing that. You help so many people. You always brighten my day. Your laugh is infectious. Well, thank you. Um, what a weird way to say that. Thank you. Oh, you donated $100 from the UK. Thank you. Where to go? Hey, Ramblin', I got a question. What's the conversion for a dollar right now? Like, what is it? Like, if you donate $100, what is that in America? Is that like, I don't know what the conversion is. I used to know, but it's been a long time. Are you on all platforms? No, I don't. When I do a live stream like this, where it's only on my phones, I just pick two platforms that I feel the most comfortable with, and I do that. A lot of people want me to do Twitch and stuff like that, but I'm not comfortable with that platform yet. So I'm on TikTok and I'm on YouTube. I did post on my Instagram and my threads and my Facebook, but I'm not on live stream on any of the Meta devices. Texas is not great. I live in Texas, and it always makes me feel so ashamed when I see the news from here. I don't know. I don't think geography is ever the culprit, right? It's the people within that, right? So I think Texas could be a fine place. I think that people who are in positions of power probably aren't, right? So don't beat yourself up too much. It's a beautiful place. Texas is a beautiful place. It just happens to be inhabited by people who, sometimes don't always get it, Your video made me happy when I was in a dark place. I want to say thank you. You're welcome. I hope that you're doing good. Oh my God, I've been trying to find you on here for ages. My prayers have been answered. Well, hi. I don't post nearly as much anymore on TikTok. I probably will start back up and doing more DIY stuff again. But I don't know. I just got real burnt out. I think I am still real burnt out. I told my right hand human being yesterday, Bagel Bites, for those who do not know. I told Bagel yesterday that I feel like I could take another 6 months off and I would still feel exhausted, and that's what this activism does. This is what the system does. It wears you out, But if you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. You can text Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Oh, Ashley wants to know, how's the house going? Really good. Right now with my busy schedule, I only have so many days. I only have like so many days a month to donate to really donate my time to it, right? To really do things to it. So what Zizi and I installed, for those who don't know, that's my spouse mouse. I'm wearing a shirt that says spouse mouse. The shirt they designed, by the way. But my spouse mouse and I we installated. We put in place a system where every Sunday we do something for the house. And if I'm not here on a Sunday, that means that the last day I'm here or the day I come back from where I'm gone, I do something for the house. So implemented. There we go. Hey, thank you. Implemented. Instituted. One of those two. Implemented sounds good. We implemented a rule where every Sunday we do something for the house regardless. And we do it together. We got to do it together. That's the big rule. So it's been really good, I'm trying to think what we did this past week, 1 week we did the gutters. While I did the gutters, they did the curtains in the house. This weekend it's going to be hanging 14-foot rail for the curtains in the front window, because I'm tired of our front window not having any curtains, and it's a 14-foot wide window. I feel like it's a window into my soul. I hate it. We have some that fill, you know what I mean? That stuff you put on a window to block it out. God, what is that called? Words are not evading me today. I really like to see the trans community and the autistic community come together in absolute support of each other to increase our resistance numbers. I will say this, I feel like we already really are, but we can always do more. But I do feel like the autistic community and trans community, at least in the circles I run into, really run very close together. My spouse is autistic. A lot of the folks in my life who are trans are autistic. I am the only alt-risk, oh my God, words are escaping me. Autistic? Oh my God. I'm the only person who's not autistic, who's trans in my little circle of folks. So is Amy. Amy's not autistic too, but most folks I know are in that little. Oh my God, thank you. I'm really bad at words today. I think that I woke up real late today. I had a real rough night. I was fine, right? But not my brain wasn't. For those who don't know, I had some really intense trauma when I was a kid about something. And dark rooms are like really not great to me. So I sleep with a nightlight on. I can't be in a dark room too much. It freaks me out. So last night my spouse was sleeping and the nightlight went out and the room got real dark. And I just stayed there and I was so scared, I couldn't really move. I couldn't really do anything, So I just couldn't sleep. I waited all night until the sun came up. Yeah, and then finally when it came up, I was able to fall to bed. And that meant I didn't really get up until much later today. And that's rough. That's always rough when you start the day. But when I woke up, I said, we're going to hit that 1 million. I woke up late today, so I felt like I wasn't doing anything today. And I was like, no, we're going to do something. And we're going to do something big. Let's hit that $1 million. Let's finally hit that, So for those who do not know, we're raising money right now for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. You can go to the link in my bio, donate what you got, what you have. Every single dollar goes to a trans person, and that's a big deal. Not all nonprofits are able to say that. We're at $924,000. We're very close to $925,000. We're only $75,000 away, essentially, for hitting 1 million. Holy shit! So what we at? We've raised $5,000 in about 30 minutes. That is the pace we need to hit. That means we'll be able to do this in about 8 hours. Okay, but you know what? 8 hours of time for me, 8 hours of me sitting on the live stream is nothing compared to the life-changing gender-affirming care we can give to people, right? A lot of times people will be like, Mercury, you gotta take care of yourself. But this is how my brain thinks. If I do a live stream for 30 hours and I'm able to raise $1 million for people, that's 30 hours of my life that will change the life of someone else forever. That's how my brain thinks. You know what I mean? So like 30 hours does not feel like that much in comparison. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what keeps me going. It doesn't mean that this is not hard. It isn't just me sitting here and whatever. It's also me trying to retain people, and it's me telling people, and me being in front of people who may not like me because of trans folks in general. So it isn't always as easy as just sitting here being like, yes, give me money, But it is it is easier to do this than it is to live your entire life without feeling like you're able to be in your body, and that's not great. As someone who's lived 30 years of her life that way, it's not great. We have to pick up the pace so Mercury doesn't sit on live stream for the next 8 hours. All right, everyone, get to work. But you can donate by texting Stardust to 44321. Thank you for the jellyfish. For those who do not know, if you donate via fish or whatever on TikTok and gifts, that money, like 40% of that does go to TikTok, but the rest of it will go to the fundraiser. But it does help us reach more people, and all the money here that you're donating with super chats, all that money goes directly to the fundraiser. We don't even touch that money anymore. That money goes directly to them because we were able to figure out how to do that with YouTube. So that's pretty cool. I love that. Love your videos. You are very kind. The way you teach new things is very special. Sending you big hug from Mexico, from Mexico City. Wow. Hey, cool. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for those kind words. How much of my DIY stuff translates to homes down in Mexico City? Like how much of my DIY stuff does well? I know in Australia they're really good. People in Brazil will often laugh at me because we have paper houses, according to them. Uh, but electrical stuff in UK is so different. So I'm just curious of what is the big difference of stuff down in Mexico City and in Mexico. Very curious about that. Don't hear that. Don't hear it too much. So, for those who are just tuning in, I appreciate you being here right now. We are about $75,000 away from hitting $1 million for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. You're from Sweden. Well, cool. Hey, we just hit $925,000 officially. That means we're raising about $500 every 4 minutes or so. That's pretty cool. Oh, wow. Teresa just donated $20. Thank you, Teresa. This is all I can do right now, but thank you for mentioning us who have autism. So glad you're doing the work. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting me and everything. And of course, I'm a really firm believer, for those who have not gotten to hear me speak really publicly at all. I'm a really firm believer of you lift up one person, you lift up everybody. And I don't know. I just don't understand why people don't realize that. You don't make, if you make individuals stronger, if you just focus on individualism, you're hurting the whole community. And eventually, that individual won't be strong forever. This is what I don't understand. Do we not know how aging works in this country? If we live long enough, we all become disabled. If we live long enough, we're all in positions of vulnerability. It doesn't matter how that individual is strong, how much wealth that individual has. Life has a way to just sting you in the butt. So I don't understand why people don't also understand that you can be, if you're a selfish person, that's fine. But you can be a selfish person and think about the community at the same time. I just don't get it. I just never understand that. I grew up in a small town where, if you grew up in a small town, like 300 some people, we all took care of each other, I helped, clear trees when were tornadoes and shit, we helped people who had, flooding in their backyard, we helped people who were elderly. I lived right next to a senior center for a large part of my life. And we would always go over there and clean them. We would just volunteer to clean the houses and clean the windows and help folks and stuff. I don't understand the idea of not being in community with one another. Never understood that. I didn't always have empathy for people. That's true. But being in community sometimes means you don't need to have empathy for one another either. That's why I don't understand when people say really mean, awful things about someone, but they don't want to help them change or don't want to help. I don't get that either. It makes no sense to me. Like, if you're a real selfish, awful person, if you're someone who only thinks about you, I just don't understand how your brain works. It doesn't make any sense to me. Because if you think about you all the time, it's eventually you're going to be in a bad way, man. You can't be alone and individual your entire life. It just does not work that way, Eventually you will need help, But anyways, sorry, this is just me going on a tangent. I've never understood that mentality. Thank you for being here, everybody. I hope that you're hanging in there. You know what I love? When people think they know about my past, but they don't. I know that you're still here because this is how it kind of works, but someone just said something really awful that's not even true. And it really frustrates me. It frustrates me for a lot of reasons. In the time period in which we live in right now, you would rather lean towards transphobia than actually I didn't. This is the thing that drives me nuts, though. You admitted to it on a podcast. I didn't, though. It was a podcast that was largely scripted. I said that from the very, very, very get-go. It was a podcast in a time period in which I was trying to become a shock jock. Did I date someone who was 16 when I was 19 years old and still in high school? Yes, I did. Okay. Did that person openly say, stop using them to attack me? Yes. That person has literally told folks to just get off the fucking like hate train, you know? And it's frustrating. It's really frustrating to see this. And I guess some ways good, because the only way that people can attack me is by bringing up something that happened 22 years ago, you know? So I guess that says something, you know? But anyways, if you want to focus on that, be my guest. But I don't know why you come on a live stream when someone's trying to raise money for other folks to be able to get gender-affirming care, and would rather focus on attacking me than actually helping people right now. So I think that says a lot about you, darling. I really do. And if you want to live in a world where you want to scream at the top of your lungs, ACAB, but you don't know how to kill the cop in your head, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. You know, I think you're more of a problem than you actually think you are. So just saying. And if that makes you so mad you want to go on a Reddit thread that has a bunch of misinformation about me, just a bitch, you can. But I do not know what good in the world that does. I just don't get it. And I'm tired of living in the shadows for the last 8 months because I'm scared of all of you. I'm scared of making you more mad, because the madder I make all of you, the more potential that harm happens to me and my family, because of misinformation, because of people who would rather just lean into what makes them feel like the world is right than actually listen to other marginalized people. And if you want to participate in that, that's fine. But then I hope at the same time you're also trying to help raise money for gender-affirming care. I hope that's what you're trying to do. See, this is the thing. You change your story so much, though. Like, you're saying, just to let you know, you lose a lot of credibility to people. The fact that you were 19, dating, getting hot and heavy with a 15-year-old. Again, I cannot stress this enough. I cannot stress this enough. All of that came from a podcast that was literally meant to piss people off and was literally meant to be hateful. A podcast in which I was a time period in my life that I was deeply closeted and I hated myself. And you are right. Those are awful things to say, and there are awful things to promote. And I have admitted that. I have said that. That was 15, 16 years ago when I was on that podcast. And since then, I've come to terms with who I am now, and I'm using my platform now to actually help people. And the fact that I was in that position, and the fact that I did think those things, actually makes the things I'm doing now more credible. Because it shows you that I did change, that we can change, and we can make the world better if we listen to each other. And I think that it's wild that you live in this world where you want everyone just to understand what your standards are and to uphold those standards. And this is the problem. That is not intersectional. People will come from different parts of our life, and people will learn things at different moments in their time. It does not say that you're not causing harm. You can absolutely cause harm, but we're a part of a system itself designed to cause harm. And we become implements. We become tools of that system to harm one another. And one part of the system is being ignorant and not actually understanding how your actions can harm someone else. And another tool is using puritanical ideology and using like police mentality in order to harm one another. I have come to the terms with how my words hurt people. How have you not come to your terms that your words hurt people? So there you go. I hope that that answers your question. And if that makes you so mad that you want to keep on yelling at me, you can. But again, I don't know why you're wasting my time talking about that when right now actively we are trying to raise money for gender-affirming care. And the reason why I'm not ignoring you is because I know I get comments like that, and I'm tired of being afraid of I'm tired of being afraid of folks like you and preventing me from actually doing the work that I know that matters. I'm just so tired of it. You know, I spent the last 6 months of my life living, you know, in fear of what you are going to say about me, you know? I appreciate you, Susan. I appreciate you a lot. And I think that also people got to understand what it's like to grow up in some parts of this country. It's not every single person in this country grows up with the same healthy way to live. If you're someone who, you know, grew up and you grew up with a family that actually could teach you these things and actually have your back and actually tell you what's right and wrong, and it was not a toxic family, I gotta tell you, that's a privilege. Not all of us grew up in a family that was kind to people, you know? I wasn't, this is so wild to me. It's crazy because this person on camera admitted on being, I wasn't on camera. It was on a podcast that was a fabricated podcast. The host of the show has even said we wrote a lot of this material. You know, so I just think it's wild to me that it does not matter to you what the facts actually are. Yeah, get out of here. That's wild. That's wild. The thing that blows my mind is I know there will always be people who feel that way. There will always be people who feel that way, and will absolutely continue to spread. Whenever there's a post about me online ever, people will just say I'm a pedophile, as if that does not disproportionately affect marginalized people way more than it affects people who are cisgender. You know? Just wild. But you can text Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Yeah, no, I think it's wild, right? I think it's wild. But I appreciate you all for hanging in with me and letting me kind of going on that miniature rant, because I think that I've just kind of like been so, I don't know, it's hard to talk about this shit and have people listen. You know, as soon as you say one thing, people just absolutely will shut you down and they don't want to actually listen to you. You can text Stardust to 44321. What? That is wild. The truth about Mercury, Stardust. See for yourself. What? What is this? Is that a video online of someone else quoting the same things I just said? And just saying things that they heard from a podcast that was largely fake? Come on. Like, I don't understand what you're doing. And the fact that you are taking this so, like, the fact that you are so hell-bent on saying this stuff and you're still here after, like, what, 10 minutes? You're still here actively trying to say this over and over and over again. I don't know why you spend so much time on that. I just don't get it. Donations are for the nonprofit organization called Point of Pride. It's for trans people by trans people. 100% of all the profits goes directly to trans people. It's to help people access gender-affirming care, such as HRT, electrolysis, binders, gas, and surgeries. You can learn more by going to the link in my bio, or by going to the website Point of Pride. All of it breaks down right there, and you can kind of see all the things. I appreciate you all. No problem, Elle. I appreciate you asking. I appreciate you asking. Hey, Cherry. Hey, Lynn. Hey everybody. Thank you for hanging in with me. You can't block people on YouTube. You can't block them. You can only hide them. So the person is probably still here screaming at me and saying things that are wild. But I can't see it now. So it doesn't mean they're not saying it, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I think I've talked for a while about wanting to make a video to really explain everything, right? But the problem with that is then you're doing a Barbara Streisand effect. You know, everyone tells me not to do that, but I'm so tired of there being a narrative out there and not having people be able to have media literacy to understand what's actually going on. And it really bothers me a lot. I mean, so I don't know. I think maybe I should just get off the topic. So, yes, the podcast was largely fake. We would take real life scenarios that we were involved in and we would magnify things. That was called Born in the 80s. And the podcast was this real shitty, like I don't know, edge lord type of podcast where we were just a bunch of jackasses with microphones in the early 2010s and late 2000s and knots. And it was just not a great time in my life. And I didn't come out as a trans person until 2018. So I had a lot of journey to do, a lot of things in my life to be able to get to that point. So, but that's it. All I will say about that. I am going to try to pivot now to something that's actually going to be focusing on now and the future, and actually help people instead of, you know, yeah, and trying to actually help people instead of sitting here, um, you know, talking about one thing over and over again. Um, so I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all of you so much. But that being said, you can help us raise money right now by going to the link in my bio, donating what you got with what you have. Please give me an update to where we're at with how much money we have right now. I think last time I saw it was at 900. Oh, cool. Thank you, Ramblin'. We're at $926,419. That's pretty cool. The fundraiser is about $74,000 away. So yeah, look at us. We're slowly getting there. We're making headway. You know, when we get it within 10,000, I think it will just happen like that. But it takes us a long time to get within that, you know, margin. So please help us raise money with what you can and what you have. There was another good question here that I missed. What was it? Thank you for everyone for bearing with me. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, Red Hood. Yeah, Red Hood has said people telling not to be transparent and do what you see fit aren't doing you any favors. That's true. So for those who don't know, I do have I have an agent and I have a team of people, right? And they will make you go through media they'll make you go through media training and they'll make you go through PR training and they'll make you go to crisis management shit and want to teach you all that stuff. And the thing that they will show you in those things, those seminars and those PR things, the things that they will tell you over and over again is how to mitigate like disasters online. And it's usually how not to take accountability. You know, and you'll sit there in those classes and you're like, I don't think this sounds right. You know, but that's what a lot of those are. But there's like legal implications of it, right? They'll tell you that if you take responsibility for something, you can actually open yourself up for lawsuits, and it's a fucking shit show. It's a shit show on how people want to go about that stuff, you know. How to lie good. That is kind of what they're like. I would say not all of them are like that. I don't want to paint it as a picture. I don't want to paint it as a picture like it's like all these are just awful. No, I mean, some of them are. I would say a lot of them are, but some will say something around the lines of like how to accept personal responsibility without, making more harm. Those are good because I do think, impact and intent are two very different things. Thank you for being here, everyone. What are we doing? What is it? Yeah, we're doing a fundraiser for Gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. You can learn more right now by going to the link in my bio and by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. I appreciate you too. Thank you. I'm reading. When I'm reading, I get really intent. Thank you, Miranda. I appreciate you. Thank you, everyone, for just tuning in right now. We're raising money for Gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. I hope that you're all hanging in there. Happy to see that you're back from your break. The news cycle has been draining, but you are real light to me, and I love being a part of such a positive community. I appreciate you. Do you like Animal Crossing? I do not, but you know who does? My best friend in the goddamn world, Basil Bites. Uh, Bagel Bites. For those who don't know, I nicknamed them a long time ago, Bagel Bites, and in my phone they're called Bagel. But Basil is my VP of the company, and he loves Animal Crossing. He's been trying to get me into it for years. When we're on book tour and we were traveling the country, going to like 54 some odd cities, he would sit there in the front of the car just playing Animal Crossing. I feel like he played Animal Crossing almost the entire trip. I think there's very few people who could say they played Animal Crossing in all 50 states. I feel like Basil's very close to that. My donation should be coming in soon. I have to set up a monthly donation to charity you set up. Oh, wow. You can do that? Yeah, I think you can do that. I've heard people doing that stuff. Don't see too many folks doing that, but that's pretty cool. Do you play any video games? Yes, I do. Mine is gonna be very dorky. Can I nerd out for a second? Can I nerd out about something? You can tell me no. But you want to hear my real big nerdum at the moment? I will tell you, but I want you to guess first. What is my big nerdum? For those who follow me on Threads, you know what my nerdum is. It's almost impossible not to know. What is my big nerdum? Someone said Fortnite. Okay. Sudoku. Nope. Not, and it wasn't a Fortnite either. D&D. Nope. I don't think a lot of you are gonna get it. Pokemon. Nope. Don't think it's not necessarily a game, but there is a game attached to it. If that makes sense. Nope. No. Spiro. No. Candy Crush. No. I have not seen it so far. So far, I have not seen anyone get close. Elder Scrolls. Nope. You guys are all going in the wrong direction. Yeah, it's a real life thing that has a game that you can play and you become real life people and you punch stuff. Did I just give it away? The Sims. Nope. No Sims. No. Everyone try The Sims. Oh, that's so funny. As a trans person, that would be me. Honestly, that's a good guess. No, not The Sims. Fighting, yeah. Boxing? Not quite. But sometimes there's boxing elements in it. Harry Potter? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. I'm playing it right now on my laptop. I play it on my laptop a lot of times. But someone said it. Someone said it. Someone just said it. But I'm not gonna tell you all. More than just one of you has to scream it. You gotta all tell me it before I tell you. But one person on YouTube did get it. One person on YouTube got it. Yeah, two people on YouTube got it now. Yeah, I am so embarrassed. I don't know if I want to tell you. Okay, no, two people have gotten it so far on YouTube. Will there be more? Will there be more? Okay. Not Minecraft, not Beats, not Mortal Kombat, not Minecraft. Beat Saber? I don't even know what that is. Nope, not Mortal Kombat. So, there was two people so far who have gotten it right on YouTube. I had no one has gotten it right on TikTok yet. Not Dungeons and Dragons. Nope. Oh, thank you, Nip. I appreciate you. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask one more. Okay, three people on YouTube have got it right. Will anyone on TikTok get it right? We're raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. Yeah, okay, for those who don't know, I'm just going to say it now. For those who don't know, I have been, and I'm absolutely obsessed with wrestling. I love wrestling. I have loved wrestling my entire life. For those who do not know, but not only do I love wrestling, I love the history of wrestling. I love independent wrestling. I love, playing wrestling games. I love being a booker. For those who do not know, I love to book wrestling gigs online for I will spend hours creating characters and then building a promotion and then making tag team folks and making titles and then ultimately it's basically I'm just playing a weirder version of D&D. But right now I'm actively playing because I'm really obsessed with one part of the game. I'm playing a WWE 2K25. I'm playing that a lot right now. I play that like for hours on end. Yeah, someone just said it's straight drag. It's 100% straight drag. I've been saying it's straight drag for years. Yeah, 100. One of my favorite episodes of Smarty Pants on Dropout was when Jessica did a whole like spiel on how drag and wrestling are basically the same. We're at $927,000. We're really close to $70,000 away. That's pretty great. You can ask me any question you want about wrestling. For those who don't know, I've been wanting to make. This is wild. I've been wanting to make a wrestling channel for the longest time, like a queer wrestling channel, one that's more focused on queer stories, and then one that like is more about like uplifting the queer wrestling scene because there's some really cool stuff going on, but no one really talks about the queer wrestling scene. So yeah, I've been wanting to do that for a really, really long time, but I don't feel like anyone who watches me would give a shit. Whenever I post about it on Threads, there'll always be one person going, "Oh, Jesus." There's always one person who will just eye roll at whatever I'm saying. So I'm sure there's a lot of you right now who are like, "Oh boy, well, you know what? Her past was one thing, but her liking wrestling, I'm out." I appreciate you all. Yeah, no, I love wrestling. I love it. I think the thing I love about it so much is that, like, I don't know, the stories are often just so soap opera-y, and I think that's one thing. But I also just really love, like, how silly it is and how ridiculous wrestling can be sometimes. and about how obviously sometimes it's so obviously um planned that it's like, how did people ever think this was not like what was real? Like, you know? I've watched wrestling, but the video essays I've seen on how people talk about it uh, fascinates me. I would absolutely watch that. I also hope you meet donation goals. Thank you. Yeah, no, I watched so many video essays about that. For those who don't know, the Bloodline is one of the greatest wrestling storylines of all time, and the Bloodline, there's a really great Bloodline, um, uh, fucking video online right now that I watched like 7 times. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with it. My favorite wrestler of all time, um. My favorite wrestler right now, oh boy, my favorite wrestler right now is probably either Bailey or Rhea Ripley. Um, I will say that I will always have a soft spot for Dom Mysterio. If I see Dom, I crack up every time. Dominic Mysterio is ridiculous, and he's like the modern. He is the best kind of the heel. I love bad guys like him, but Rhea Ripley is so goddamn good. Not only is she just a lovely human being in real life, whenever you see interviews with her, and her wonderful husband, sadly she is married and she is straight, but her wonderful husband is really, they're wonderful human beings. They have a rescue pit bull named Bella, who they talk about quite often. So you can see how I can go down this fucking rabbit hole really deep, y'all. I know too much about them real life people. But that being, and her real name is Demi, for those who don't know. So if I say Demi, that's who I'm talking about. But I would say Jake the Snake Roberts, it's up there as my greatest of all time. That's hilarious. Aiden just said it! Aiden Dowling, who is one of the co-founders of Point of Pride, just said Jake the Snake Roberts. Jake the Snake is one of my all-time favorites. I will say this, though. I do not like how they treated the snake. I never have liked how they treated the snake. I do not think they need an actual snake to do his gimmick. I do think it's kind of fucking awful. If you ever seen the Macho Man Randy Savage fight where the snake like bites into him and the way they get that snake off of it, it's just so terrible. It's terrible. So I don't know if I could say he's my favorite because of that. But he is up there. I will say Ricky the Steamboat, Ricky Steamboat Dragon is like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. There we go. Is probably one of my all-time favorites. I could watch him nonstop. I still think at was it WrestleMania 3 when he was versus Macho Man Randy Savage, still one of the greatest wrestling matches of all time. It set the gold standard. I would say that Shawn Michaels is up there as far as wrestlers I really love. But if I had to say the one wrestler that I could watch all day, every day, it would probably be Bailey. So, anyways, you guys can ask me more questions about wrestling if you want. Otherwise, we're raising money for gender-affirming care. I love how many people we've lost on TikTok. Everyone on TikTok was like, well, this has got boring. For those who don't know, we're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. You can donate right now by texting Stardust to 44321 or by going to the link in the bio. Do you watch anything modern era? Yeah, no, I watch Raw every single Monday. I watch AEW. I watch AEW highlights. I don't watch AEW matches as much, but I like to stay involved. I love New Japan. I could watch New Japan all the time. Ring of Honor, I really fell off on. But I used to love Ring of Honor back in the day when Ring of Honor really felt underground and no one ever talked about it. I loved Ring of Honor, like back when CM Punk was like involved with it. Yeah, I loved it back then. But I really don't watch it anymore. But I do sometimes. I remember watching Ring of Honor way back when, and being like, man, wouldn't it be so cool if some of these folks got called up to larger promotions? And now so many of them, from KO, Sami Zayn, CM Punk, even Cody Rhodes was on it for a hot minute. Like so many of these folks have been on Ring of Honor. It's just so cool to see that small little promotion just have a ginormous, ripples throughout the industry. Yeah, anyways, so so when I say that it's my nerdum, I'm not just saying it's my nerdum. I mean, it's like my obsession. I love wrestling. I love wrestling. It's like one of my deepest secrets. I never talk about it online unless you're Threads. I'll post about it on Threads all the time. I watched WrestleMania with my partner in Colorado. That was fun. Io, yeah, no, that's one of the greatest matches of all time. It just happened 2 weeks ago. Still one of the greatest matches of all time. For those who are wrestling fans, I think the new gold standard for women's wrestling is going to be Io versus Rhea versus Bianca. It was one of the greatest triple threat matches of all time. That's pretty cool. Who's my favorite? I said it already, but Bayley will be up there. If I had to think of the men's division, I would probably say Drew McIntyre is probably one of my favorite. Yeah, Drew McIntyre is pretty cool. I gotta say, I think Seth Rollins is really fun to watch. I'm really excited about the new stable of folks that he's working with. It's so fun to see Seth Rollins get so much attention and be such a central figure right now. And him working with Paul Heyman is pretty great. I'm pretty excited about that. But yeah, anyways, so I love to hear someone go off about their special interest. Yeah. What do you think about Penta? I do not think he's doing good. I think a lot of people love him. I do think it's going to wear thin. Penta's also, I think one of the biggest problems right now in pro wrestling for WWE is that everyone's above 40. And I do think that's going to come and bite them in the ass pretty quick here. A lot of the men's division is way too old. And you see it in some of the wrestling. This is why I think AEW is so much fun. It's a lot of young wrestlers who have not necessarily had a lot of mileage put on yet, and they're able to do some amazing things. You can see it in how they wrestle on WWE. You know what I mean? And I want to say very clearly that, we're $928,000. Yay! We're $72,000 away. I just want to say very clearly that I'm not one who thinks that if you're older, you should retire from wrestling. I think that there's ways to wrestle. I think that you can totally be conscious about how your body works. You can work safer. But so many people in their 40s in WWE have taken so many rough bumps that you really see it in how they wrestle. And I think that's why sometimes the storylines are more fun in WWE, because the wrestling isn't all that great. AEW's wrestling is sometimes pretty fucking crazy good. So yeah. Not me thinking root beer when you said AEW. Yeah, okay, anyways, should I get off of wrestling now, or do you guys want to know more about my wrestling obsession? Okay, I'll answer one or two more questions about wrestling if you want me to. Oh, wow, I can't say it, but I know exactly what you're talking about. So, evolve with the bloodline, Amber, is that what you're saying? Yeah, the family is brilliant. Thoughts on Paul Heyman? The betrayals. You would think no one would trust him. Also, the current women's wrestling division is brilliant. It has massively grown and improved over the years. I love luchas. Oh, wonderful. I love the women's division. I think that it's way more... I think right now, at the current time period, the women are very, very, very good. And I think that pound for pound, women's wrestlers in WWE are way, I'm trying to be nice about it, are better. I think they're more talented. I think that, I'm going to be very honest with you. I think that men focus so much on muscles and they focus so much on strength. They don't think about endurance. And women are so amazing at endurance and so smart with how they work. I see the women's division, and what I see people really thinking about how they want to do this for 15, 20 years. That's why I think you are seeing so many women in right now, because so many of them are lasting more than, you know, the traditional like 4 years. It used to be that divas were only in wrestling for like a couple of years, but now the women's division is getting so much bigger because they're able to wrestle so much longer too. So yeah, but yeah, no, that's up there. But yeah, I do love Paul Heyman. I do think he's pretty problematic and pretty fucked up, but as a villain, I do think Paul Heyman is very easy to hate. I hate Logan Paul. I wish he was not involved in wrestling. I just turn off his wrestling matches at this point. I don't watch him. I do not. Anytime he's on the screen, I turn it off. And I hope other people do the same. And I hope the WWE understands that if they want to lose watchers, they will continue to work with Logan Paul. So I don't even think it's fun to watch him. I think he's a truly awful person. And here's the thing: I feel this way with any wrestler. Like when I see Hulk Hogan, I turn it off. You know, if they're truly awful people, I just don't watch it. I don't want anything to do with it. But that's just how I feel. Oh yeah, I did sadly watch the Tyson versus Paul match. And after that, I was like, nah, actually, they love this. They love this. They love being those people. And I'm like, I'm never going to participate in that again, you know? So yeah, they love being those people. They want to be hated, you know? Anyways, sorry, we're losing people. I'm going to get back to raising money for gender-affirming care now. Thank you so much for hanging there in with me. For those who do not know, I do love wrestling. I will answer your wrestling questions if you want me to. But I'm also going to focus on raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. You can learn more right now by going to the link in my bio, or by donating, or by texting STARDUST to 44321. We are at $928,000. To be honest, I don't know where I'll start getting into wrestling. There's so many storylines of people that have been going on for so long. Okay, cool. CT, can I tell you? Can I tell you where to start? Okay, cool. I would start, okay? I would go back and just watch Cody Rhodes and watch Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns in the WrestleMania 40, okay? There's a lot going on in that match. Okay? And there's a lot of guest appearances by people, and there's a lot of like cameos, and so you might not understand all of it, but you will get so fascinated by what's going on and all the cheering and all the like the storylines. That's gonna make you go, I want to know more. And then you're gonna Google people who are in that match and be like, I want to know why they're doing this. And then it will trickle out. I promise. So watch WrestleMania 40. The last match, the main event versus Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, is a rematch from 39. It's really good. It's so exciting and so ridiculous. And it's like you watch it and you're like, this is a cartoon. This is a cartoon. I will say this year, I'm going to ask one last question about it. Why was Travis Scott there? Why was Travis Scott there? I don't get it. I don't know why he's involved right now. It makes no sense. Like, it's been 3 months now, and they haven't explained why Travis Scott keeps showing up, you know, with a hardcore belt either. They're not like explaining anything. And they're not even like hinting to anything. You know what I mean? He's just there for their sake, and it's weird. I know there's a chance that they might eventually explain it, but I think it's taking so long that I think a lot of us are losing interest in that storyline. Because it's been 3 months and you're not giving me anything actually new. It's the same promo between Cena and Rhodes every week. You know what I mean? Like, it got annoying. Then you bring Travis Scott out there, you know? Like, that was stupid. Because right now we're at $928,000. We're at $928,000. I would love to see Cody Rhodes come back as like a Sting-like character, though. I think that'd be really cool. I think it'd be really cool if they waited like months and months, and then all of a sudden at SummerSlam he shows up and he has like a fucking bat and he has like white makeup on and he's like he looks like a version of Stardust but all black and white, and he's just like. And he just takes a bat to John Cena, and then the lights go out, and he's gone. If that happens, that would be the coolest fucking thing in the world. Yeah. So, anyways, so WWE typically pays celebrities to make appearances, right? What if Travis Scott pays WWE, and he could be a part of the storyline? I wonder. I don't know. His reputation isn't great, so I don't know why they're working with him. He's not like Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny was an extremely great wrestler. Boy, we have lost so many people. Okay, we should get off the wrestling train. This is why I hadn't made a channel about it. I don't think anyone who follows me will care about wrestling. Sadly, I don't think there's enough people to justify it, but I really would love to do wrestling channel. I do love wrestling a lot, and I could talk about it all the time. I could do a fantasy booking. I love that kind of shit. Thank you for creating a safe space for wrestlers. Yeah. No, I stayed for the WWE talk. For those who do not know, we are just raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. You can learn more right now by going to the link in my bio. You can text Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Katie says, I would. We watch all elite wrestling here a bit more than WWE. Very cool. CT says, we are foaming at our mouth. Wrestling talk is fun. I agree. Nicholas said, I heard wrestling and hit the join live button. Amber says, I would. Yeah, there's a few of you. The whole 6 of you will definitely make my career very easy. I watch New Japan. So do I. So glad to see you back on my For You page. Well, I'm glad to be on your For You page. If you also do not know, we're raising money right now for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. You can learn more right now by going to the link in my bio, or you can text Stardust to 44321. 100% of all the money goes directly to trans people. This money will help people with gender-affirming care that looks like HRT, electrolysis, binders and gaffs. And it also helps people with surgeries and so much more. You can learn more and about how you can actually participate in getting help from Point of Pride by going to their website. That's pointofpride.org. That's pointofpride.org. You can learn more by going to the link in my bio as well. Okay, I will continue to push for the donations, but I do love wrestling. So if you have any questions about wrestling or wrestling history and how to get into wrestling, I will tell you that, but I will also continue to push. So for every time you ask me one question, I'm going to spend like 4 minutes on how we raise money for gender-affirming care. Deal? Deal? Is this a balance here? Thank you everyone for tuning in. Let me know what the number is right now. We're at 928 still, probably. $928,000 for gender-affirming care. So we're about $72,000 away. We've been on for about an hour. That's not bad. That's pretty good. We're going to be here for a while, though. CT is like, I can work with that. Need help finding good electrolysis person for my wife. She had a bad experience with one in the past, so finding one that is trans supportive would be lovely. I don't know, I haven't done electrolysis. I've been out for 7 years and I have not done anything with my mustache. I shave 3 times a day. People are going to ask me why. Money was one reason, but now I've gotten so used to it that I just don't really prioritize it. I don't really think about it. What I really want is my breast augmentation. So I know more about that than I do about electrolysis. So I can't help you, but maybe someone in the comment section can help you. So JK says we're at $928,675,000. Thank you, JK. I appreciate you. So cool, everyone. If you want to donate right now, you can by donating to the link in my bio, or by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. I thought the live push was over. I didn't know we were going again. So the live stream is over. Like the annual one that we do every year is over. But we fell short of 1 million. And after taking a month off, I would love to hit 1 million before I start doing any DIY content. I don't know, just for the sake of it, and just because like we've been able to hit 1 million and more the last 3 years, and I want to keep that trend up. I want to be able to make sure we do that every year, and it'll be easier for Point of Pride if we're able to hit a goal like 1 million every single year. It'll be easier for them to budget, easier for them to have the staff they need, and it really is a long-term thing. You know what I mean? $80,000 can really be a big difference maker for a nonprofit organization. So, I wanted to make sure that we got to that point. So yeah, that's why. So I'm going to be on this live stream until we hit 1 million. If you have already donated or you can't donate or anything like that, that's fine. But the live stream is still actively going, and the link in my bio is how you can donate. Is it okay if we Is it okay if I'm with the chat? I'm a trans disabled person and would like to donate but don't have funds, sadly. Can I still be in the chat if I can't contribute? Of course you can. Of course. People being in the chat is still great. You don't have to donate to be involved or being an activist or being included. So you're doing great. Doing whatever you can really matters, and I appreciate you being here and taking up time and helping to contribute by commenting and being involved. There are some beauty colleges that do free electrolysis by students. There's a few here in Washington that I've heard of. Yeah, that's very true. I think the person though who was talking about electrolysis is really looking for a trans specific, like someone who is very trans friendly when it comes to electrolysis. And I think that finding them specifically is really important for a lot of trans people too, especially if you have bad experiences with folks who are, working in cosmetology or working with electrolysis or anything along those lines. It can be not fun to ask for help if you're having bad experiences. Any advice on coming out to parents? I do not really have advice on that. I don't know. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it. When I give my speeches, I try my best to answer those kind of questions. But I did not come out when I was younger, right? I did not come out when I was a kid, and I'm not a parent. So answering that question is just harder for me. But I will say that the first thing I will say is if you're someone who is reliant on your parent, right? Really take that into account and don't take that lightly, right? So if you're relying on them financially or relying on them if they're, your landlord essentially, or if you're, a minor and you're still in a situation where you have to be under their household and listen to them, taking that all into account really matters. And I would say that should be prioritized. I think a lot of people are going to tell you, come out because it helps everybody. And that is true. Coming out does help raise awareness. And I think you're going to be happier someday when you do come out. But being trans is a whole lot different than being gay or being, homosexual in any single way. Being trans openly can be really tough, especially if you're reliant on your parents. So my advice is to really go with your gut and go with what you feel comfortable and don't feel pressured into anything. And then if you just feel like you have to and there's no other choice, you have to, then absolutely go for it. Make sure you got a good support system around you that does support you for who you are and what you're up to. Okay. Does that answer your question? Does that make sense? Okay, that's an awful thing to say. I also love the fact that the person's name who just said something kind of shitty, their name is Stop Flexing. Is that the most, that's so funny. Your name itself just screams insecure. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Oh, thank you, Max. I appreciate you. For those who are just joining right now, we're raising money for gender affirming care for trans people by trans people. You can donate right now by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. The longer you watch, the more likely we are to hit those goals. Please go to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. If you're a troll here, all I got to say is thank you, troll. Thank you for helping us with engagement. That is always fun. So thank you, trolls. Donate what you got, what you have. We're about at $928,000 for gender affirming care. $928,000 for gender affirming care. So we're about $72,000 away from hitting that $1 million goal. What's the hardest part of being trans that is overlooked and not mentioned a lot? I would say adjusting. Well, I mean, being trans is not one thing. So I want to be very clear. When I talk about it, I'm talking about it from a place of like someone who is on hormones, and someone who has a name change, and someone who's done a lot of that stuff. But not every trans person has. So this might not fit every trans person's perspective or, way of going about it. But for me, as someone who did go on hormones, I think one of the hardest things is like the mood changes. Hormones, you hear people talk about it, but not really talk about it. There's a lot of things that will happen to your body when you change hormones. And that can be a pretty big shift. I think that you don't always notice it. It gets integrated in your life so much that you don't even notice that your mood is changing a lot. And if you miss medication, like I'm on tablets that go underneath my tongue and dissolve, I do 3 tablets every day. And if I miss them, that can cause problems. If I do too much of it, that can cause problems. So, like I've had estrogen poisoning twice now, and it's real bad. You got to be really careful with your dosage and how you're doing it. And I don't think people ever talk about estrogen, like sickness or anything like that. So I don't hear anything talked about that. But hormones can be hard, and what it does to your body and does to your mind and all that stuff. Yeah, that can happen with estrogen if you're not careful. Yeah, but it's high amounts. So if you're not someone who's really taking into that account and you're not doing it consistently when you're supposed to be doing it, that's a problem. I got into a habit of taking it when I felt like it, and that was not a smart way to go about it. And I got too careless with it, and that really fucked me up. And I was in so much pain for like 2 or 3 days. So I had to like go off estrogen entirely. That was like about 4 years ago. Yeah, consistency is really important. And really following the pharmacist's directions and really following your doctor's prescription and how they want you to go about it. That's an interesting. MB says, maybe this is silly, but I'm biological female, but I do not produce estrogen, so I'm on quite a lot. I know the side effects for me are terrible. Is it worse, do you think? I don't really know. I don't know exactly where you are at, right? So I couldn't tell you. I will say that sometimes I don't know. I will say that my mood swings sometimes are really intense, more intense than they ever have been before. It depends if I'm taking too much or not enough. Like if I'm not keeping my levels proper, I've noticed that's a thing. So I don't know if that's the thing that you talk about. I will say that again, estrogen poisoning is right up there with me. If I take too much too, if I take it like at a different time of day or something, I can feel it in my stomach. So I get like my stomach will be in knots, and stuff like that. But those are the major ones. Are there different ones that you might experience, MB? Very curious to hear what your experience is too. But yeah, I do think though, it all depends on what your dosage is and what the method you're taking. You know, if you're taking estrogen muscularly, that's gonna maybe be different. That way, it's going through your body is gonna be a little bit different than taking tablets or something like that daily. For those who are just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. You can learn more right now by going to the link in my bio. Cool. We're getting a lot of answers on this. A lot of people are commenting now. I had no idea that you were live. You're so inspiring. Well, thank you, Bees. I'm a cis woman with Ehlers Danlos syndrome. Yep. My spouse has EDS. Zebras. And the lady hormones are responsible for a majority of the bad symptoms. Cis women have a lot of success being prescribed testosterone. That is an interesting take. That's an interesting perspective. My spouse is transmasc. I will say, I believe I've heard him say it's done the opposite. It's made it much harder for him. But you know, he's not here, so he can't necessarily speak on that. But I don't know. I don't want to say he might have said that before. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'll ask them and see if they think the testosterone has helped or not helped. You know, it's really hard to tell over the years that they've been on testosterone. What now, like 4 years now? 4 years. Yeah, they started in 2021. But they are 36 now. So 35 rather. Sorry, they're going to hate that I got that wrong. They're 35 now. So they're, you know, as you get older, the symptoms can get really much more aggressive. And sadly, I think that's what I'm noticing is that the symptoms have gotten they're 35 right now. So sometimes at night, it is like 6 pillows to try to get their body to feel better. The intense pain that comes out of nowhere is really rough. They'll dislocate something just by like standing up wrong. Yeah, you know, heat pads. We use a lot of heat pads. We got a lot of ice packs, a lot of pillows. We have a bed that adjusts in various different ways. You know, I just today got a watch that has like a buzzer on it. So if something would happen in the house when I'm working on outside or I have my headphones on, they can press it and it will buzz on my watch so I can come out and make sure they're okay. So it all depends. So what I'm seeing is like a dramatic decline. But a large part of that was when they were a spicy dancer, a spicy pole artist. For those who don't know what that is, a spicy gymnast. A gymnast. Let's go with that. They're a spicy gymnast for a while, for about like 4 years or so, and they would do pole every single night. So their muscles at one point, this is like in their late 20s, early 30s, they were just jacked. This is before testosterone. They were just jacked. They were honestly one of the strongest people I've ever seen in my entire life. And then COVID happened. They got a different job. And then they went on testosterone. And I think a lot of their muscles, you know, their body just kind of like changed in a very dramatic way. And because they weren't doing physical activity every single day, I think that their body just like, you know, I've heard a lot of people talk about how consistent exercise can be a real big difference maker for EDS folks. But if people stop that can be real hard to get back into that because of the way that the muscles can kind of, you know, not help, if that makes sense. So I just went on a really long discussion about EDS. But my spouse has EDS. Basil has EDS. One of my best friends in the world at Lumi has EDS. Another one of my friends has EDS. Jackie has EDS. Yeah, so there's about maybe 7 or 8 people in my immediate life that has EDS, so we talk about it quite often. So yeah. Yeah, someone KH just said we're damned if we do and damned if we don't. We lose muscle conditioning so damn fast. That's very true. Yet it's so hard to balance the exercise and recovery not to flare. That is so true. Hugs to other zebras. Hugs to you. Um, yeah, no, for real. Yeah, anyways. But those are just tuning in right now. We're talking about EDS actively right now. We are raising money for gender affirming care by trans people for trans people. You can learn more right now by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. We're currently at $929,000. We're very close at $70,000 until we hit 1 million for gender affirming care. So that's pretty great. For those who want to learn more about Point of Pride, you can by going to the link in my bio or by going to the website directly, pointofpride.org. Yeah, no, it's wild to me how many people who watch me also have EDS. It's wild. You know, our doctor our doctor like really has a lot of patience. This has been on my arm for about a year now, so. But I don't know. Maybe I keep it covered a lot. I don't think I do. But I've been getting a lot of people asking me recently if that's a new tattoo. But I've had the tattoo for about a year. EDS stands for Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's a connective tissue disorder. People who have EDS often get a lot of dislocations. The quality of life can really get reduced. The older you get, it gets it really disappreciates quite fast. It's not as studied as I think a lot of people wish it would be. They used to think it was a lot more rare than it actually is. So it is not as studied or as researched as I think a lot of folks would need it to be. And it's pretty intense. It's pretty intense. If you know anyone who has EDS in your life, it's pretty intense. So I do not, if you are someone who has EDS, hang in there. If you're someone who's younger, I know a lot of younger people are being diagnosed with it now, which is really great because if you catch it early, you can do a lot more about it. Hang in there and just know that it is one of those things where I think a lot of us like to look at it like, oh my God, they're so flexible. Just keep that in mind that isn't necessarily a gift. And just, keep in mind that, a lot of younger folks who have EDS will, be contortionists. I knew a lot of friends in the circus world who were contortionists who have now come out saying they have EDS. And I don't know. I think that's kind of scary. So it stops being cute with age. Yes. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Don't get into a habit with something that like, oh my God, I'm a contortionist. And then you get older and then that becomes a huge problem. You know what I mean? So just keep that in mind. A lot of folks, if you don't know what I'm talking about, EDS, so one of the things that can happen is you can be really flexible in ways that you probably shouldn't be flexible. And your body stretches in ways, and that means your fingers. A lot of times when I was doing the book tour, I saw a lot of folks wear splints on their fingers. And when I would see that, I would be like, do you have EDS? And they'll be like, yeah, I do. And I'm like, how did you know? And I'm like, your splints, like those are really nice, and I would ask them where they got their splints from, and I would try to get ZZ splints too, and stuff like that. You see a lot of cool ones, a lot of cool ones in that, but a lot of times people have splints on their fingers because they will dislocate their fingers so often. Yeah, EDS is no joke. Sorry, I don't mean to get so sad about it, but I think right now specifically ZZ and I are just I'm seeing just a rapid they're going through a really hard time, and I just wish there was more research, and I wish we were living in a country that took this a little bit more seriously and took healthcare a little bit more seriously. The fact that we have to like do so much extra work just to make sure we're covered underneath someone who takes care of gender-affirming care, but also EDS would be covered. It's just ridiculous. But anyways, that's a side note. If you want to help more people with medical care, you can help them right now by going to the link in my bio and donating what you got with what you have for gender-affirming care. This is going to help people with HRT, electrolysis, binders, gaffs, and of course, surgeries. You can learn more by going to pointofpride.org or by going to the link in my bio. And you can even text Stardust to 44321. That's texting Stardust to 44321. JK, where are we at, baby? Are we at 930,000 yet? Pretty close? Pretty close? Yeah, the fundraiser. Hey, good to see you, Kimmy. The fundraiser is still going. We're gonna do it until it hits 1 million. I kind of took almost the entire month off of April. I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it, and my brain kind of snapped, and I needed to be in a better place. So I jumped off for about a month, and now I'm getting back into it. So before I do any other thing, okay, we're at 929,760. So we definitely have slowed up. Maybe it was the wrestling. Was it the wrestling? Probably the wrestling that did it. For those who are just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. We're not going to do any more wrestling because that obviously did not help our donations. We're trying to raise money for gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. If you're tuning in right now, please watch as long as you can. The longer you watch, the more likely we are to reach people who can help us. We're raising money for gender-affirming care to help other people access gender-affirming care. You can do that right now by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. We're currently at $929,000. We're $71,000 away. Point to Pride is a nonprofit organization that's been around for about 10 years now. They are platinum rated by GuideStar, which is less than 1% of all nonprofits earn that title. And that means you gotta be really transparent to be able to earn the title of platinum. So 100% of all the money that they receive goes directly to trans people, which is a really big deal for nonprofits to be able to do stuff like that. And okay, that was not my favorite thing in the world. Get out of here. Okay. Sorry, I think it was a spider. Not great. It might have been a little piece of fur, but it wasn't great, and it was freaking me out. So, hey, 60% of people served are living with a disability or chronic illness. Yes. What does the sign say behind you? I don't know which one that is. Let me look. Oh yeah, leftover parts are proof that you made it better. Yeah, I got lots of those kind of signs on my wall. I'm one of many people who receive gender-affirming care and helped so much. Well, thank you, Kimmy. Oh my God, it was a spider. I love that, everyone. Sorry, I just could not stop focusing on it. There's so many different ways I could have handled that, but I got so focused on it. For real, you are incredible. You should be so proud of yourself. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, the link is in the bio. You can donate right now by getting. Oh my God. Kimmy's like, oh my God, I'm so happy my eyes weren't focused. Thank you so much for donating what you got, what you have right now. You can learn more by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. We're very close to hitting $930,000. Cool kids, put the link in their bio. Thank you. I appreciate you all, everybody. Thank you for being here. For those who are just tuning in right now, because a lot of you are, we are still trying to raise money for gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. You can learn more by going to the link in my bio, or by texting Stardust to 44321. Right now, we're at $929,000. Oh, whoops. We're at $930,000. Whoa! Everyone say thank you, 930. Everyone say thank you, 930 down in the comment section. Help us engage with the comment section by writing down thank you, 930. Oh, that's a pretty big accomplishment. Wow, we hit $10,000 in about 2 hours. Not bad. Slower than we would like. That means I'm going to be on here for 20 hours, but I do not want to be on live stream for 20 hours. But we will absolutely make sure we hit that. So hang in there with us. You can right now. You can help us by raising money by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. Cool, everyone. Yeah, you can donate right now by just texting Stardust to 44321. If you have any family or friends who want to donate and don't know about it, you can go and take the link in my bio, post it somewhere online, share the live stream, share the video about it, or anything along those lines. Sorry. Help us reach more people by getting involved and interacting in some way. Will you be crashing to sleep afterwards? Probably. I always do after these live streams. I have a lot to do though. We are doing a resistance tour. Well, none of it's confirmed yet, so I probably shouldn't say anything. But hopefully we will do a resistance tour. The ACLU reached out to try to get me involved in some stuff. So we're going to be driving to DC around May 17th. And in the time period, we might also stop at some bookstores along the way. Yeah. So we're going to be doing some book signings probably, and we're calling it the Resistance Tour. But you can donate right now by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. The Stardust to 44321. You're one of the best parts of the internet. Thank you for being so beautiful and awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. Where is my bag? I'm going to try to look at my email and stuff and make sure, realizing that I want to make sure that I stay on top of some of those emails about the events that we might be planning. And if I can get any of those confirmed right now, I will tell you where we'll be. And you'll get the Mercury Stardust exclusive. Good to see you. Well, good to see you, darling. For those who are just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. Right now we have a total of about 220 people on our live stream combined. Pretty low, but not bad. And I'm always happy when we're able to get people so consistently, especially out of the blue, And I haven't really been posting at all. So if we're able to hit $1 million after me taking an entire month off, I think that says a lot. Wait, that's not true. Okay, what is it at? What is it at, JK? Oh, okay. JK, I almost pooped myself. We're at 930,000. JK accidentally wrote 939, and I went, that's not real. For those that are just tuning in right now, we are raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. You can learn more right now by going to the link in my bio. Thank you, YouTube, for hanging there in with us. Thank you, TikTok, for being there with us. I'm probably going to jump off here at some point on TikTok. YouTube is going to stay up. And we're probably going to try to make a video and post it and try to keep on posting until we can get to that point. But before we do, I want to check my email, see if we have any updates for you on the Resistance Tour, and go from there. Hey, thank you, TikTok, for joining us right now. We're raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. You can help us right now and help other trans people by texting Stardust to 44321. We've already raised $930,000. We're $70,000 away from hitting $1 million. You can donate right now by going to the link in my bio. Okay, so many emails. Yo, I get so many emails. Oh my God, too many emails. Oh, this is such a mess. Sorry, this is just such a mess to go through all these. Okay, let's try this. I don't think I heard back from any of these yet. Nope. Darn it. I really want to get a lot. I really want to get a lot of this stuff squared away so I can actually make the announcements that we're going to be at these bookstores. But it took me a day or two to respond to them because we had to get our ducks in a row, and I'm fearful that they're not going to get their ducks in a row until like mid next week, which will only give us 1 week to promote it. So, always nerve-wracking. But we'll be going to about 3 to 4 bookstores, hopefully, and trying to do some book signings and raise awareness for some of the work that ACLU is doing. So very excited about that. But I think sometimes, yeah, the email that I laid out, I've done like 60 plus book stops now, and book signings. So like when we do these, we've had a lot of experiences with some bookstores not always understanding how big these events can get. Sometimes the bookstores won't buy as many books as they should buy, and sometimes bookstores just aren't prepared for it. And sometimes they're not like handicap accessible. Like sometimes these bookstores are not mobile aid friendly. And even the width of an aisle can make it not mobile aid friendly. And sometimes these events are not masked, and when they should be masked, right? Because I don't do events that aren't masked. So I like to take more ownership with this kind of stuff, and make sure that we actually can correct that. So I sent this massive email with all that information in there, and I think some people are like, "Ooh, that's a lot of work for this." But like, well, to be accessible does mean you have to do a lot more, because you got to include a lot more people. So yeah, we're at 930,000. We're kind of stalling out, so I'm probably going to have to jump off TikTok, make a video, and come back on. Yeah, because we got to stay on top of it. We definitely slowed down. That video probably hasn't been seen by a whole lot on TikTok. I love you. Sorry. Oh my God, that's not a good sign. I don't want to be tired now. So good to see your face. With great power comes great responsibility. You can visit pornandpride.org for more information. Yes, you are right, darling. Good to see you, by the way. Good to see you. I hope everyone's doing good. Man, I'm so yawning. Oh, man, I'm very yawning. What the heck is this? I've just been so tired lately. Have any of you just been crazy tired lately? Yeah, accessibility is worth the work. I agree. Also, if you put in guidelines and if you put in things to be accessible, you only a lot of times you only need to do it once. Like once you do it and you do the work and you leave it that way, you don't. It's only a problem when you never have done it before. And that's the thing I think is gonna be frustrating. Sometimes these bookstores will be like, it's a lot of work. Yeah, but you should already have those things installed, though. You know, there was one bookstore I went to that sadly was on the second floor, but it was a historical building, and they didn't have an elevator, and the bookstore didn't think about that, and that made me very upset. Sadly, they put the person who was in a wheelchair in a bush. Yeah, I'm still not happy about that. Yeah, but I came down and I spent some time with that person, and I was very, very upset. But sometimes people, I think so much about, yeah, if it's a historical building, that's how they get around that stuff. Yeah, it was an awful situation. I don't really fully know how this got that bad that night. But the problem is when you're on tour and there's like two of you. There's me, Danny, and Basil. We're doing it one way all the time, and then sometimes you'll come in and the bookstore wants to do it differently, and sometimes they don't always tell you every single thing, or they'll make last minute changes. And now instead of being at a community center, now you're in their studio that's on the second floor, and you're like, whoa, wait, what? There is one space that they were supposed to be at their bookstore, and they moved last minute to a different location. I'm not going to tell you where this was. And people did not know that, but 300 other people did know that. This would have been like a 500 person book signing. It would have been too big. I can't do more than 300 people in 2 hours. But there was about 100 some people were waiting outside of the wrong building, and the whole time they kept on calling us. They kept emailing us, but we didn't have any control, and we don't look at the emails while that's happening. We're doing the event, So sadly, we got online and we saw all these people being real mad, and we're like, "Holy shit, that was a fucking disaster!" I was like, "God damn it!" And people were mad because they bought books from the bookstore, but they didn't understand that we don't get. I never took a dime from any of those book signings. So I couldn't refund the money. The bookstore had to. So there's a whole lot of disasters in that. So that was really rough. That was rough. Doing 54 cities was real hard to coordinate all that. Yes, yes. You are right. Unfortunately, the primary enforcement for ADA is people being sued in court to get repairs and adjustments made, which requires a lot of time, energy, and money. You are 100% right. Hey everyone, if you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. We are about, wow, don't yawn again. We're about 70, sorry everybody, we're about $70,000 away from hitting our $1 million goal, which is not bad, to be honest. That's very good. So you can help us just by staying on the live stream. The longer you watch, the more likely we are to hit our goal. Yes, gender-affirming care saves lives. Yes. Have you ever been to Portland, Oregon for Pride? I have been to Portland, Oregon, and not been there for Pride. All right, buddy. This is what we're gonna do. I'm going to jump off on TikTok. I'm gonna make. Oh my god. I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna come back, and then I'm gonna post that video to a whole bunch of places. If you don't want to lose me, go to YouTube. YouTube will have me, and we'll be on YouTube consistently, but we're gonna be making the video real quick on this phone, which is on TikTok. So if you want to help us raise money, you can by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. I'm gonna make a video, but I'll be right back. TikTok, YouTube, do not go anywhere. You're gonna get to see me make a real quick video and all that jazz. And I'm gonna try to stay awake, but I'm so yawning. I mean, I need some caffeine. But I will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Stay right there. Okay. See you in a second there, TikTok. Okay. That's not bad. I am worn out. 1 second. Just doing some checks right now. That's so funny. Just checking some stuff. Thank you everyone for just hanging there with me. Someone wrote, Mercury, you look so exhausted. Yeah, I don't know how. Not everyone looks exhausted. Yeah, pretty exhausted, I would say at the very least right now. Okay. Just doing some checks. And then we're gonna make a video. Ugh. JK. Did JK just say you look like a hot mess? I mean, I do, baby. I do. Oh, wait. JK said I look like a hot mess. Oh, I think you're saying that I look like a hot mess. Well, JK, you and I can look like a hot mess together, baby. I'm just hot. Oh, don't be a suck up. I love you, friend. I love it. Holy cow, I am just yawning up a storm, y'all. Okay, what we got? What we got here? Okay, cool. We're gonna do a really quick video. Let me get my exact amount. It might take a few minutes, everybody, so just hang in there with me. As I try to get this done. What is going on? Why am I so yawny? Wow, we're at 930,000. That's not bad. That's not bad. Not bad at all. 930,000, $10,000 in 2 hours if they're not doing this for an entire month. That's not bad. Not bad at all. There's like water going off right now behind me, so I'm gonna wait until that turns off. But I'm below a restaurant, so sometimes there's some weird noises that go on behind me. And I think I need to do my makeup because I get more people who watch when I do my makeup. Isn't that frustrating? It's true though. When I look really dolled up, I get more people to watch. Yeah, it's frustrating. You edit your videos a certain way, you do lighting a certain way, and you get more people to watch. Wow, that's wild. Kyle, I've been doing this too long. If that's wow, Kyle, that's wild. Kyle, don't tell me that. Kyle just said that they used to watch me back in high school, and now they're in college, and they just got randomly recommended to me. They got randomly recommended while doom scrolling. Thank you for making me feel safe back then. Keep it up. I appreciate you, Kyle. But also the fact that I've been doing it that long enough for you have been in high school and now college. What? That's wild. That's wild. I keep on thinking that if I do keep doing this for a lengthy amount of time, that is going to become more and more of a thing. It could be 2 years. You're right. It could technically be 2 years. You're right. Probably not, because I was much more popular and consistent in 2021. So probably 3 or 4 years ago. I was really consistent between 2021 and 2022, maybe three. Three, I kind of started to dip off. And last year I didn't make that many videos, and this year I've made very few videos. And I'm trying really hard to stay ahead of it, but I'm just so exhausted and worn out. And I feel like I've been so overwhelmed with like just, I don't know, just everything, being a public figure and all that jazz. I think it is indeed like 2 or 3 years. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I'm just starting my second year of college. Way to go, Kyle. Proud of you. Yeah, I turned 37 in December, and I still am like, how am I in my 30s? I've been in my 30s for almost the better part of an entire decade, and I'm still like, how am I in my 30s? Wild, absolutely wild. Way to go, Michelle. Keep going. I appreciate it. I was gonna give you a hard time, but I'm like, nah, I appreciate it. Amber's like, I'll be 37 in October, and I feel 87. I sometimes feel like I feel it in my face. Like I feel so tired. Wow, what? I think I keep yawning because I keep seeing myself yawn. I'm in my last year of my 20s. Any advice? Stop. Just stop. No, I would say that if you don't really think about the things that you're consuming right now, I would. Your body it really starts catching up. Like years of hot dogs will feel like when you turn 35, they all catch up to you at one time. So really think about what you're eating. That's a huge thing. I will say that the older you get, the more consumed you get with your career, and the more you consume with getting done with tasks and stuff. So the more you can build into your life healthy things like walking around the block every night or hanging out with friends every Friday night, the more you do that, the healthier you will be. So building in infrastructure into your life that will make sure, like, as you age, that becomes more and more of an essential part of your life. That would be my best advice. So as you're aging, really make sure you like implement choices in your life that will keep you not only physically happy but mentally happy, and making sure that you build that into your life so you can't just stop, right? Like build that into your life where it becomes an intricate part of your life. I find that when you do things like that, it matters. Like maybe your friends, when you hang out, maybe you go for walks. Maybe that's the thing you do every week. And so if you want to see your friends, you got to go for a walk. Those kind of things do matter a lot. Doggy dates. If you have dogs, going on doggy dates with people is fun. I'm happy that you're having a good time. Aw, thank you. This community is good. We're really good. We've raised $930,000 for gender-affirming care, so that's wild, and we're doing so good. Oh, Isla says go to therapy. If needed, no, with no shame. Yeah, I mean, therapy is a huge. I go to therapy weekly. Do I have any pets? Sarah asked. Yeah, I have two cats. I'm Nitro, Alabama Jenkins, and Apollo Sassy Pod Johnson the third. They're both very fluffy, fluffy gray boys. Apollo's like 12 years old now. He's a big guy, but he is very dark gray. So when he's in a dark corner, sometimes you can't see him. Well, now he just started developing a white mustache. Like he's starting to gray, but his grays are turning grayer. Um, Otherwise turning white, you know. So in the dark now, when all you see is this void, and then just a little like floating white mustache. I'll look into a room and I'm like, "Where's Apollo?" Oh, there he is. It's just a mustache floating in the midair. It's quite cute. And Apollo is probably one of the most good-natured cats I've ever met my entire life. Just an absolute doll of a cat. So sweet, so loving, so patient, um, just so kind. Nitro is a ball of energy. He's getting older now. He's 8, so he's not as much of a ball of energy anymore. But he's still very actively a nightmare sometimes. He's very, 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 very fucking smart. Sometimes against his own, like in his own, not good. Sometimes it's like almost bad how smart he is. He knows how to open doors. He knows how to communicate. He knows how to like get into anything. He knows how to get up on anything. He's too fucking smart. But one of the things that he's learned is how to communicate with us in various ways. And one of the ways he's learned how to communicate with us is by knocking things over. But he doesn't knock things over because of normal reasons. Like a lot of cats will knock things off of a table to see if the thing rolls or see if it can play. Like there's an instinct behind it. He knocks things over because he knows we will get up. And what he wants us to do is to give him a treat. So at night, at 11 o'clock, almost every night, we give him a treat. So when he thinks we're taking too long, he'll go up to whatever is there and he'll just like, all of a sudden you'll hear this. Yeah, and he's trying to like push it off. So then what we did was put a decoy cup. We put a plastic cup with some nuts and bolts in it. And we put that at the edge of the table. So now this fucking cat, he'll run up there and he'll just be like slowly like aiming. He'll slowly just like knock it. And when he hears all the bolts fall on the floor, you got to give him a treat. He's not going to wait any longer. Another thing that this little fuckhead does is that he will, he knows I won't get up. I refuse to do anything for this cat, right? Like if he wants me to give him a treat, I won't do it. So he just leaves me alone. But he knows that if he messes with Dad, Zizi, Zizi is going to tell me to do it. So he won't mess with me. He'll bypass Zizi. He'll walk up to the Zizi and just bite Zizi in the shin. And then I'm like, God damn it. And then, then I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to go feed them now. He's so funny. But also he's crate trained. So he when I put him by his crate, he'll just go right in his crate and then I'll close it. And so he knows when he gets put in the crate, his energy level wasn't good. So you think you put a cat in there, when he comes out, he's going to be crazy. Nope. He's never crazy. You open that gate after 20 minutes, 10 minutes, he comes out and he's just stretching and he knows he shouldn't have been crazy or something. It's always worked. It's worked so well over the years. This cat is just so smart and he's learned ways to communicate with us that I think is so cute. Sometimes he'll like swat at us or he'll want to play with us, So he used to just walk up to us and just hit us because he wants to play. He's trying to show us he wants to play. So what I started doing was grabbing a peacock feather, and now I hit him with it. you know so he doesn't do it anymore because he's like, oh, that's annoying. So what he does now is he brings me toys. He'll pick up his toy and walk over and he'll put it down, and then he'll just look at me, and he knows the longer he'll look, the more likely I am going to play with him. And that's what it is. So it's been less destructive now, but him getting older has been really cute. And he also loves high spots. He used we have like a ginormous bookshelf and all these cat steps. He'll run up the cat steps and then the bookshelf, and then we have like you can go on my threads if you want to see it, but above my TV we have this big bridge essentially that he can walk on to get to the other side where the other cat trees are. So he runs up one wall, goes across the back wall, and goes down another wall. So it's about like, I don't know, 25 feet of just run. He will do that every night twice, and then he'll do that and then lay down and fall asleep for 4 hours. He just gets the zoomies and it just runs. And he's really cute. Yeah, Nitro's my baby. Nitro's my like my best little friend. I could talk about Nitro all night, every night. But I just realized I've been off TikTok for a hot minute, and I need to start getting back to it. So, I think what I'm going to do is go use the bathroom, and try to relax for a little bit, and then go back on TikTok and make a video real quick. So you just want to hang out for a few minutes. I'm going to be back. I just got to use the bathroom. And I'm going to treat this live a lot better than when I do the lives normally. We're $70,000 away, so it's very possible that we can hit it. So I will be back very soon. Just give me a few minutes. No one go anywhere. Hang in there. Talk to each other. Do the cool stuff. Okay? And I will be back in a few minutes. All right. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting for me. Oh, boy, I feel better. Let me pop this up. Hey, everybody. Thank you for having me back, guys. Thanks for being patient with me. I got an energy drink because I feel like this is going to be a problem. I keep yawning so hard. All right, I'm going to make a video and then I'm going to post it. It takes me like maybe 15 minutes to really make a video, edit it, and post it in all the media. So sometimes 30 at the most, but 15 to 30 minutes. So hang there with me and then we'll get back to it in just a second, everybody. Okay. I've learned that I get more people watching my videos with my hair's down. I don't know if it's because I look more femme or because I just look hot. I don't know which one. You know? The things we do for social media. The things we do. Definitely the latter. How am I gonna? What's a good? What'd be a good hook for this? What's a good hook? 70,000. I might just lean with the. We're $70,000 away from hitting. Kimmy, what are we at right now? Are we at? Is it 931? So we're $69,000 left. Yeah, I might do that. It'd be dumb. We're $69,000 away from hitting $1 million for gender-affirming care. 69. Well, that's fun. You can help us right now by going to the link in my bio or by watching the live stream on TikTok or YouTube and helping us reach more people. I'm going to be in this live stream until we hit 1 million. I took off the entire month of April so I could kind of like live my life a little bit. And now that I'm back, I want to hit 1 million before I start teaching people about how to fix drywall again. Because, you know, one thing at a time, you know. So I hope that you're hanging in there during this very, very radical time that we're living through. But if you're able to financially help us, please donate what you got with what you have. Even $1 helps. So hope to see you in the live stream. And we're only 69,000 away. That's so dumb. So dumb. So dumb. Good. We'll go with that. Oh, I am an adult. $69,000 away from hitting $1 million for gender-affirming care. 69. Oh, that's fun. You can help us right now. Okay, I just gotta caption it. Looking forward to us being for $420 away. That's funny. Every time that we hit 420,000, every single year we take a break. That's been a tradition. We've been taking a break every time for no specific reason. No, we're not. No. Did you? Yeah, we got a garden. We're $69,000 away from hitting. We're $69,000 away from hitting $1 million for gender-affirming care. 69. Well, that's fun. You can help us right now by going to the link in my bio or just reading my captions to make sure they're right. By watching a live stream on TikTok or YouTube and helping us reach more people. I'm going to be in this live stream until we hit 1 million. I took off the entire month of April so I could kind of like live my life a little bit. And now that I'm back, I want to hit 1 million before I start teaching people about how to fix drywall again. Because, you know, one thing at a time, you know? So I hope that you're hanging in there during this very, very radical time that we're living through. But if you're able to financially help us, please donate what you got and what you have. Even $1 helps. So hope to see you in the live stream. And we're only 69,000 away. We're six. What? Positive. Damn it, isn't there? But I don't have my music on here. I thought I did. Weird. Well, I proofread, but I'm dyslexic too, so sometimes I miss it, and that's frustrating. And I really wish there was on TikTok. I think you can do this now, but you know, if you do it before you go on TikTok, it doesn't help it. But like edit your video while it's up. You can't really do that on TikTok. You can edit the captions now, but if you did the captions before you did that, like I do my captions on UCut or something called Subcap. And when I do it on there, it already is embedded into the video. So then when I upload it, I can't change it afterwards. And that sucks because sometimes you'll re-upload the video and take that one down, but it doesn't hit the same in the algorithm for whatever reason sometimes, and then it doesn't reach the same people. You know what I mean? So it can be frustrating. It can be frustrating. I wish you could just edit the video and put the same one up in that spot, but oh well. Very yawny right now. I'm going to upload this to Instagram and TikTok and YouTube, and then I'll. 69,000. Okay, actually, you know what? I just realized I did not add the image I wanted to add. Damn it. I fucking love your laugh. Oh, thank you. You know, I grew up being made fun of for that laugh, so it's so funny now that there's like 1 million or so people who love me for my laugh. It's so funny. So funny how that plays out. One second. $9,000 away from hitting $1 million for trying to make sure I get this right. Plus, how many people can say, how how many can say a million or so people love me? Um, I mean, it is a weird thing to say. I would say though, yeah, I will say that like it always fluctuates. You don't really know how many people love you. You know what I mean? People follow you. You don't really know how they feel about you. Sometimes people hate follow you. Um, yeah, it's why I block people so much. I block people a lot because the way that I view it is that if you're someone who presents to me um, that you're unreasonable, I just don't. I don't trust that you will become reasonable. You know what I mean? So I just block people when I feel like they're speaking out of the pocket or telling me something I know is not true and stuff like that. So I block people for when people talk down to people in the comment section. I block people for that. People who mansplain, I block people for that. People who put down people for trying new things, I block people for that. People in other people's comment section. If you're rude to someone else in a different comment section on a different video, I will block you. And sometimes I'll check if you're a follower of mine. If you're a follower of mine, I will block you and then try to find you on other platforms and then block you again. I've done that a lot. So if you're a shithead to somebody else, not even me, and I find all your accounts and block you on all your accounts, and then you email me why, that might be why. That might be why. Okay. It's on Instagram now. Now I just got to do TikTok and YouTube, and then we'll go back on TikTok live, and we'll get back to the actual live stream. Yeah, it's a lot more work. So a lot of times people will say like, "Don't read the comment section," and then I'll be like, "Yeah," but then you know who reads the comment section? People who watch my videos, and then they have to be in the comment section with those shitheads. So either I moderate my comment section or I don't. And or you say, why don't you just get professional moderators? I wish it was that simple. I've had people do that for me for a living, and I don't trust. I don't. I don't think they do as good of enough job. I think that if you're not in tune with my audience, I think sometimes we get it wrong. Um, and I also think that it's hard to make that decision if you're not the person who that affects the most, and it affects me more than someone who you know what I mean. Like I don't know. I don't know. I block people a lot, and I find that it protects me in the long run. So then you'll see whole videos about me blocking people. It's very interesting. Oh. How you guys all doing? You hanging in there? You can donate right now by going to the link in my for main care for trans people by trans people. We're raising money for main care. So if you're able to help, please do. If you can't, that's okay too. Watching a live stream or promoting it does help a lot. If you don't want to donate, like through the link. You can also donate through the YouTube. All the profits through YouTube will go directly to the live stream as well. I just got to add the numbers to it. But right now we have $185 here. If you want to donate $1 on YouTube, that helps too. $10, whatever. All that money goes directly to the fundraiser. Is linked to Pointer Pride's Give Lively. Okay. All right. Don't mind me. I'm still trying to actively upload that one video. I can tell. I want you to know right now that I know that I'm so low energy, but the fact that I'm still doing this live stream says a lot. Okay. I really want this to happen, but I don't have any energy, and I haven't had any energy for like months. But I'm hanging in there. I've only been on the live stream now. I mean, well, how long total or how long today? Today, only been 3 hours. Only been 3 hours. 3 hours already. It's gonna be a long night. Man, this is why I didn't want to do the live stream again, because I was like, man, you're gonna do this again. You're just gonna sit in the live stream until you get to that million. Man, I did this last year, and I don't know. I did 90 hours to hit 2 million. 90 hours to hit 2 million. Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? Again, it's 90 hours of my life that will affect someone's life for the rest of their life. So it feels pretty small. But in the moment, it's very tiring, and it's really wears you out. And it's just, I don't know, dealing with people being a dickhead. Like, this is gonna, hopefully they're not still here because I don't need this in my life, but someone earlier before was talking shit about me and my past, and when I was on a shitty podcast doing shitty things, and that kind of stuff does get to me. You know what I mean? Like, it wears you out. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Think about you driving, and then you're fine. You're driving on a highway, you're having no problems whatsoever, but then all of a sudden you're passing a semi-truck and they're trying to get over, but they don't see you, and you panic the motherfucker, and then you speed up and you get way ahead of them, and it's just like this really wild moment that feels like it delayed you, and your brain's scattered now, and you then miss the wrong off ramp, and then all these other things go wrong. It kind of feels like that sometimes, like when you're online and someone just like tries to I don't know, get you off topic, or tries to derail you, or like wants to tell you that you're a bad person. And I don't know, like sometimes it can really fuck with your brain. And as much as you want to say, oh yeah, don't focus on the haters, it doesn't really always work that way, right? Because you're trying to interact with your audience. You're trying to engage with your audience so you can reach more people, And so you're engaging with my audience, and sometimes you'll read it on accident, and then it starts the whole fucking thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's frustrating. It can be really frustrating doing this sometimes. And now, after all of this, it's definitely gotten worse in that way, where whenever a video about me is out, or whenever there's a live stream with me on it, or anything, it's like right there, people just want to constantly bring up a part of my life that is also very traumatic for me, but people don't, they see it that way. Oh, I do see it. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. Being feminine on the internet is hard. Yeah, so I do have moderators, but moderators on live stream it works fine. Like here on YouTube it works fine. But I'm talking like also videos and stuff too. And also the way it works, darling, is that like they will say something and then you have to block them, right? So um, you'll see it sometimes before they block them. Now, if I'm on OBS, Open Broadcast System, that isn't the same. I will like I don't even see it. It's like there's like a 10-second delay. So it's taken care of before it even gets to me. Uh, but I have found that sometimes when you do open broadcast, it doesn't actually reach as many people. It all depends. And sometimes it's just easier for me to jump on my phone and do it than it is to go in my broadcast booth and do it. Okay. Okay. Uploading to YouTube and then we'll jump back on the TikTok. Woo! Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot I could say. I think it's more than just, oh, this is a side note. I'm doing it again, but I am fascinated with this subject because to me, it's less to do with someone saying something awful and more to do with not making space for people who come from different backgrounds and different ideologies and automatically assuming the worst out of someone, even though they're also a victim of the same system. That's how I feel. I feel real. A lot of people who come at me about stuff will also have 13, 12, and ACAB in their bio. And I just cannot get over the hypocrisy of all of it. It's just so wild to me that like we don't fully understand how we're participating in police culture. Yeah, because I think that the problem is that they don't actually realize that they're right wing in a lot of ways. Their ideology is more right wing than it is left, and I don't think they fully comprehend that. The difference is like with me, I think it's the most, I don't know, with my situation it's really weird because you know 16, 18 years ago you can hear my voice, right? Say those awful things. But now, for the last 4 years online, you see me do all this good. You see me raise money, like I don't know, like what, like a total like 6 million total of all the various things I've done, raise money for people and use my platform to fight against stuff and assemble people and everything. You see that act of work, but you hear this. But that was from so long ago. Why do you prioritize that and not prioritize this? And I also understand the harm is caused, but I also wonder why we're prioritizing the worst part instead of the best part. And I also wonder why we prioritize that when it comes to marginalized people. But a lot of times, the only people that can get canceled are marginalized people because they have the least protection around them. So the people who get ran off the internet are typically people who are the most different. And I think that says a lot. Um, but if I say that, then it becomes a bigger problem and everyone thinks I'm deflecting. And I'm like, I can't even talk about this now. You know what I mean? It's like a really weird thing that happens. And I want people to at least think about it. You don't ever have to forgive me. That's not even the fucking point. But like, it is wild that you spend so much time trying to harm someone still. I don't know. It's interesting. It's a weird part of the internet sphere that I think that we culturally have not figured out yet. Ooh, okay. I won't say that one, but I agree. I guess I will say it, but you're right. Taking accountability to the people you actually harmed. This is the big part, is that you don't owe accountability to anyone else except the people you directly harmed, right? The podcast I was on was listened by 8 people from 2011 to 2024 until people who are transphobic looked it up and then shared it, made up other lies, and then that blew up. So I would argue that impact is bad, but is awful. But the impact is also partially caused by people who were trying to be transphobic. You know what I mean? And I think that's a part of it that pisses me off. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, oh man, they got me. And I fucked up, and I shouldn't have fucked up, and they saw one opening and they fucking took it. You know what I mean? That's how it feels weird. It feels hard to understand it and dissect it sometimes. Does that make sense? I don't know. Yes. hmm I think it's really interesting though too that yeah, I think it's really interesting though. It's very telling to me that when you're raising money for gender affirming care or trying to help people, that's when it comes up the most. Like people will say to me that this is the fake part. I'm sorry, I don't want to laugh because it's not funny, but I don't know how else to react to it sometimes. People will say that I'm pretending to be nice. And I just find that wild because I was pretending to be a man for 30 years, and we can understand that. But if I say that, I guess what I'm trying to say is people praised me for finding who I was, but they demonized me for being lost. And I don't know how you find the middle ground. Like, I think what I'm trying to say is that I believe that being intersectional is sometimes being very messy and being willing to accept people being muddy and rough around the edges. And sometimes that's not going to be great. And sometimes it's going to fucking suck. But we have to deal in nuance because nuance is how you become intersectional, is how you listen to each other, is how you grow. That's kind of what I've thought for a long time. Yeah, I also feel like people don't understand how internalized misogyny and internalized transphobia works, because it's a part of the system, right? Like it's a part of the system that is actively harming us, and you can participate in those harmful things and do harmful things, but you're also actively a victim of those harmful things. And I think that's a hard thing for people to come to terms with, but that's a part of intersectionality that people don't want to focus on. They want to focus on what's right and what's wrong, and they want to focus on, I don't know, it kind of feels like the Ten Commandments in a lot of ways. It feels very puritanical, and I think you hear a lot of people talk about it now, people who I would consider like leftist activists, people who are genuinely on the floor in doing work, even alongside Republicans. This is the thing I think people don't understand. When you work on a food pantry and you're doing active mutual aid and you're doing actual help, you will work with people who are very much not people you would hang out with, right? Not people you would agree with. But that's what community is. Community is not always nice. It's not always perfect. It's messy. Real community is messy. I think online, one of the things that's happened is community is so neat and tidy. You know, you can pick exactly who you want, exactly where you, no matter where they are. It's like a fucking fast food restaurant when it comes to like community members, you know. But just like fast food, there's not a whole lot of value in it, you know. One of my favorite Substackers, I forgot their name, but they wrote once that online discourse is all standards and no community. And I think that is the most real thing I've ever heard. So, hope that makes sense. But anyways, I'm going to join live stream on here now. Yeah. It's interesting, right? I could talk about this a long time, but I always feel like it can really be taken out of context and harm more people. So I try not to talk about it too much. But yeah, it's a wild experience sometimes being online. Can I be in order of chicken nuggets that are dino shaped? Yes. That's the most non-binary shit I've ever heard. Are you a non-binary human being, by the way? But that's the most non-binary shit I've ever heard. That's something that my spouse would say. I want to be the dino nuggets. You trans mask. Oh, okay. That's so funny. Yeah, ZZ would 100% say that. I want to be the dino nuggets. For the record, darling, ZZ is also trans mask. So, yeah, very funny, very fucking funny. I want to be the dino nuggets. Hey everyone, if you're just joining us right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. We are very close at hitting our goal of $1 million. I think we're $68,000 away currently right now. So we're at $67,000 for gender-affirming care. Let's go! I would love to hit 1 million in the next couple of hours so I can play my WWE video game. It comes back around. Hey everyone, if you're just tuning in right now, we're money for trans people by trans people. Please give me 5 minutes of your time to help me raise more dollars. We're at $67,000 for gender-affirming care. We're at $953,000 for gender-affirming care. You can help us reach more by going to the link in my bio, sharing it with folks, texting Stardust to 44321, and just helping us. I took off the entire month of April, and now I'm back. And before I start doing other work, I make sure we get done with this first, and then we can move on to other jobs. But I want to make sure we hit 1 million because I told Point of Pride we will do that, and we will do that. Being a nonprofit organization, if you budget for a certain amount and you don't hit that certain amount, that can be really hard. So we want to make sure that we keep Point of Pride at that million every single year. So hopefully I won't need to do this every single year. But if you would like to, please donate right now to Point of Pride by going to the link in my bio, donating what you got, what you have, texting Stardust to 44321. Whatever you can do to help us reach that goal and help help more people get gender-affirming care that looks like binders, gaps, HRT, electrolysis, and surgeries. You can do all that right now by going to the link in my bio. and helping us. And if you want to help us but you don't have the money, that's okay. Just watch for 5 to 10 minutes and helping us. Double tap the screen, comment down below, and share it live. Let's get this up to 15,000 likes, and all you got to do is double tap that screen. The more you interact with the screen, the more you interact with me, the actual more people we will reach. That is scientifically proven, and by scientifically proven, I mean, you know, just randomly figuring shit out on the internet while you're doing it. Hey everyone, if you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. We are only $67,000 away from hitting our goal of $1 million for gender-affirming care. So please watch the live stream if you can. The longer you watch, the more likely we are to reach more people who will be able to help us. This is for the nonprofit organization called Point of Pride. They're a nonprofit organization that's been doing this for 10 years. So double tap that screen, comment down below, share the live. We're at 9,000 likes. Let's get to 15,000. Double tap that screen as much as you can. Help us get to that number. We are raising money right now actively for gender-affirming care. We are only $67,000 away from hitting our goal of $1 million for gender-affirming care. That means if we do that, we have officially hit $5.5 million in the last 4 years for gender-affirming care, which is an absolutely insane number. And all of that has been because of all of you and all the work that we've done. So help us reach that number if you're able to by going to that link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Donate what you got with what you have. The longer you watch, the more likely we are to hit our goal. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, TikTok. I appreciate you more. Double tap that screen on TikTok and you can send me money directly on TikTok. You don't even have to go to the link in my bio. You send me money directly on YouTube, rather. You don't even have to go to the link in my bio. You can actually just send a super chat, and all that money goes directly to Point of Pride. Wonderful. We figured that out this year. Big change. Thank you so much for TikTok being here. The gifts, 40% of that money will be taken out because of TikTok. TikTok actually takes a whopping percentage out of the gifts, but the gifts actually help us reach more people. So don't feel like you can't give them. They actually do help us reach more people. TikTok is a weird space, but thank you for everyone being here. This is to help other trans people access gender-affirming care who wouldn't be able to otherwise, and we love to hear it. We love to see it. So let me know, what city are you in? What city are you currently in? What place are you currently in? What state? What country? I love to hear it. I love seeing all the different names in there. It matters a lot to me. And I'm trying not to yawn. Oh my gosh, she's going to yawn. Oh, she's yawn. Oh, we got Michigan, Ottawa, Baltimore, Missouri, Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, Norway, Chicago, Scotland, Bahamas, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. I'm also in Wisconsin. Vegas, Puerto Rico, Texas, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Colorado, Oregon, Arizona, Minnesota, Atlanta, Philippines, New York. Holy shit. We got lots of people in here. Vermont, Arkansas, West Virginia, Indiana. Holy shit. Lots of people throwing their names out there. South Dakota, North Dakota, Nevada. Absolutely wild. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. We are raising money right now for gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. We got Alaska and Hawaii in there as well. Saskatchewan is on there. I'm amazed I said that name. We got South Africa. Yeah, just amazing. Great. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. We're raising money right now for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. You can help us reach more people and reach our goal of $1 million for gender-affirming care by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Or by going to the link in my bio and donating what you got with what you have. I think there was a Canadian in here that says, good job at pronouncing Saskatchewan. Maybe I should just be Canadian. I get told all the time that people think I'm Canadian, so maybe I'm getting like really strong Canadian vibes. I don't know what is giving the vibes of being Canadian, but I might strongly consider it. You're so nice. That's what it is. I am not Canadian. I'm Wisconsinite through and through. Mm. Thank you everyone for joining in right now. Double tap that screen, comment down below, and share the live. Help us get to 50,000 likes. The more you double tap the screen, the more likely we are to reach more people. We're raising money right now. Oh, thank you for the kitty cat. Oh, we're raising right now for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. This is through a nonprofit organization called Point of Pride. They've been doing this for 10 years. 100% of all the 100% of all the money goes directly to trans people, and it's things like gender-affirming care as HRT, electrolysis, binders, gaps, and of course surgeries, and so much more. They're a wonderful organization. You can learn more about them by going to pointofpride.org. We're at can someone give me an updated number? Last time I checked, we're at $63,000. $67,000 away from hitting that goal. And right now, I don't know what the final number is right now, but we're very close at hitting $1 million for gender-affirming care. So, okay, we're at 933,621. Okay. All right. We're at $933,621. So please donate what you got, what you have. Please donate whatever you got. If you're able to, if not, that's okay. The longer you watch, the more likely we are to hit our goal. We're at 9:33. We started the day a couple hours ago at 9:21. So we are moving up. We love to see it. Please donate what you got with what you have. And we will be on the live stream as long as it takes for us to get to 1 million. But I'm sure my spouse mouse is here. So I'm very excited that my spouse gets to see that I am doing this, and this is why I'm not going to be home for a while. But also ZZ I did check the boys do have a food timer on, so the kitty cats will get fed. If you didn't, I think you set it up, but I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Yeah, but I love you, ZZ. I miss you already. Doing this live stream always rough because it ends up taking me away from ZZ. But I wish that wasn't the case. They're my best friend, you know. But thank you so much for being here, everybody. We are raising money right now for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. You can donate right now by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Or by going to the link in my bio.
And touching your butt.
And touching my butt, Basil said. Hey, dude, my spouse is here. What's up?
I'm just packing up my stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Are you leaving for the day?
I got here early today.
Yeah, I figured you did. I'm sorry that it took me so long to get in.
You're sorry for what?
I woke up and I kid you not, I sat in the bed for like 3 hours. I could not move. My brain was just like busted today. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in like this weird depressive state. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like fine. Like I'm doing okay when I'm moving. But when I'm not moving, you know, we've talked about this before. You know?
I mean, also the weather does not help.
The weather is fucking nerve-wracking right now. It's driving me fucking... The weather for the last 5 months has been kind of fucking crazy. I hate Wisconsin weather. I've always hated Wisconsin weather. That's never been not a thing. But this, from January until now...
It's been interesting.
It has been like... We've had summer in the middle of fucking March. You know what I mean?
How was the flood? I haven't seen it since this morning. So did it flood like really bad today, or?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well,
it was starting to flood this morning. So.
Where at?
Over by my house.
Oh, it might though. don't know. Hopefully not. Sections will get bad in the city. It's so funny because there'll be sections of Madison, Wisconsin that are just like completely fucked, and you'll go 2 miles down the road and it looks like nothing happened.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is what happens when you live in a fucking isthmus. Surrounded by 2 lakes that have our infrastructure isn't great here anymore either. So yeah, didn't that Tenney Dam break a couple of years ago?
Oh God, I don't know.
I think it did when we had that massive 100-year flood. Anyways.
I think that my mom worked at the locks for a little while.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Everyone, welcome to the Mercury and Basil Bites podcast, which actually we will have a podcast at some point called The Dustpan. We have to do that.
We do.
But I really want to do that so bad.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting our ducks in a row.
Yeah, my podcast will be coming back next week, hopefully.
Yeah, how's that editing going?
Great. I'm so productive right now. I'm definitely not in the middle of a mental crisis.
Well, you'll be glad to know that when you are ready to come back to your editing, that I have set up our brand new storage.
Oh, really?
Yes, it got here.
No, that's Nutty Professor 2. Yes. I love it. By the way, I don't know why I've started doing that, but now when I'm excited, I yelled Nutty Professor 2.
It's weird.
It is so weird. Of all the movies that I can scream, Nutty Professor 2 is specifically a very weird one.
I didn't even know it was a movie.
Yeah,
I just thought you were saying words.
Yeah, Nutty Professor 2 is Meet the Clumps with Eddie Murphy and 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 Eddie Murphy. He plays like 6 characters.
Wait. I thought Eddie Murphy was in that.
Yeah, oh yeah. He's in it too. Stupidest joke.
So stupid.
Someone just screamed flubber. Flubber would be a funny one to do too. Yeah.
Hey Mercury.
Hey, what's up?
Did you sign these books yet?
God damn it. You want me to sign them right now and then you can take them? You want to do that? Or are you leaving? You're leaving.
Sneaka's like already on the way.
Then why are you here? Go.
Because I was coming to say goodbye to you. Instead of just walking out like I usually do.
No, you do. But also I've gotten so used to it. But I want you to know, I would say almost every time I will say something thinking you were here. It does happen to me quite often. It does. But I don't care. Do whatever the fuck your brain lets you do.
Yeah.
When you're able to, you say hi, you say bye and hi all the time. But when you're not, it's not a big deal.
Usually there's just too much going on in my head.
Yeah, but I do like that you do that because then it means I can do that. And sometimes I'm like, you know me, I'm like, I feel bad about not doing it. So like mine's the act of rebellion when I do when I'm not saying goodbye. It's like I am trying to improve myself, Basil. Trying not to be excessive about wanting people to like me so fucking much.
Mercury, should we tell the stream the super, super exciting news that we got today from my brother?
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, then we can, so I got so like, what is happening?
I know, there's so many things going on.
Okay, do you want to say it?
My little brother, who is 26 years old, just closed on his house today.
It's so cool. Ollie's an honorary Stardustian. That's what we're calling all of them, right? Stardustian?
Sure, I thought we were going with Starling. But...
Starling is good, but I like Stardustian. Topian.
Okay.
I hate that one a lot. But anyways, Ollie is a part of the family, obviously. We're very excited about that. So I want Ollie on the podcast so we can talk about stuff. So Ollie can ask me other questions about what he's supposed to do the first year of home ownership.
Well, he already has his first project.
What's the first project?
He has to redo all of the electrical before he can move in.
Wait, did we talk about this already? Is it knob
He
and...
just told me today.
What is it? What kind of electrical is it?
I don't
It's not knob and tube.
I don't know. We'll have to call him up and ask him.
Okay, I'm excited about that. But all the electrical to
Yeah.
meet the certain standard. Oh fuck, dude.
Uh-huh.
That was the things that we were looking for. We found a house that did not have that, and because of how competitive the market is, we
He
would
was
have.
really worried it wasn't gonna go through because of it, but
Yeah, that's the problem because it's so competitive. So if someone had more cash up front, they might actually be more willing to go with it. But you don't have a whole lot of cash up front, and it has something like that, you might not necessarily even have a shot at it.
right.
So, and then a lot of times, usually in a world prior to what we're going through right now in the housing market, you would make the homeowner, the current homeowner, update that before you bought it. You know, it'd be a part of
Right.
the title. But honestly, it does not work that way in a lot of places anymore. But if you say that shit, people online would be like, "Ah, you're terrible. What are you? Are you a boomer? And did you grow up in a very different fucking time period and have a house for the last 25 fucking years and not know what a housing market is currently right now?" It is wild. In some parts of the country, it's way different, but a lot of the parts of the country, it's like that, where, it's a seller's market, and that really dictates what you're doing. I don't. Did Ollie tell you how many people were bidding on the house?
He did not. We've only been texting, so I haven't like actually talked to him in a while.
I have so many questions.
I know. We're going to have him on the podcast.
And Ollie also used the real estate agent that I had. Vivian Steele.
And
So-
he bought it all by himself. That is just the
Oh,
coolest
he
thing.
bought it all by himself,
Yes.
man. That's so cool.
My little
That is very
brother.
cool. Little brother, we love Ollie. He doesn't drink a lot of water, but we do love him. Well, we're at $934,000.
All right, I'm gonna leave. Goodbye, everybody. It was so nice to say hello to you.
Everyone say good riddance of Basil.
Okay, let's see how it is.
I want you to know, Basil like controls my finances, so I'm really playing with fire right now. I love you, buddy.
I love you. I'll text you.
It's text you later. Everyone, get yourself like an honorary little brother like Basil, and then constantly get shit from them all the time. It keeps you young. Yeah. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. We're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. You can learn more right now by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. You can learn more by going to pointofpride.org and find out how the money is going to be distributed and how it's going to help so many people. We're at about $934,000. That means we're at $66,000 until we hit the whopping 1 million. I'm very confident that we can still do this, and we're just kind of hanging in there and trying to do all the thing. So I appreciate you all by hanging in there and staying with me. If you want to learn, if you want to be able to donate, you can right now by just texting Stardust to 44321 or just by going to the link in my bio on YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram if you're having a hard time finding it here. Sometimes it's a lot easier to find it on the good old-fashioned Gram. Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. If you're just tuning in right now, remember, if you're on TikTok, you can double tap that screen. The more likes we get, the more likely we are to hit our goal of $1 million. YouTube, remember that you can donate directly by using the super chat, and on TikTok, remember that when you are doing gifts, it does help us reach more people. However, the money does get 40% of it does go to TikTok. So keep that in mind. We will donate everything that you send us. We will make sure that we get to Point of Pride, but a percentage of it will end up going to TikTok. YouTube is not that way, which is wonderful. And TikTok is weird because they let YouTube let Point of Pride, the nonprofit organization, register to be a nonprofit on YouTube, and that's why we can do that. But TikTok won't like take any new nonprofits after like 2022 or some shit. It's very weird and very annoying. and it's made this difficult on TikTok, but we can reach so many people. Yeah, TikTok will take 50% if it's not through a nonprofit, because it's through a nonprofit, they won't. So that's good. That's why I like that so much. They just had to register and get approved, and they did that, and that's made a huge difference. It makes it easier to get that goal sometimes, and make it a little bit more accessible. So hey, thank you, everyone. If you're on TikTok right now, though, double tap that screen coming down below and share the live. We are trying to raise money for gender-affirming care for trans people, by trans people. You can learn more by going to the link in my bio, or by texting Stardust to 44321. If you're wondering where all the wonderful Point of Pride people are, they flew back quite a while ago, about a month ago. And I'm here in a studio alone now because Basil went home too. Basil got here really early today. They get here early, and I get here late, and I get here early, and they get here late. Our hours are all over the place, but we do as much as we can. Yeah, so we raised about $850,000 in our allotted time, and then I took off most of April to try to recover after the last 6 months or so. And it was good, but I feel like I could take off another 6 months and I would still feel exhausted, I think. It's just not easy. Some days I feel like I'm walking through sludge. But we're hanging in there. And I decided that before we do any other DIY stuff, because it feels weird to do DIY stuff and not have this done. So I want to make sure that we hit 1 million before we start any how-to video at this point. I don't want to get back to it until I know that we were able to hit our goal like we said we could, which is $1 million. So you can donate right now by going to the link in my bio, or by texting Stardust to 44321. Every little bit helps. Keep in mind, in the last 2-3 years, we've had over 8,000 people donate less than $5 in order to help us reach our goals. That's a huge deal. That's upwards to like $20,000 or more. When you put it all together, that's a big swing, right? If 8,000 people donated right now, like even $1, that would pop us right up and real close to just 50,000 away from hitting our goal. So keep that in mind. Every little bit helps, and it's a big deal. Even if you're not able to donate, but you can donate your time right now, is a big deal. So thank you so much for being here and donating what you got with what you have, and your time is enough. So please go to the link in my bio and donate what you got, or by texting Stardust to 44321. And can I get an update on the total right now, my good old friends? I think JK is kind of the one who's doing it. Thank you everyone for being here. And otherwise, if you want to know more about wrestling, I will talk more about that. Because it looks like I'm going to be on here for a while. Oh, wow. Janice says we're about 934,500 away. So we're doing pretty decent right now. I think we're kind of picking our pace back up. So we're about $500 away from hitting $935,000. That's $65,000 away from hitting our goal of $1 million for gender-affirming care. So let's see how far we can get. And you can help me do that by screenshotting this, posting it on Instagram, by screen recording this, posting this on Instagram, or by sharing the live stream, sharing the link in the bio, by taking a screenshot of the link in the bio, the actual total, and posting that on your socials. Anything you can do to help us get the word out. We're only $65,000 away. And I know I say only, like that's not a whole lot of money. It's a whole shit ton of money. But in the grand scheme of what we're able to do, $65,000 is very manageable. And I know we can do that. So please go to the link in my bio and give us what you got with what you have. You can learn more and where the money is going to and all that wonderful jazz by texting Stardust to 44321. Or by going to the link in the bio. You can also go to pointerpride.org and learning more directly from their website. Thank you everyone for being here. If you, yeah, tell me what your favorite special interest is. What's your favorite special interest? What's your favorite, like, nerd thing to nerd out about? Right now, mine is wrestling. Pro wrestling, for those who do not know. I went on a rant about that before. I will not do that again. We lost a lot of viewers. Someone said Star Trek, Transformer, birds. Oh my God. Is Brennan Lee Milligan here? History, plants, LARPing, SCP. I don't know what that stands for, but makeup, anime, Saw, like the movie Saw, like the movie series. Okay, seems like a very wholesome thing to be into. Computers, horror movies and conventions, prepping. It means secure, contain, protect. Oh, Kimmy, that makes sense. Hardening. What does that mean? Hardening? I have questions. I love your teaching me so much. You're amazing, love. Small, furry, puppy monkeys. Also known as rats. That's a good special interest. What other special interests we got? Anything new in there? DIY, puppies, books, ghosts on CBS. That's a good show. I love that show. Zizi and I watch that quite often. Dog training. Someone just said autism. That's great. Cross stitching, which is what my autistic spouse likes to do every night. Maybe they mean gardening. They might mean gardening. Making you watch anime with me. I love you, Z. ZZ's here on TikTok right now. It was gardening. Oh, whoops. Wait, you don't cross stitch? Yeah, you do, right? What do you do then? You've been cross stitching, right? Guys, I don't know what they do. ZZ gets so excited about learning new things all the time. What is it when it's in a little circle thing and you're doing the thing? Isn't that cross stitching? Embroidery. I'm married to you. I love you. I'm sorry. They're gonna give me so much shit for this. Someone mentioned Linkin Park, apparently. Yeah, Linkin Park is my favorite band of all time. For those who do not know, what's your favorite band of all time? Also, everyone do me a favor and say, I'm sorry, ZZ. Everyone say, sorry, ZZ. I love you, baby. I'm sorry that I got that one wrong. So now they don't cross stitch at all. What the fuck were you thinking, past Mercury? Pay attention more. Pay attention more, Mercury. Good. They love me a lot. That's forgiveness right there. Foo Fighters, Gaga, Nif Sweeney, KMFD, Depeche Mode. That's the most ZZ shit. Depeche Mode. Yep. We talk about Depeche Mode all the time being like a band that people don't give enough credit to. System of a Down. Very good. ICP. Wow. Okay. You're a fan of mine? Cool. Don't judge me. Hey, we love what we love, man. We love what we love. But wasn't expecting that. Joan Jett. Wow, more people like ICP. Get the fuck out of here. What? Get the fuck out of here. Spice Girls. I was not expecting this. What? No, my God, there's so many ICP here. I'm sorry I dissed you. I didn't mean to. I didn't know. Corn, Incubus. Wow. Wow, I am blown away by the amount of ICP fans in my audience. Wait, would you guys classify yourself as Juggalo? Like, are you that kind of fan? Are you like really into that? That's wild. I was not expecting that. That is so fucking nuts to me. Wow. 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 This blew my mind. What? Okay. I have questions. I have questions for my ICP fans. I have so many questions. Okay, the first thing I want to say, what to you, in your own words, why do you like ICP? Why? Like, what about ICP do you gravitate towards? And I'm not looking for a joke or anything. Like, I'm genuinely asking. I want to know. Someone just said clowns. I'm sorry. It's such a funny response. Well, insane clown posse. That's what ICP is. Insane clown posse. If you're younger, you may not know who they are, but if you're older, like my age or older, or like 30 or above, you'll remember that in the 90s they were like very controversial, but also very well known. Everyone knew the Insane Clown Posse. Everyone had heard one or two songs from them too, but often their songs were very, very, I would say insane. They're called Insane Clown Posse for a reason. Pretty nuts, some stuff that they would say, but I know there's a lot of people who are diehard fans. Did not realize how many people in my audience were fans of ICP. But the true story, I saw Guar live. I don't know how to say the name, when I was 15, and then again like 20 years later. Looking not like me, sadly enough. It came out when I was a kid. It let me act out, and I fucking love it. The jams are fresh, and it's vulgar as fuck. Okay. Rap metal, someone said. It's really nostalgic to me growing up. Oh, okay. They donate regularly to lots of donations, and their music is so relatable. Their music is so relatable? Okay, I wasn't expecting that one. Really? Well, I guess sometimes music brings out emotion. And I can get that. That makes sense. Okay. All right. I'm trying to go into this with an open mind. Blew my mind. Just absolutely shocked. Mercury, I don't usually join lives, but I heard your laugh. Aw, and just know and needed to tell you it is so contagious and joyful. Well, thank you. I know of them because of my sister. Okay. Oh, wow. Isla said, Fuck the World is a good one for me. That's one of their songs, for those who don't know. Wow. That's wow. You learn something new every day, and I did not know that about my audience. A good amount. I would say a good amount of folks are ICP fans. I have a question now. I have a genuine question. All right. There's been some pretty wild and I would say somewhat terrible things that have happened surrounding the Juggalo community. Okay. So what is the feelings? What is the feelings about that? Just curious to how you feel about how they participate in the world around them. Wow. Well, holy crap. Man, you guys, some of these folks in the YouTube community are going deep, y'all. That, like, when I say they're ICP fans, I am not shitting you. Um, I think a true juggalo is a lover. Really? Hmm. Well, well, everyone has their own community, and a community that they feel really strongly to. Yeah, I second that. Wow. Hmm. Surprising. But very cool. Very cool. Thank you all for sharing that with me. I'm shocked. I think that's the first time in years that I did not see that one coming from my own audience. But really cool. I love being surprised. Love being surprised. Very cool. Thank you for sharing it with me. Now I feel like I have to shock you about something. Wow. Wow. I got blown away by that one. Hey, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. For those who are just tuning in, we're raising money for Gender-affirming care, and we're finding out that a lot of my audience members are ICP fans. That's wild. Yeah. Boom, boom. Well, someone said that it's something that we needed at the time. Huh, that's very interesting. That's a good point, actually, especially the time period in which they were really big. Um, I'm agreeing in confused American. Maybe the people who like them nowadays are the second wave, the youngers, maybe. Well, I don't know tons about them, but I do know that the tier are sexual harassment allegations as well as inappropriate behavior and concerns at concerts and mental health issues. Love the, oh, thank you for loving my hair. What's your fave Linkin Park song, Mercury? Crawling. Yeah. Someone, you literally said mine is numb and crawling. Yeah, crawling. I listen to crawling whenever I'm really upset. If I'm really upset, I listen to crawling immediately. It gets a lot of my emotions out. I do love that song a lot. I would say Breaking the Habit is right up there too, though. And then Bleed It Out. Bleed It Out is one of the most underrated Linkin Park songs of all time. Yeah, big fan. Big fan. Yep, if you just want to donate right now, you can by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. There is a link in my bio as well, and you can help us raise $1 million for gender-affirming care. My phone is going to die, and I do not know if I have another charger here. I might have to run and find a charger real quick. I only have one charger. I do this for a living. And I barely ever have the proper chargers with me. We're at 9:35. Where to go? That's funny. Someone said, well, we're here to support despite the confusion. That's wild. I will say this. I know I'm participating in it, but I think there is a very strong stigma about ICP fans. So I do appreciate the openness. I really do. Yep, you can visit the link in the bio to learn more. Oh, thank you so much. I don't really do much of anything besides just go on a live stream for a while and raise money though. But I do what I can. I do what I can with the skills and gifts I have, and one of those and resources I have. That's what mutual aid is. Mutual aid is using the resources in which we have in order to help each other. And sometimes your resources are going to be having a platform like this. And a lot of time your resources are going to be being a surgeon or a doctor. Sometimes it might be being a lawyer. Sometimes it might be just a human being who's watching the live. We all use our resources that we have at our disposal in order to do mutual aid. Mutual aid doesn't have to be like a tit for tat thing. It could be what we have, and an abundance of. And I have an abundance of an audience. So it makes sense for me to use my platform in this way. And I hope it makes sense for you to use whatever you have in abundance. And if it's time, time is great. Time is actually extremely valuable. And if it's not that, if all you can do is leave your phone going and you going to do all the things you have to do, but leaving the live stream play so reach more people, that's okay too. Whatever you got. I have nothing to give. It makes me sad. Do not be sad about that. Don't be sad about that at all. We are all, I mean, honestly, this is such a hard time to ask for help. You know, like every year we do this, right? This year feels very hard to, this is why I think it's taken so long for us to get to 1 million, is because like it really feels like we're asking a lot. So, you know, when we raised 2.4 million 2 years ago, we were still feeling it, but it was a different kind of stress, right? But now I feel like every single person is just like penny pitching to make sure they're okay. They don't know how the economy is going to do. They don't know how everything is going to pan out. It's scary right now. So do not worry about not being able to give. And at some point, if we're not raising any money, and I've been on here for hours at a time, then we're just going to tap out, right? Then it's just not going to happen. But right now, we're still moving up, and we're still getting closer and closer. We're at 9:35 right now. We were at 9:21 when we started a few hours ago. I think this is very much worth keep doing, you know? So we all do the best we can, you know? Yeah, well, thank you so much for being here, everybody. Thank you, TikTok, for hanging there in there with me. My TikTok audience keeps going up and down. We're like 130 there, 104 on YouTube. I might jump on Instagram at some point because Instagram, we can't maintain numbers on Instagram very well. But man, the Instagram moms, not even kidding. The Instagram moms are real, dude. They will fucking put up and shut up. They are amazing. Yeah, sometimes my numbers will triple or quadruple when a video or a photo does decent, not even viral, just decent there. Because so many people will just be like, okay, well, she wants to help. We're going to help, you know. The comment section is always so funny on Instagram, too. They're always so supportive. But I like to say I have the best Instagram moms in the world who support me. Not everyone who supports me on Instagram is a mom, of course, but it is quite funny. The folks that I meet in person, they're very much like, I'm an Instagram mom. Like they'll be like, I follow you on Instagram, and yes, I'm an Instagram mom, and I'm like, okay, good for you. okay, Nancy, I'm good. I'm good that you're here. Pretty great. I do love it. I do love it. Okay, so we talked about what the favorite music is, what's your favorite nerdum. Okay. What's will be a good question. None of the typical ones. But I think nerdum was a fun one. You know, that the music was a fun one. What's another question we can ask everybody? Are you hydrating? Of course not. Have you met me? Drinking Red Bull. I will be hydrating in a second, probably, hopefully, maybe. I already asked where you guys are watching from, though. But where are you watching from? Hey, hun, big fan. Love your videos. Keep going. I know that people are in your crowd, in your corner. Well, thank you. Oh, yeah. What are your pets' names? Are a good one, but I think I'm gonna change it to What's your favorite animal? Like, what's the animal that you relate to the most? I like that question. Yeah, what's the animal that you relate to the most? Not just like love. I mean, like genuinely, like you're like that. I am a sloth. You know. You're like, oh no, no, man, I fucking raccoon every night. You know, what animal do you relate to the most? Okay, that's hilarious. Someone just said right away, squirrel. Squirrel. Red panda. Oh, that's a good one. Red panda. I feel like we're gonna see a trend. Crows, bunny, hyena, dog, fox, pigeon, cat, kitty cat, raven, chickadee, zebra, coyote. My spouse mama said crow or a cat for sure. Yeah, I would say a cat dragon, but I'm down with that. What's mine? Z, you gotta pick mine. Z, pick mine. What would I be? I feel like I'm not gonna like the answer. But what would I be? I would like to be a fox. ZZ's gonna laugh at that one. For a lot of reasons. But what would I be? My spouse mouse. We gotta wait for ZZ to give us an answer on this one. Rats, fun but weird people. Dragons are awesome, someone said. Chihuahua, that's a good one. Possum, that's a good one. The question was, what animal do you relate to the most? We have some real good one. I think the going one though is cats are popular, squirrels popular, blue heeler. Oh my God, blue heeler. Yeah. My partner Reese has a dog that's a blue heeler. She's also her name is Taco Bell. Uh, Scorpion. Whoa, that's a wild one. I did not expect that one. Cockroach. Oh my God. Hides from the light and people, but gums out for food. Is my spouse mouse still there? They might be gone right now. But I asked my spouse, what animal would I be? What animal do I relate to the most, I guess? I think I would pick a fox. I would pick a fox. Either that or like some scruffy dog. Some scruffy mutt of a dog is probably what I would relate to. What you say? I didn't see it. Spouse, what you say? ZZ said a raccoon or a dog. I want to know. I don't think this helps my case. I think a raccoon is probably the most. God damn it! I think that is probably the most accurate. That I give some serious raccoon vibes. Wild. So funny. I love when people try to say that ZZ and I are a straight couple. Because even if we did not transition, we wouldn't be straight because neither of us are straight. Like neither of us are like we're bisexual and pansexual. Like so already right there we're queer, right? But I also think that it's very funny that the only time in my life that I've ever been told that I am straight is now that I'm out. That's the only time. I have never in my life been told by people who are being rude to me that I'm a straight person. I've never heard that in my entire life. So it's just funny to me that that is a thing that people say now. Like, okay, well, you can't have it both ways, buddy. Oh, thank you. I got the best laugh, apparently. Yay. Thank you so much for tuning in. For those that are just tuning in, we're raising money right now for gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. It appears that my phone is going to die, so I have to hold up just for one moment, and I got to run and try to grab a charger somewhere in this fucking studio where things are everywhere right now. I haven't cleaned up since the fundraiser, and it's a fucking mess here. Okay, everyone, hanging tight. This phone's fine. You won't die. So if anything happens to this phone, just go to YouTube, because it won't die there. But I'll be right back. Oh my god, my legs. Oh my god. Oh, stretching. Okay. Looking for a charger. Looking for a charger. Just to do. Yeah, hand charger some place. Oh, charger. I wonder if I keep yelling for it, it'll come. Charger. Oh my god, I'll turn that overhead light off. Nice. She did it. She did it. Everyone, she did it. Okay, which one? What am I doing here? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. I think I did it. Oh no. Okay. Everyone, I did it. I did it. Oh, okay, good. I was really worried for 1 second that the charger wasn't working. Good. Okay, cool. Yay! We did it. What is this? Oh. I'm just looking at some of my information for a speaking gig coming up. Oh, wow. Interesting. All right. Anyways, hey everyone, if you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care, for trans people by trans people. It looks like our TikTok really died down. So we might have to, restart at some point on TikTok. What do you give a speech on? So I do various stuff here. So like I will teach people about DIY stuff. I do like a basic seminar, like a fundamental seminar for folks. And then I also, of course, I'll tell people my life story. I can do like a 90-minute version, an hour version, a 45-minute version, a half an hour version, 15-minute version, and then a 10-minute version. Yeah, so, and it's really loosey-goosey minutiae, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that I like this speech to be as organic as possible and to be as authentic as possible. And a lot of times within the moment, the speech will change, morph, and shift and there's beats within it, but it evolves. Um, if I have enough time, and I haven't had a long speech in a while, um, if I have a long speech though, I can typically tell some pretty deep stories, but I haven't done that in a while. Um, yeah, so that's a, and I also do keynote speaking too. I do keynote speaking as well. Um, I do have some videos on tub silicone and tub caulking. You can just type my name and then that in there. You should be able to find it. Um, but we are here to raise money for gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. I think right now we're at 935. That's $65,000 away from hitting our goal of $1 million for gender-affirming care. I'm going to be in the live stream until we hit 1 million. It might take a hot minute, but we're going to hit this goal, and we're going to keep doing it. Yeah, I'm very much determined to hit this number this year, but, we'll see how long my brain can go for. You know, yeah, no, we're only $65,000 away from hitting 1 million right now. So we're really close. We're really, really, really stupid close. So to me at this point, like we might as well just drive it home. If it gets within that $100,000 mark, you almost feel silly not to try to go for it. You know what I mean? Jen asked, why did you go with the name Mercury? My two favorite idols in the whole world were Freddie Mercury and David Bowie. David Bowie had a character in the early 70s, late 60s called Ziggy Stardust. A very like otherworldly, over the top theatrical version of himself. Very much leaned into the queer underground movement. Very much became like almost, it was like a shock value back in the day to say that you were bisexual. There's always this debate about if he was or not bisexual at all, but either way, David Bowie was very much that symbol of rebellious sexual energy within that time period. And then Freddie Mercury, it's just one of the most outstanding stage performers that ever existed. And I think Freddie Mercury, honestly, most of those songs in that time period are just absolutely wild. I also think Freddie Mercury is one of the best solo artists that never really got a shot. I do think that some of his solo songs are dramatically different and a departure from the rest of his music. But I really do think he would have had a very successful solo career. I especially think because I think he tended to be a good 5 to 10 years ahead of trends. And I just think this is why Queen has lasted so long. I think Queen was like 10 years ahead of its time. That's why I think there was such a resurgence of people loving Queen in the 90s and the 2000s. I really think that has a huge part of it. And I also think that if you play some of his solo music from the mid 80s, it sounds like a 90s song. So I really do think he would have had a crazy successful career, and he would have probably withstood time. Sadly, that did not happen. And people largely forget about his solo career, and it makes me very sad. But those are my two favorite, like queer icons from that same time period. So yeah, I picked my name Mercury Stardust because of them. Because when I was growing up, I really wasn't allowed to consume anything queer, but they were the only two people that I was like really allowed to consume that were like outside of the bubble of normacy, So I chose them as a name because if it wasn't for their representation and their loudness in their own way, I probably wouldn't have found myself, you know. And yes, Freddie Mercury wasn't necessarily out, and there's a lot of debate about David Bowie's own sexuality. None of that really matters to me. I know what they represent for me, and they represented a freedom that I don't think I had when I was growing up, and that's why they resonated with me. So I hope that makes sense. Oh, I want you to know right now that that's right up my alley, and my spouse probably would hate that you just said that, but yeah, that is probably something that I would be up to. Someone said, "I'm just realizing how much I would admire. I'm just realizing how much I would adore videos from you talking about history." That was fabulous to hear. Thank you. Yeah, no, for those who don't know, I was a history minor in college. Absolutely love history, a huge history buff, and I'm obsessed with it. So thank you for saying that. But also, I just know that ZZ's like, God damn it. Like, of course, someone's going to tell her that. But yeah, queer history collab. Yeah, that'd be really cool. That'd be really cool to do that. I don't know who that person is, but that'd be really cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm always fascinated with queer history. I talk about that every once in a while in my videos. I think the thing that I would be fascinated to talk about is media and trans people. I don't know how many of you remember the Jeffersons, but the Jeffersons, in my limited understanding of media and trans people, the first real time that I ever saw trans representation that was played by a cis woman, but still a trans character on network television, mind you, was in 1976. There was an episode, it was season 5, episode 4, of the Jeffersons, where George Jefferson, he was a Navy man in World War II, and he had, his best friend was named Eddie, and he hadn't seen Eddie in about 20 or 30 years. So Eddie, sends a telegraph over saying, hey, I'm going to, be in town. So, and here's my hotel number. So Jefferson goes to that hotel. He knocks on the door, and then a woman answers the door. And the woman's very tall, 6'1", 6'2". And the jokes that they played a lot was that George Jefferson was short. That was a joke they played almost in every single episode. He's like 5'4" or some shit. Very short for a man. So the joke originally was like, oh, this door opens, this really tall woman, and he's like looking right at her stomach. You know what I mean? Like, that's funny in its own right. But then he asks, oh, hey, I'm George. Are you Eddie's wife or Eddie's girlfriend? Wow, he's doing really good. I mean, you're hot. And then she plays along with it for a second. And then she says, George, it's me. And this is an amazing representation. This is like 1970s. I cannot believe this exists. I will say that first and foremost, I don't think I've seen another representation around that time period until like maybe 8 to 10 years later. So the fact that there was a trans woman in the representation, they never said the word trans, they never said the transgender, they never said transsexual, they never said any of that stuff. But it was very much a trans story. And so the audience is the only part about this story that sucks. So George reacts like a guy from the 70s would react in a sitcom, over the top, very, The audience is like, the audience is almost horrified. The audience is almost disgusted by finding out that Eddie is a trans person. George freaks out, leaves, comes back later, has a confrontation with Eddie. That's very, not necessarily aggressive, but kind of like upset, not really understanding. But then Eddie is able to communicate with George and then get to a point where, okay, maybe they're okay, but there's an ultimatum. George goes away, he's at his house, whatever. There's some really insensitive trans jokes that are done at her expense at one point. But the show ends, the episode ends with Eddie coming and talking to George and them resolving it. And George saying, I don't care. You're my friend. You're the guy who saved my life. You know what I mean? Like, you're really important to me. We never saw Eddie again. We never saw Eddie again. Only time Eddie is even referred to in the show. Eddie was never mentioned in a single episode. Eddie was never referred to afterwards. Eddie was never anything afterwards. Eddie was on one very special episode for some reason, out of nowhere, in mid-1970s, and I never saw another trans representation on network television until fucking like 10 to 15 years later. So I don't know who the fuck was in the writer's room. But this was the Jeffersons. I think another big part of it is that, like, I think the reason why that representation is even more surprising is I think when you understand the relationship that queerness can have in Black culture and how there can be a very different divide and very different conversations about masculinity that are very rightfully rooted in white supremacy and a lot of narratives around that. So, like, it is fascinating to see that the first representation that I am aware of on network television came from a show that was widely considered like the Black sitcom of that time period, which was The Jeffersons. So I think that is so absolutely, crazy. Yeah, sorry, that was a rant, but that was one of my favorite little mini queer histories. Yeah, I don't really know a lot of, like, was there a Golden Girl episode that was trans? I think there probably was. But that's the thing, the Jefferson one is the only one for about 20 years, from the periods of the 70s to the 90s, when there was more representation, that I think was the only one taken seriously. The only thing that was not taken seriously in that episode was the audience. The audience made things into a joke, and there was a joke at her expense, but it wasn't necessarily meant to be at her expense. Like, the audience was not supposed to be laughing. It's like a joke that was made that was meant to be like, this is a person is being insensitive. So it's a very unique representation of that time period. Yeah, I mean, if you listen to that, if you watch that episode of The Jeffersons, that moment will make you cringe. That is so hard to watch. You can't find it on YouTube. You can only find it on fucking Prime. I had to buy the episode to watch it. I love Matt Bum. Oh my God! Don't get me started! I haven't watched his videos in fucking years. But Matt, oh my God, I gotta look this up. When I came out in 2018 or whatnot, one of the very first people I ever reached out to was Matt. And I remember telling Matt that, and Matt said something really nice to me, and that was it. But I thought that was really cool. Yeah, Matt still drops bangers. Oh, Matt's good. Matt's really great at explaining queer history. Has he ever done that episode? I don't know if he ever did. I asked him to. I actually reached out at one point and asked him to do that specific episode of The Jeffersons. I don't think he ever did. Maybe he did. Maybe I'm wrong. A show from the 70s. That does sound easy to pirate. Just saying. That's funny. Yeah, when Ellen came out in the mid 90s and then lost her show. You know? You were the first trans person I connected with. Wow. Wow. Do you know Ground Zero Coffee? I do not. Mercury, you look lovely. I hope that you're holding up well. I am not. But I'm doing good. Oh, that was weird. That was weird. I don't know why that happened. I don't know why that happened. My stream on TikTok on YouTube just gave out, and now I'm back. That was really weird. No, I don't think it was anyone's signal. I don't even think it was mine because my signal is really strong right now. Yeah, weird. Weird. Anyways. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked again. Are we still at 9:35? You know, another thing that we could do is just me for the next several days come on for like 5 or 6 hours a day and just chip away at it too. So that way I'm gonna have a life a little bit. But we'll see. We're 9:30. Well, we are still going up though. It's taken a while to get to 9:36, but we're going up. You know, a lot of times though, it really depends on the video that I post. If the video I post did really well, then then a live reaches enough people and stuff too. Yeah, we'll see. I would love to keep going for at least. I would love to hit 950. I think if I hit 950, I think I could make a video about it tonight, and I would wake up with it hitting 1 million. I think that people would freak. I think people do tend to want to see numbers and want to see it get there, and I do think we're within reason. I would love to know what YouTubers you follow. Oh my God. No, you don't. I'm going to be really honest with you. I follow a lot of crap. There is some really great content I follow. But I have like 6 different accounts, and one account is like pre-transition and from when I was still a right-wing nut job. And that account is just so hard to navigate, but it's kind of my main account because of a lot of different reasons. And boy, sometimes I see shit on there where I'm like, what the fuck was I watching? Jesus Christ. Like no wonder why I believed some of the shit I believed. No, but man, the difference between this one has like a filter on it and this one doesn't, and the difference is fucking crazy. I look like 28, 29 there. I look 45 here. Pretty wild. The difference is crazy. Neither one looks like me though. Wild. We all have some. Yeah. What was I saying though? Oh yeah, who I follow. Matt Bohm, is one of them. Simon Miller is the one I know off the top of my head. Okay. So if you like wrestling like I do, there is a YouTube channel called What Culture Wrestling. Okay. I don't really like What Culture. I don't like almost any YouTuber who talks about wrestling. Because they're fucking negative and all they ever want to do is bitch. And I find it annoying, and I think it's silly to like hate watch shit. I don't get it. I do not get it. Do I hate watch sometimes? Yeah, but I don't enjoy the hate watching. Like I've watched The Boys, and I don't know. I just watched it because I wanted to watch content, but I didn't like it, you know? So I don't really like doing that. But I certainly don't like consume media just for the sake of that all the fucking time and then bitch about it. But there's one guy on What Culture who I absolutely fucking love, and his name is Simon Miller. He's also a wrestler, and he's like maybe a year older than I am. So we relate because we're both rapidly declining in our health. But Simon Miller is so kind and so genuine. And whenever there's a topic that deserves sensitivity, Simon handles it like a goddamn champ. And there's very few straight men in wrestling that I genuinely would trust my drink with. And it 100% would be Simon Miller. He's just the most real human being on earth. And I think even I have learned things from him and his patience with things. And he's just such a real human being. His first priority is always the well-being of the people who are performing for us. And when people are attacking people personally, Simon won't even play into that. And that is such a rare thing to find. You see so many folks do videos for the sake of shock value. Simon won't. So I like Simon Miller a lot. He's up there as far as one of my favorite. He's up part of one of my favorite content creators. Jesse Gender is up there. Even though I kind of fell out of Jesse Gender a little bit because sometimes I don't know if her and I would actually sit down in a room and be able to talk to each other. Sometimes I'm a little worried about how we perceive the world and how we're different about that. Yeah, but I do love Jessie Gender. I think she is very, 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 very thought-provoking, and I do enjoy her work. I sometimes think that she might lack sometimes true intersectionality, but I do think she's a kind human who is constantly evolving and growing. So I do like Jessie Gender. Cool. So I just went on a whole rant there about stuff. I don't know who else are the there's a cool YouTuber I follow who does videos about propaganda, but I forgot their name. Nerd Sync. I do watch a lot of Nerd Sync. I do like their videos. Nerd Sync has really went down a different path the last couple of years. They came out as non-binary, and their audience, I think their audience was kind of not cool with that. Their audience tended to be a lot of like, I don't know, they actually grew up, they grew up like I did, where, they started off kind of being like an edgelord, and then they evolved as a human being, and now they're out as, their authentic self. And their audience did not jive with that. But I did. I love him. I love him for that. So I've been live for I don't know how long. I have no idea. 5 hours? 5 hours? I already said what I play for video games. I'll just say really quickly. Right now I'm obsessed with WWE 2K5, 2K25. And I'm obsessed with playing the universe section where I can, kind of do a storyline, but I'm also obsessed with the GM section where I get to like book a match into. I'm obsessed with that game. I love booking matches. I used to be a producer for a burlesque show. I ran Wisconsin's only weekly burlesque show for a long time. And my favorite aspect was booking a show and making a show as good as I possibly could. No, I've never played Dragon Age. Never heard of it. Ooh, neck cracking. Yeah, we're losing quite a bit of people. I think I might have to restart at some point. I just know that I'm like, yeah, I might need to make some videos about this. Making a video about this might be easier to hit that million than doing a live stream, but I don't know that. I feel like I'm going to have to hit 950 before that would be really successful. But you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. But I tend to get, when we get really close, we can usually drive it home with a video or two. You know, I've done it already. I made a few videos on YouTube. I made a few videos on live stream already, but I can do it again. I just only have two phones, and I'm using TikTok and I'm using YouTube right now. I could use OBS, but Basil left, and I don't know how to use that quite as well yet. Oh, good. I came here from the two shorts you made earlier. That makes it. That's good. Never heard of Warframe. I gotta tell you, I'm not a video gamer. I'm just not a video gamer. I am very much not. I just play what I play, and I like what I like. I don't look for much. I like games that get me completely out of my head. I don't like to think too much. Not in that way. And one of the only ways I could like do that is playing games where I'm like simulating things. Like I like being a coach simulator or a GM simulator. I love being like a football simulator. Anything that lets me like control the game and like have a team like in the NBA playoffs that's like the worst team in the world and then becomes the best team. I love that shit. I could do that for hours. If you want a new book to read, someone just asked, what is everyone reading right now? There is a book in my store right now that isn't written by me, but is still a very good book that I think everyone should read. It's called Abolish Rent. It's very good. Basil and I bought about 100 copies in order to sell on my website to help push the book. So we would love to be able to sell more of those copies. You can get that at mercurystartist.com. We'll promote that as soon as this live stream fundraiser is done official. There is a game that's a supermarket simulator, isn't there? I think I've run into an airport operator simulator, which I thought about playing again after, earlier this year when we had a lot more news coverage about plane crashes. I was like, maybe I could learn a thing or two from the airport operator. Girl, you can get a tractor simulator. Different kind of simulator, but I know what you're talking about. That's wild. Oh, there's a TSA simulator too, where you go through radar and everything, and you got to sit there and find out what you should not have in the conveyor belt. Oh, I think there's something going on in the chat, but I'm kind of missing it. Okay. Well, let me see here. I'm debating about stuff. You know what I think is so interesting is that YouTube just stays the same number a lot of the time. YouTube will stay very consistent. TikTok is very more fleeing. I wonder why that is. My numbers on YouTube tend to be longer too. Like the average viewer would be like 7 minutes or some shit. The average viewer on TikTok is about less than a minute. But they come and go so much you don't really see the number fluctuate all the time. So I find it fascinating. I wonder what the difference is. Maybe intent. You go to YouTube to watch longer form content. So maybe you're more ready to watch longer form content even in lives. In TikTok, you just happen to stumble on stuff. So maybe that's a part of it. Easy background on a computer. Oh, that's very good. That's a very good point. Engagement comments. What do you mean? Because I think you can also do comments on TikTok lives. So what do you mean? You made me yawn. Sorry, I've been yawning a lot today. Don't. Oh no. Oh no, you said yawn and I instantly yawned. Don't do that. That's funny. Yeah, you're in the YouTube app? Yeah, I'm in the YouTube app right now too, so. Oh, my nails are caution tape nails. I'm getting them redone tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow, but man, oh no, I'm yawning again. God damn it. My nail artist does all of this by freehand, so I wonder what we'll do tomorrow. I don't know what I want to ask them. What's the latest update for the number for the fundraiser? Are we at 936 still? I'm debating about something. Like maybe what if I get off and just post about it and then tell people I'll be back tomorrow maybe? Because there's no use just being on live and not having a push, 936. We're really close to 937. God damn it. See, we're always within a margin of like that makes sense. You know what I mean? I know that podcast. Cool people that did cool stuff. I know that podcast. I'm obsessed with any podcast like that. I will hunt and hunt and hunt until I find podcasts that are like that. You should also listen to Criminal. That's a great podcast. Criminal is one of the best. Is it the greatest example of how to do true crime ethically? Big fan. Wow. We're only $70 away from 937. Way to go, everybody. Yeah, Criminal is probably the best podcast I know in that genre. I do not like true crime. I have a lot of problems when it comes to the ethicality of true crime. However, Criminal takes it from a different angle and re-examines what the word criminal means essentially, and it is absolutely mind-blowing. I've learned so much from that podcast. Oh yeah, that's not that bad. Yeah, Miranda, that's a good point. Your post would get so many more people here tomorrow, probably. Yeah, that's true. It's true. It could also just get us to 1 million too. Like it could make it not even have to do a live tomorrow, depending on how it does. But we went 20,000. Wait, we went almost 20,000 up today. That's a good chunk. Like just getting to that moment. I think we were more like 15,000 up, but that's still good. 15, 16,000 up. Oh, are you giving me a good tagline? That's not a bad tagline. I'm back. Yeah. What if I did like Back in Black thing. With sunglasses and a little hat and a black suit. I'm back. But I'm also going to be raising money. Like, just a cut screen. Me walking into a room. I'm back. I'm back. And then cut to me going, hey, everybody, can you give me money? We're like less than $50 away, apparently, from hitting 937. I would love to see that. God damn it, guys. Don't give me this ideas. Don't not fucking make me do this. That's so much work. I don't have any makeup on. That's the problem. Gotta have makeup on. Gotta look like a sexy lady. I wear a lot of makeup on my videos, too, to try to make people stick around. Makeup will make people stick around. Oh, we're at 937. I always tell people to try to make your video sticky. You gotta make your video sticky. Make it like honey. You smell it, and you're like, ah, and then as you go away, you touch it, and you get stuck there, and you die. Because you can't move. Sorry, I'm not thinking about a human. I'm thinking about a fly. You look amazing. I'm so glad to see you back. Because you can play a game at the same time. See, no, I thought about that too, but I don't know if anyone would want to watch me play wrestling. I do not know if that's a thing. I do not think that's a thing. I do not think that. I also know I play in silence, man. I like to just play and not talk. So. Oh, thank you, everybody. Everyone is saying some nice things. We're at 9:37 right now. Part of me is like, maybe you just wait till we hit 9:40, maybe? Then you're only 60 away, but we could also stay on till we hit 9:50. Such a debate. Oh, you just made some money. Oh, thank you, Molly. Got to go leave the stream in the background. See, then there's people like Alex who are doing that shit, and that matters too. So, you're always afraid to just like leave the live stream when there's people who are actively trying to help, That's a substitute seat teacher trick. Wear something shiny or bright to get the kids' attention. Love that you are applying that to that YouTube with your eye-catching makeup. Yeah, I mean, that's also like a performance thing, right? Like I was a stage performer for a very, 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 very long time. And that was one of the things that I would use is makeup, reveal tricks. My jumping stool is another thing. Like for those who know, my jumping stool is actually like another part of that. Anything that can kind of keep your attention for a little bit longer matters. That's funny. Get the eyes on live stream by making a video tonight and then make it some sort of spectacle tomorrow. We could. I just think so many people are burnt out by it. I'm burnt out by this. So I want to just be careful that I'm not like burning my audience out and asking for money constantly. And that's I feel weird even doing this. This is what I've been debating about for the last month. Right now it's just so hard to ask for help for a community right now or charity when there's so much happening and there are so many people losing jobs and yeah. Thank you for telling me that, Punk. I appreciate it. Oh, this time was my first time donating to you. Well, thank you, Robbie, for saying that. That means a lot to me. For those who are just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. Every little bit helps. You can donate right now by texting Stardust to 44321. That is Stardust to 44321. Or you can just go to the link in my bio. If you want to know more about how the money is distributed, how the money is, how you can apply to get help from the funds, you can do that right now by going to pointofpride.org. There are several ways, there's several different kinds of funds for gender-affirming care, for binders, gaffs, for, I think that's, did I say HRT? A hormone replacement therapy, electrolysis. There is there's a fund that is kind of a catch-all of all the things you might not realize is gender-affirming care, like wigs can be gender-affirming care, and so many more things in that category. There's also a surgery fund, and a surgery fund requires the most money, of course, but and it only helps a few people every year, but it still changes the lives for those people. The binders and gaffs can help like thousands of people a year. HRT helps hundreds of people every year. I think electrolysis helps almost hundreds of people as well. I forgot the numbers exactly, but in the last several years, we've been helped over 20,000 people access gender-affirming care because of this fundraiser, because of the work that we're doing here. So I want to say thank you to everybody. But you can donate right now by texting Stardust to 44321 and going to the link in my bio. Thank you, Miranda. Man, I'm tired. It's because I'm yawning constantly that makes me go, bitch, not gonna make it. So this is a very good question. What about a fund that is specifically for trans women who are near homelessness? So I believe very strongly in focus. I believe very strongly in nonprofits focusing on one thing and allowing there to be other nonprofits who focus on another thing. I think focuses really help to get a specific issue solved. But I will also say that something like 3/4 of all people who are helped through the Gender-affirming Care Access Funds through Point of Pride are people who have experienced housing insecurity. So a lot of people are getting the help that they need in that way. And there are other organizations that do help people in the LGBTQIA community with housing crises. So I do think that it's really important to focus on what they're doing and then focus on what we're doing. A focus is not an exclusion. It's a focus that helps the issue itself be spoken about and talked about. So, but they don't have a fund like that right now. And I do think because how nonprofits work, it might be kind of hard to include something that's a little bit more outside of their purview. But I really do appreciate that mentality. But also remember, I'm not a member of their work. I'm not a member of Point of Pride. I have not started Point of Pride. It's not my baby. I only raise money for Point of Pride. We kind of started doing this because I believe very strongly in using my platform as an extension of the work I was already doing. And I was already raising money every single month for my weekly show that I had here at Tropical Madison, Wisconsin, for other people's gender-affirming care. But I did it more in a direct mutual aid way, because I knew the person. Like Basil was the very first person I ever raised money for. And then Amy, Amethyst, my best friend, Rebecca, who's my chosen daughter, Lola, so many more people who we've helped, Zizi, But then, when I blew up on TikTok, the question was, I really want to do this, but I don't know how to do this in a grand scale. You know what I mean? Like, how do you raise money for people's gender-affirming care individually. Then I got to vet every single GoFundMe, and that's not easy, you know. And Point of Pride, I stumbled upon Point of Pride essentially. And Point of Pride has a very established system, and they do very good work with a lot of volunteers. And I think their system is constantly improving, and it has to constantly improve because it's so much to take in. You know, how do you choose people? How do you know, decide where the money is going to, and how much money is going to what fund? Like, it's a lot of shit. And there's no way that a single individual could have done that on a grand scale. So the fact that they already had a built-in system that was waiting for more money. In the first 6 years, they raised about $600,000 combined. In the first year of us doing this fundraiser, we raised $1 million in the first 6 hours. And by the time that a live stream was done, we hit the 2.4 million. And we were able to quadruple their amount that they took, you know, so many years to do. So essentially, you know, Point of Pride was very well established in this area. So it made sense to kind of work with them in that way and kind of extend the work they're already doing. I really do believe in activism in the sense of, like, I think one of the biggest flaws we have is when people want to join a cause, when they want to join work, when they want to be involved, people really sometimes get very I don't mean this to be disparaging, but I do think if you're in activism, you've seen this a lot. People get very self-focused and really want to take charge of things, and people a lot of times want to lead instead of follow, but they don't realize that they're walking into a conference room filled with 500 people and demanding the microphone when they just got there. And I think that it's really important to read the room, and when you get involved with these causes, to take a breath, look around, and see how you can help and improve the system that they're working with. And so I like to elevate. You know, Point of Pride was already doing this work for 6 years. They just didn't have the money. So us getting involved and helping them in the way they were at, it was like a perfect timing. It was perfect link up, you know. Yeah. You know, again, it's what I tell people all the time is share the resources you have abundance of. My resource that I had abundance of was attention and audience size. They had an abundance of like support and actual volunteers. And they had a working system, a working functional system that was actively raising money for people. So, yeah. Yeah, so it was a really lucky balance to get that. If you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for Gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. You can donate to Point of Pride right now by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. That is Stardust to 44321. Every little bit helps, and if we hit 1 million, we will have raised 5.5 million in the last 4 years. So amazing numbers. Yeah, so that's kind of how that all transpired, and my fundamental belief, you know, my fundamental belief is essentially to uplift the voices, right, of the folks. One of the I know, I'm so sorry, I keep yawning, Janice. One of the things I think that people sometimes don't fully understand is that, like, sometimes people would want you to give up your platform for somebody else, but your platform, the way the internet works, your platform is built off of the audience's relationship with an individual or sometimes a group. And if you change that individual, this is why I think sometimes channels die when they switch hosts, okay? I think a really good example of that, mm, you know, film theory is kind of up there. I want to say that it didn't die, but it radically changed, and the viewership radically changed. And I think that sometimes what people don't understand is that when you move an individual and you change the individual, then the people won't connect with them the same way. And so in this sense, I can have other people involved who I can uplift, right? Like Point of Pride, Jory, and etc. Like bring them involved, include them, but at the same time, you have to be the front and center person online to make this work. There's a whole. I've talked about this so much that like, how do you use your parasocial relationship, how do you use that in a way that can affect change and help other people in a way that's ethical and kind and not like misusing people and manipulative. And I do think it's way easier to talk about that than actually do it. The longer you do this, the more likely you are to make those mistakes, I think. As a content creator, what I think happens a lot is you get stuck in this numbers game. And I think sometimes content creators start off with every good intention in the book. And then when the numbers wane, they start to open up their ethical standards in order to ascertain the numbers they once had. And I think that tends to be where it's like a gateway to more mistakes and more shortcuts. And I think that's a part of it. I'm like Hank and John Green's sister. That's such a huge compliment. For those who don't know, I wouldn't say I'm very good friends with John and Hank, but I would say I'm very friendly with Hank. Hank and I are friendly. We've texted over the years, and I've helped him with various projects, and he's helped me with various projects. And whenever I needed help, whenever I felt lost, Hank has been the person who has been by my side, helping me kind of navigate this weird world, especially online, Hank was the first person to tell me to do a book. Didn't think I could do a book until Hank Green was like, do a book, bitch. He didn't say bitch, but could you imagine? But he said, hey, you should do a book. And it could be a really big deal for you if you did the book. And it was a huge deal. And I hit #1. And I texted him that day. I was like, you're the reason. You get to celebrate this with me, And then his response was perfect. His response was, I didn't write a damn thing. You did all the work, But his inspiration and his kindness is what opened the door, So yeah, I'm a big fan of their work. I also modeled how I fundraise after how they fundraise to some extent. So there is no fundraiser for gender-affirming care if there is not any nerdfighteria. There is no fundraiser if there is no Project for Awesome. And I love the way they fundraise. They do one big massive thing every year. It becomes this ginormous thing. They raise $1 million for various different things. Beautiful. John and Hank both believe in focus is not an exclusion. Love that shit. I love that they believe in John right now is very much talking a lot about tuberculosis. One of the smartest men in the world when it comes to consumption, like very, very, very much knows a lot about TV, and I think that's a huge deal. There's not enough people who really talk about tuberculosis at this time period, but we need to be. And I love that he's raised so much money for Sierra Leone. Just absolutely amazing. And then in Hank, his major platform being used for not just climate change, right? Huge on climate change, right? But Hank also, right now, I think he's kind of pivoted largely to um, like scientific defense, like defending science and defending, how we go about science. And I think that's really beautiful. And I love how he has done that. Yeah, in the Awesome Socks Club and, the Awesome Coffee Club, all of those are really cool. But what I was gonna say is that like I've done that with gender affirming care, where I think that what I love is when people kind of associate my name with gender affirming care. I think that that is like that is really what I want. I want to be able to be known for one thing, and that is gender affirming care. Being known for the DIY stuff is lovely, but I think I can help a lot more people by doing this and a fundraiser every year. So, you know, I also think it's just wild that we've raised over $5.5 million in the last 4 years. I just think that's absolutely insane. Remember, one of those years was only $100,000. So in 3 years, we've raised over like $5.5 million essentially. That's absolutely fucking insane if you think about it, you know. I do have a Discord. I don't use it nearly as much as I should, but it's really hard for me to maintain all these different platforms and all these different things. But JK, who is my lead moderator, one of my very, very good friends, is basically the heart and soul of Discord. I think that's why people enjoy our Discord, is because JK is there. Very good at cultivating an audience, very good at being kind to one another. Really takes a lot of pride in making sure that the community feels safe. And I love JK for that. And JK, you here? Yeah, JK is here. Yeah, so we do have a Discord. I just don't use it as much as I should. But if you want a good community that's like-minded, JK is the community leader you want. So, very much on there. Do you have an editor? I used to. I had to do some layoffs last year. The end of last year was very, very difficult for a lot of different reasons, especially for the election and etc. And there was a lot of uncertainty. So I laid off, I essentially let go of my editor and my production assistant. And now it's just me and Basil. And that was very fucked up. I fucking hated that. But financially, I just could not continue to afford it. We were bleeding money out. And most of last year, we bled money every month. I think we didn't have one successful month really until we ended up having to let people go. Very hard. Last year was very hard. We had a really big change that happened to the company early last year, and that just radically shifted how we did everything, and that meant it was really difficult, and so we had to let people go by the end of the year essentially. But now it's just me and Basil, and we were kind of worked out a thing how we're going to do this. For those who are really missing my podcast, it is coming back. My podcast is coming back. We're doing editing of the videos before we upload again. And to be honest, I needed a break. I was editing old videos myself. And one of the episodes I edited had like nothing I was supposed to have in it. Very embarrassing. So I was like, fuck it, we're just going to leave it up. I don't have time to edit it. So I was like, we'll get to it. Yeah, my podcast is called the Handyman Hotline. I answer DIY questions there for folks, and we're right now like 6 or 7 weeks ahead. So if you start listening, like if I record an episode tomorrow, 8 weeks or so from now is when that episode will come out. So My podcast is on YouTube. You can actually find it right here. It's my long form videos. So there's a video form and there's an audio form version, but the video is on Spotify as well. Isla, shut up. The Red Bull sure kicked in. Well, I can't wait to see the podcast. Well, thank you. I'm constantly looking for ways to make it more sticky and a little bit better. It's just so hard when you're the editor, the entertainment, the curator. You know, it's so hard when you're all those things, and plus you do all this other stuff like write a book and make videos and run a business and do speaking gigs and travel, you know, a quarter of every month or some shit, you know. Yeah. Last night ZZ broke my heart last night. But it's so real. One of the things I love about this job is I get opportunities to speak in front of people and really affect people and, you know, connect with people in really deep ways. And that's fucking amazing, you know. The problem with that, though, is it requires me to leave my best friend and a person who I think, you know, like life just has a way of knocking us on our ass. And right now, physically, they're just in a different way. And they just need a little bit more help and support. I think support is really what they need. And being away from them for like a week at a time is not really great. Not my favorite thing in the world. But I got to do that every month. And I wish I could bring them with me, but traveling like that is also not easy on their body. So the podcast is good. Oh, well, thank you, Cricket. Thank you, Cricket. Yeah, I mean, when I'm gone, you know, they're doing everything themselves at that point. You know, taking care of the boys, you know, taking care of all the dishes, taking care of, you know, cleaning up the house and doing all those tasks. Yeah, you know, should be fine. But when you're someone who could throw out your shoulder just by turning your head the wrong way, then yeah, it becomes kind of an issue. You know what I mean? When you can pop something out of a joint, you know what I mean? Just by fairly just existing and just doing mundane tasks, you know, like that can make it very difficult, you know? Oh, how's the home renovations going? I missed the series. Janice, I kind of stopped it. You know, of course, went through kind of like a very public calling out last year. And when that happened, I just kind of let things go for a minute. And I really haven't had the energy to pick it back up. But also, like, at that time period, it was like, well, you know, the grand scheme of things, this is not the most important thing. But as far as like how we're going about stuff by like ZZ and I during winter really couldn't do a whole lot. But then what we ended up really focusing on is every Sunday is our day to do stuff. So every Sunday we pick one or two things to do, and then that's what we're chipping away at. So, you know, smaller stuff right now, but we're going to get back into bigger stuff pretty soon here. The rooms, you know, and, you know, the electrical stuff. And I got to redo the entire roof for the garage. The garage is not great. The window in the garage is falling apart. Not great. I can just imagine you as a therapist. The chaos of those sessions. Oh, the chaos. Punk, how dare you? This is why I would never be a therapist. I'm all over the place. My therapist and I had the best time though. I've told you this. I think I've told you this story before, but there was one time I was saying something and I was talking about something I was gonna do, and kind of being like, "Fuck this person," you know. And my therapist is silent, doesn't say anything. And then I'm like, "Yeah, just fuck them," you know. And my therapist finally said something. What the fuck are you talking about? My therapist, like in the middle of the session, just said, "You're being an asshole." They've told me to go fuck myself before, which is pretty great. My therapist is great. I really believe in finding a therapist that actively calls you out is really important. I don't like yes people. I'm not a big fan. I want people who share my values and share how I view the world, but I don't want someone who is going to just say, yeah, that's a great idea. You know what I mean? Automatically without any thought behind it. You know? Also, the way I communicate a little bit more brash and a little bit more by the seat of my pants. So having someone speak so candidly to me is something that makes more sense. When people use a lot of jargon with me, it actually pisses me off. It actually feels very offensive to me. I don't know. I mean, I knew know why, because I'm a country girl, and when I was growing up, intellect was sometimes used against me, my family, in ways that kind of felt not great. And people would just automatically assume that we were dipshits. And I think that sometimes I don't take it kindly to people using words around me that I don't fully understand, and it feels like they're doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? Sometimes I react poorly that way. I try not to. My spouse is actually someone who's very intellectual, and very like quick-witted and very they got a wide vocabulary. And over the years, we've been together for almost 9 years now. We've had to learn how to communicate a little bit differently for one another. He used to, I shouldn't say that. They make space for me to say things wrong too. Like sometimes I will say something using a word that doesn't actually mean what I think I mean, and then ZZ was like, "Close enough. I know what you mean. If I know what you mean, it doesn't matter." You know what I mean? And I think that that's really sweet of them to make that space for me. But yeah, anyways, does that all make sense? Yeah, yeah, they make space for me to say things wrong, writing that down. But to be very honest though, I think that is a part of being. I know I say this all the time now. I think that's part of being intersectional. I think you can't be so focused on grammar, and you can't be so focused on speech, and so focused on vocabulary that you're not listening to what the person is saying. You're hearing words, but you're not really listening. And I think that's a part of being intersectional, is genuinely listening to people and genuinely taking in what you're hearing, you know? 9:38. Rock-a-doo. Ooh, my psychiatrist said that he struggles finding a therapist. Boy, man, especially if you're, it sounds like he's very well known in his field. That has to be very difficult to have someone not challenge you, you know? I gotta have challenge. I gotta have someone to challenge me. That's actually, I won't say their names or anything, but ZZ has ZZ goes see someone just like I go see someone. And the person that they go see was actually a fan of mine. And when ZZ said that they were my spouse, they went to my Instagram and blocked me. and they stopped following me on all my media. And they said it's really important for them to not have that, right? And ZZ's like, you don't need to do that. And they said, no other client do I have that. I don't have access to their partner. I shouldn't have access to your partner when you are talking to me. And I admire that so much. And I think that's so fucking important. And also for ZZ's support, especially, I think that's really important because, this doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen often-ish. Um, Sometimes people are really rude to ZZ when they see me. Um, and it's not great. The people have like, oh, man, this is not wonderful. People have moved ZZ out of the way to get to me. And not a wonderful thing to do. And you might know me as a very like soft-spoken, very kind person. ZZ's my scary dog privilege. Like ZZ's my protector. And they will say anything that comes to mind. And they have no problem telling you that you're a fucking asshole right in front of them. They have no problem. I love that. I love that about them so much. But and what I really think is important with that, with the scenario that I'm talking about is having a psychiatrist kind of like centering them, instead of like, wow, my client is married to a famous person, which you wouldn't think would happen from a professional, but it does, yeah. Yeah, it's even weirder though. Cricket, add this to a layer though. Add this to it. So when that stuff happens, I got to be careful because if my response is not measured, if my response is bad, people are gonna pop out phones, dude. People are gonna be weirder towards me, and I try very hard to be very measured in how I approach things. It's really important to me, especially now, especially now. After everything that has happened the last 8 months, it's like I don't need an even bigger target on my back. I've done that by myself just as much. I do not need more. So I think that it's really important to me to, not bring more focus onto us in any negative way. Yeah. I'm actually scared about going in public. Sorry, this has got deep about being like a minor celebrity, but this is why I'm so sympathetic to Chappell Roan, and I'm so sympathetic to Justin Bieber, and I'm so sympathetic to celebrities that are just so much more massive. Because even on a small scale, this shit is fucking crazy. It is nuts. For an example, this does not happen all the time, but it does happen. And when it happens, it startles you. People will scream my name. And people will sometimes have screamed trans handyman at me. The worst time that ever happened was at the TSA airport while I was getting patted down. That was not wonderful. Hearing someone say it's the trans handyman in that moment was really rough. But I also know they were excited, like I understand where they're coming from. It's just poop, you know what I mean? Like, God damn it, doesn't feel good, and it puts you in a pretty vulnerable situation, especially because in a lot of airports now, I'll wear my mask the entire time, of course, but I wear my mask not just because of COVID and other things, but also because I can go to a bathroom a little bit easier. And it sucks when someone yells at you, you're the trans handyman, because now you don't know who knows. and now you're even more scared to go to the bathroom. You know what I mean? Also, what happens a lot is I will be at a store or a restaurant. This one's really minor, but this does happen, and it is sometimes it sucks because it's like, oh no. But this is what happens when someone is taking my order, or when someone is being my, waiter or waitress, or checking me out, um, at like at a store or something. Not checking my butt out, but if you're checking my butt out, that's okay, But a lot of times when people are doing those things, if they recognize who I am, especially if they recognize me during the interaction, they forget everything, or they will make mistakes, and then you feel awful, just absolutely awful, when you have to be like, you brought me this, or you did this, and I'm like, you know what I mean? It's like, God damn it, it's yeah. So it's that one's way more goofy, but that one is one of my favorites, because anytime someone recognizes me when they're taking my order at a restaurant or something, I'm always like, okay, you want me to write that down? you know, it's so cute. Yeah, so there's that. Also, sometimes people will follow you. People do follow you. That's a real thing that does happen. That one is not fun. Sometimes people will treat you like a zoo animal and start taking photos of you across the store, even, or across the parking lot, and you, like, they're staring at you and they're doing this. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And it's weird. It's not fun. Sometimes people will just say hi to you and hold a video camera and record you. My audience is pretty good, but I still get it. I don't get it as nearly as some other content creators I know. I will say this: when you're hanging out with other content creators, and you're all large, you're all like, let's say, 3 to 5 million followers, right? And you're hanging out, and you're out in public, and it's like, let's say there's 6 of you, and you have a fan push past all of them to get to you to take a photo, and asking one of the largest content creators in the world to hold the phone and take a photo for you is one of the biggest flexes I've ever had in my entire life. Like, literally having someone walk in between, like, other content creators, freaking out that I was there when I was, like, probably one of the smaller ones in the room, and then giving their phone to very much one of the largest content creators in the world, to then take a photo of us, was one of the funniest things I've ever experienced my entire life. And that person was so oblivious. So things like that happen. It's fun, but it can be really stressful at times. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say, I just went on a really long tangent, but what I was trying to say, is that, like, I'm very sympathetic to larger celebrities, because I cannot imagine what the fuck that is like. If it grinds on me, fuck, can you imagine what it does to people who are like 40 fucking times bigger, 100 times fucking bigger? I'm not a household fucking name. But there's people who are being spoken about at all moments of every day. I will not confirm or deny who it was. I will not confirm or deny who it was. It was a great time. But I will say, it was a good time. I also went bowling with a bunch of folks one time. Me, Hank's brother, the Try Guys, a bunch of educational TikTokers. It was really a cool thing that Hank set up. And we're bowling, and someone comes up to us, and, like, asks, like, if we want anything else for food, And then the person recognized me and freaked out. And then I said, yeah, I'm here. And they're like, so the Try Guys. And the person said to me, who? I was like, man, the internet's wild. The internet's so insular. You know what I mean? Like, the Try Guys are arguably one of the largest. They're huge. You know what I mean? And it's fucking wild to me. The internet's so insular. You know, you get into your pocket, and sometimes you stay in your pocket. So your household name in my house. Okay, well that's very sweet, but that's wild to me. I do know there's probably people who reference me a lot. And that's people sometimes will tell me that they will say to themselves, what would the handyman do? Or what would Mercury do? Wild to me that people are using my name and thinking about me when I'm not even on a screen. You know. Yeah, no. That's 100% the joke I was going for too. I always love doing that to John. John is really, when I met John, I know Hank way more than John, right? So when I met John, I was like, oh, I'm a huge fan, you know, I'm Mercury Stardust, and John said, of course I know who you are. Yeah, it was really sweet. And John said, you've done Project for Awesome. You've literally helped sell coffee. And he's right. I literally have worked for John. So it was cute. John is a really, very, very, very good man. That's why sometimes when I've seen criticism about anyone who is online who I know personally, like V Under the Desk News, or John Green, Hank Green, you know, anyone I know personally that I've actually spent a lot of time with, I just my reaction is like, "Ah, man, the internet gets this wrong sometimes, dude." And there's just no nuance, you know, and it's rough, because also the people who are reacting that way don't always understand what it's like being in this weird spot. And it's scary. It is scary when people are mad at you. Yeah, it's scary, you know, because then those interactions that you're having that I all described, you don't know if they're going to end well. And that's a scary place to be when people recognize you, um, and you don't know if they hate you or not. That's really scary. Yeah, only a couple times, but when it happens to you, it fuck you up real good, though. Fuck you up real good. And that can be really tough to be in public. Then that's why I don't like going in public. I'm not a fan of it. And I'm a small content creator. I cannot imagine what that will happen to if you're, you know, again like Chapel Roan, you know. Wow. A, the fact that you live close to Hank is cool. B, there's no way that I was one of the people who helped you go to construction, and learn construction. You totally did that all yourself. I didn't do shit. But that's amazing. That's so cool. I can't afford a security. This is another part. Oh, wow. We're getting into some nits and gritty about internet celebritydom. Almost every single content creator you ever met or watch, they cannot fucking afford a shit. We don't make the money a lot of y'all think we do. Especially if you're marginalized. If you're a queer content creator, or if you're marginalized in various ways, you don't get the sponsorship that you think you might, right? Especially now, because people don't want to be seen with a trans person, you know, in a monetary way. What I mean by that is in 2022, I had a very large deal with Lowe's. And I didn't like how Lowe's treated me, and I didn't like how Lowe's talked about me. So I said, fuck it. And I closed that goddamn door. I don't like Lowe's. I will openly say that I do not like Lowe's. Didn't really like them before. Don't like them at all now. And the problem with that is that like they wouldn't even ask me now. They wouldn't even want to fucking be seen with me now. They actually, when I made a post about it, they emailed me to told me that I breached contract. I need to take the fucking post down. I will never forget that. I talked about how much it meant to me to be sponsored by them, and they emailed me saying that I violated my contract because I posted about them somewhere else than the place they wanted me to post about them. And I said, fuck that. I didn't do shit for them for almost an entire year because of that. I was like, okay, well, fuck you guys. If you don't want to be seen with me, then just don't work with me. You know? Yeah. But anyways, I can't imagine them even wanting to give me any support or money now, you know? And the problem with that is I think that, especially because now the creators economy has dried up, you know, I'm lucky that my agent's still around, but a lot of agencies have closed already because the creator economy, I don't know, TikTok kind of collapsed the economy in the creator space, especially the marketplace fucked everything up. The market space fucked the entire industry. And it sucks because it gave individual creators much more control, but I don't want to say diluted because that sounds really fucked up, doesn't it? It gave power to individuals. Doesn't mean you diluted it, but it does mean that like sponsorships didn't see the value in working with content creators anymore when people would just go online and use their shit and post a video about it, right? And then, you know, that would happen. So like, yeah. So the problem is that now marketplace online, they're selling it because it's almost like QVC. And then the sponsorship is like, fuck this doesn't even matter anymore. You know, you could be seen by 8 people and somehow have a video go viral at some point, you know, and you have 8 or 9 million followers and now you're seen by 8 people and a dog. You know what I mean? The creators economy is just so fucking weird. So a lot of the money is gone that way. So the security, trying to pay for security wouldn't be a thing. The reason why I'm so successful, the reason why I'm fine is because of my book deals. Because I pivoted to a book very early on, and I put all my eggs in a basket, and I make royalties for my book, and I do very well. Not like super duper well, right? But I can take care of myself and my spouse and pay one employee, you know, pretty consistently, not really worry about it. So like, you know, I can't do much more than that. I couldn't afford security. You know, I can't afford a new car. I drive a car that I'm hoping every single day will start. And I can't really afford a whole lot of other stuff, but I'm doing fine. Another reasoning why, though, is because I refuse to pay anyone below a living wage. Basil gets paid the same amount I do. And the reason why I say that is because I think that when we are asking content creators and people who are in positions of power to pay people equally or equitably, we also got to take into account that if we pay them equitably, we should also be paying them enough to be able to take care of themselves in a way that's safety wise. If they're a public face of the company, they should have enough money to be able to protect themselves. Security cameras and I have all that stuff. I have tons of security cameras, tons of protections, and tons of things like that. But I don't have a security guard. You know, that would be a little too much. You know, money wise, and even when I do public appearances, that's just so much money. But we have other methods we've done. So, yeah, if that makes sense. That was a long fucking answer for that question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really feel comfortable answering specific questions about the security system. or what my experience is or what I think is a good brand because of how I went about securing my home. Does that make sense? So that's why I've never done a security video. Just because I don't want to even give anyone an opportunity to think they can get in, you know? And I did some really specific things that I don't want to feel comfortable talking about. If I move someday, I'll talk about it though. If that makes sense. Sorry. I really wish I could. I will say this. I'll give you one hint. A lot of people in the industry are going to want to tell you that you should do everything Wi-Fi. And I'm going to tell you right now, you can do some things Wi-Fi, but you should really have things wired up. Because in the day and age we live in right now, one of the major ways people are going to break into your home is fuck up with your Wi-Fi. Because everything is connected to your Wi-Fi. So I think it's very smart to think ahead and try to make sure that your home is hardwired. So at least to some extent. So if they want to fuck with you, well, good luck. You know, it won't be as easy. And also, I have a mixture of stuff. So that's all I will say. I have a mixture of hardwire and Wi-Fi systems, and a lot of them overlaps. So if you try to come after us in a way that's going to mess with a Wi-Fi, well, good luck. But if you're going to come after a way that's going to cut my wires, well, good luck. So we have an overlapping system. Yeah, so that makes sense. I also have a mixture of, this is the last thing I'll say, I have a mixture of personal safety devices and then also a security team that I can just press a button and it'll be there. So I have like two different systems that are on top of each other. I really believe in overlaps. I feel the same thing with maintenance. Things should overlap. You know, when you're putting together a roof, right? You got a drip edge. Your drip edge should be underneath something that is covering the top, so it runs right off. But then you should also have your shingles be a little bit over top. You know what I mean? So it helps. It helps to be able to get the water to run off properly without going down. Someone asked, how come I don't get a response from Point of Pride? Evan, I do not know. I am not someone who works for Point of Pride. I am not an individual that runs anything with Point of Pride. I am literally someone who raises money for the nonprofit organization, is a platinum rated nonprofit organization by GuideStar. Okay, so like they're extremely transparent, but that does not mean that they don't make mistakes, and it does not mean that they don't, take too long sometimes. Also be mindful that they probably get, I don't know, hundreds of emails a week. And that could sometimes be really hard for them to maintain. And there are very small volunteer staff. I've requested some information. I've never heard from him. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I hope that you get the information that you would like. But if you're asking in good faith, then it shouldn't be a problem. But if you're asking in a way that feels like a demand rather than a request, I don't know. Even the way you're interacting here doesn't make me feel comfortable. So I hope that that's not the case. I hope that you're just generally asking, but it's hard to tell on the internet, So I hope you get the answers you're looking for. How close are you to the goal? I think we're about 60,000 away now. It's going good. Punk is going good. I think we're like 60,000 away. I don't know what we are total right now. Someone want to check what we are for the fundraiser? For those who are just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. Right now, we're about $61,000 away from hitting $1 million. I'm debating about going off the live stream and making a video, but right now we're gonna stay on here for a hot minute to raise as much money as we possibly can. Double tap the screen, comment down below, share the live, help us reach more people. And I appreciate you all being here and doing what you can with what you got. You can also text Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. And that can help us reach more people. Just donating $1 matters. So thank you, everybody. You can also go to the link in the bio as well. Oh, Punk, that's really cool. This is a really cool experience being on live. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. I really like interacting with people, especially when I'm in an okay mood. Sometimes I think people don't always understand what it can feel like being up here. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's you don't know. This is the analogy that I use a lot. When you're talking to people you don't know if they're someone who should be taking when you meet someone in person and you can kind of sometimes check and from the moment you talk to them, there's someone who's not a very serious human being. There's someone who's like, oh, okay, they're being an asshole, you know what I mean? Or okay, yeah, I'm not taking advice from you, Chad. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. You don't know who you're talking to when they're making a comment to you. So it can be hard to gauge if that comment is something that you want to listen to or not. So sometimes it's very difficult to know in a split second if the person is talking to you in a genuine way or if they're trying to purposely be, I guess a better word is dick. If that makes sense. So yeah, I think that's one of the weird spots to be. And also, like, keep in mind how many interactions I've had on this live stream in the 6 hours I've been on this. Yeah, I've been on here for 6 hours. Think about how many interactions I've had, right? How many interactions have you had today with people, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really have this much interactions with people on a normal day. I'm a recluse. I'm a recluse. But I like to be more alone. So having this much interaction with folks is like, I don't know. It's like I'm a weekend warrior. Like I'm a cat that's playing too hard one day and the next day doesn't want to move, Oh, I appreciate you. Well, I really, the live's small enough right now, but there's only like 200 people combined, 240 people combined. It makes it very manageable when there's like two cameras and I can see the chats all at once and it's very manageable. Sometimes when you get a live at like 500, 600 people, it's fucking impossible. You can't talk to anybody. But when it's this small, it's fine. The largest live I've had is like 5, maybe more. Maybe it was 10,000 when Jory and I did it. Maybe 10,000. You would blink and you're like 100 pages down. Like it's so fucking nuts how fast some chats will go. Do you do social media only or is it a second job? How has it worked out so far? Really good question. I actually was just answering a lot of social media questions, so I really appreciate this one being on topic. So I like to say that I'm an author because I really do make my money out of being an author, and I really do make my money being public appearances. But it's kind of like intertwined with me doing this work, right? Like, I don't know if you can say I'm an author without saying that I'm a content creator. I don't know if you can say I'm a content creator without saying I'm an author. You know what I mean? So, but to answer your question, I'm full time in that realm, whatever you want to call it, right? I'm a full time at this point. I have not done a 9 to 5 in about 4 years now. Very, very fortunate. I do, on occasion, still do jobs, but often in very certain circumstances. So if that makes sense. I do a lot of my own work to keep my skills going. And I'm constantly looking for new things. And I build demo equipment in order to show people how to fix stuff. So a lot of my studio is 3,000 square feet. And I build stuff here in order to show you how to do stuff at home. Someone said we're at 9:39. Look at us. Look at us. Yeah, I think when we hit 9:40, I might jump and then make a video about it, and then see if that video does well. I'm hoping that we can have a video do well before I go to bed at night, and then you know what I mean. Get that ball going, and hopefully I can wake up to there being $1 million in their fucking Give Lively. I think I have an idea. I think I'm just gonna say it in a video where I'm just gonna say, guys, can you do me a favor? I'm exhausted. I want to be done with this. Can you please just go to the link in my bio and donate to our Gender-affirming Care Access Fund? You know, but like I would love to hit 1 million. I am right now, we're 60,000 away. I've been working on this for a month. I would just love to be able to move on and do other work, but I'm too stubborn not to make sure we hit the million. You think that's going to come off okay? Is that going to come off kind of douchey? Kind of comes off douchey when I hear it out loud, but my word might word that differently maybe. Yeah. Thank you, Frankie. No, that's fair. I think Jory told me some advice once that I always think about. Jory, when I was trying to think about how to get people's attention, Jory grabbed my hand and said, baby, some of us have to try really hard to connect. Others just talk and we connect. You should just talk as you and say exactly what you're thinking, because that's why people trust you. And that's always stuck with me. That's always stuck with me. Yeah, I'm Mercury. Throw in a we can do it. Yeah, no. That's so true. The money isn't for me. You're right. And I think that sometimes, like, I think that's what's so hard though, is that like all of you know how we're doing the money stuff because you're here and you've donated or you've checked how we donate and how we do that stuff. But a lot of people will come on a live or a video and they'll just like do a drive-by insult and they'll be like, yeah, sure, you're not going to take the money for yourself, right? But what happens is like an avalanche of negativity, and an avalanche of like derailment. So think about it this way. You have a whole comment section of people who are supporting it, who are there, right? And someone watches the video and they're not quite sure if they should trust you, right? And they look at the comment section and the first 20 fucking comments are people telling you that you're a piece of shit for lying to people or whatever. Or you're a fucking, monster or whatever. You think that person's going to donate to you? So that's the problem, is that one comment can fucking drive you nuts. That one comment can actually really harm a fundraiser. That's why I block and delete so much. It really matters to me. Earning a trust and keeping a trust and making people feel good about their fun, about supporting us and making them feel like everything is gonna be okay. It's like really hard to part with a fucking dollar right now. And I don't want people to feel guilty because they don't know for sure. When we work with a platinum rated nonprofit organization that fucking is on the up and up, you know what I mean? But explaining that in fucking 20 seconds to somebody is so much harder than, going on a live and talking about it for an hour. No one has attention span for that anymore. I just trusted that you're being honest. Well, that's very sweet of you, but a lot of people do require a lot more upfront evidence, and that's why their website is very good. Their website lays every fucking thing out, from the dates that you can apply to stuff, and how to do stuff, where the money is going, fucking financial reports and shit. I love them. I think they do a really good job. And then another aspect of that is that the landing pad will have a lot of information on it too. So when you donate, you don't donate without knowing how the money is being spent. And that was a big part for me. I want to make sure that was a thing. I also took my link tree out and I put the link in directly because I felt like the link tree gives this idea of like, I'm profiting off of this, and I don't want there to be that. That is not a thing that I want there to even be any type of correlation with, So that's why that's important to me. Hashtag pass the vibe check. Oh, and thank you, Jessica. I appreciate you. Cosplayer says, oh, hi. Your hair is the same color right now as mine. Wonderful. Our hair is there we go. Our hair is the same color right now. So I'm a huge fan. Oh, good. You know what? I'm happy that it's that easy. Too bad I want to dye it again. I really want to get it back to my standard blue purple. Ugh. Okay, I'm guessing we're still at 9:38. Well, thank you. B says it's that easy. What's happening to my hair next? I don't really know. I gotta get a cut. It's my hair. My ends are really fucked. Oh, thank you for the $2, Cassie. I appreciate you. Love your vibes so much, Miss Mercury. Keep on keeping on. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. Remember, whatever you donate to Super Chats will 100% go to the nonprofit organization because they're registered through YouTube. Whatever you do on TikTok, remind you that the gifts do help us reach more people, but they're not registered through TikTok. So 40% of the money on TikTok through gifts will be sent to TikTok. So we don't like that, but if you do, that's okay. A little bit is better than nothing. But we would prefer if people would donate to the link in the bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. Yeah. It was 9:39. It's be a long live. For real, sweetie. 100%, babe. But I want to keep in mind though, $20,000 raised in like 6 hours is still kind of fucking crazy. Like, how much money did you make just last year? You know what I mean? Like, if you really think about it, like, it is kind of nuts. It does take a while sometimes, but it is genuinely absolutely wild that we were able to make any of the money go up at a constant pace. You know what I mean? Now we're watching a Red Bull wear off. Stop! Oh, thank you, Brianna. Thank you. Love to support. Thank you for $10. It's inching its way up. Love to see it. Hope you're to rest soon. Yeah, I'm gonna end up taking care of myself more than I have in years past. You know, I don't want to break my back for this one, but I think it is one of those things when Point of Pride they budget their entire year off of the fundraiser, and their operation runs off of 1 million, and if they get less, that could be difficult. So I really want to have this thing where every year we hit 1 million regardless. I would love to not have to bust my entire ass off to get to that point every year, but I think it's important for us to make sure that we get them consistent, and someday they won't need us as much. My goal, I will say this: people who think that it's not a possibility that I would leave the internet don't know me. I really am seriously considering leaving, and I think that if I did leave my channel and left my platform, it would probably be at the end of 2026, after my contracts are up. So it would still be a year and a half from now. But I do think that's an extremely real possibility. I got to think about how we would do that, right? But people who don't think that that's a thing that I would do, I'm sorry, but you have not met me. When I quit something, I'm done. I don't go back to it. I didn't go back to burlesque, which is honestly says it all. I did burlesque for fucking 16 years. I stopped one night and I've never gone back. I ended it on my terms, and I'm really big on ending things on my terms. I don't like waiting for someone else to end it for me. I very much believe on ending something when I know it's right to end it. And I think that maybe you should talk about the consistent budget in the YouTube video for TikTok. What do you mean? I'm confused by what you mean, Cricket. But I think I get what you mean, Cricket, but you can clarify just a little bit more, and then I will absolutely talk about it. But what I was trying to say though is that like I genuinely shit, what was I talking about? Oh my god. I was right there. Oh my god. That's annoying. My god. Brain fart, dude. Oh, I'm ready to leave. See, this is why I'm ready to leave. I talked to my don't want to say that. Yeah, I do. Yeah. So for those that don't know, I've had 8 concussions in my life, right? Isn't as much as wrestlers or people in sports, but 8, anything above a certain number, like 6 or something, is it puts you in that red zone of like problems with your head. And I've had a lot of memory loss issues, like a lot. And I talked to my doctor about it, like, hey, what's going on? And my doctor said, well, 2 things. A, you have had a lot of head injuries. But B, you're fucking stressed, dude. You're fucking stressed. Like, when was the last time, you literally took a time off, like, genuinely? And I was like, I don't know if I ever really have. Like, when I'm on vacation, I am somehow still working. I've never shut off completely. I never do. Never have. When I go home, I still am working at some point. I don't like to shut off. It stressed me out to shut off. Which is ironic in a lot of ways. So I think that's a part of it. Is that like until I stop, I think this might be how I just conduct myself. That I'm so much focused on doing the best I can. If I left the internet, I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do. I don't know. I have no idea. I think it's a novelty nowadays for folks to leave the internet, right? When someone says to you they don't have a Facebook or they don't have an Instagram or they don't have any type of internet, what was your reaction? Because that would be what I would do right now. If I left, I would leave. I would be done. You would not catch me anywhere if I made that decision. And I'm not saying I will, but if I did, I would make a point to make a big deal about it and drop that fucking mic. If I left, it would be a big deal. I would be doing like the last video thing or a big fundraiser or something like that. I would make a real big deal about it. I guess that's how I am. I don't know how to do things in a small way. That's so funny. Do you enjoy playing video games at all? People would keep on asking that today. The only game I really play is WWE 2K25. Real big fan of wrestling, and that's about it. I don't really do much else. Well, the answer is about what people do when people say that they are not on any type of thing uh, is wild. Yeah, it is that. Ruby, you're right. Ruby, you're right. It is a part of that. But it's also like being in the public eye, being a trans person, being an activist, being an author, being all of it all at once in this time period where I feel like every single one of those is being attacked in a different way. I think that is really what it feels like. Like it really feels overwhelming in that specific way. And even if it wasn't the climate that we're currently living through, I would still be very done. I would be very done. But with that on top of it, it does make you go, Jesus fucking Christ. But I will say, ironically though, because of the administration we're currently in, I do feel like it's really important for me to stick around until the end of well, until I hope that he's gone, right? And I hope that no one else in his administration is involved, but I don't know if that's likely. I don't know. But I do think it's important to stay here because of that. But I'm debating about it. Here's a side note. Man, I don't know. I am genuinely worried about trans people being rounded up, and I know people think that's like fear mongering, but I think there's a real possibility. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm terrified of it. I am terrified of it. The way that the rhetoric is just heated up over and over again, and the rhetoric is getting real fucked, man. I mean, some states have literally proposed like not in public thing. It's not even about drag. They'll fucking straight up say trans now. It used to be drag. It used to be, hey, no drag in public. Okay, yeah, that doesn't sound good. That sounds bad. You probably could use it against trans people, but okay. And then all of a sudden, now it's like no fucking weird, gender shit in public. And you're like, what the fuck does that mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? It's heated up to the point where you're like, fuck, man, they're really, yeah. And even some people who I thought were reasonable will say the most out of pocket, crazy shit about trans people, or share something about trans people where you're like, that's, guys, there's no little boxes in schools for that reason, yeah, hearing some of this stuff. To me, I feel like it's only a matter of time until you hear trans people harm America. I feel like it's only a matter of time until you hear trans people are a detriment to other people. I think it's only a matter of time, and that's what I feel. I don't know how other trans people feel that way, but it does feel bad. It almost feels like what they could do. Yeah, we're talking. We're just talking. We're friends talking. I sometimes feel like all they would have to say is that they believe that what is best for America is to re-educate us. And I do feel like that would just be one ginormous, conversion therapy tactic that just is a camp. I do fear that a lot. I don't know how anyone else really feels. I don't know if that's just a crazy thought, but I don't know. I don't think up until this year people thought that folks would be sent to a different country, when the government wasn't okay with certain things, right? So, yeah. Wow, I mean, maybe it's worse that so many of you agree with me. Oh yeah, Shelby, that's exactly what I mean. But that's the thing, like I don't think that this administration necessarily cares about looking good. I don't think they do. I think they just gotta have public opinion not sway too much against them. They don't care if public opinion is completely against them, almost, right? Because they know next week they're gonna fucking forget about it and be on another topic. So they're doing crazy shit every week, every day. You know, we can't keep up with. We can't keep up with it. Yeah, I mean, I made a comment about this one time at a peak speaking gig. You know how, we live in a world where I wouldn't be shocked if, trans people were wound up, and someone in the audience, God bless their fucking heart, yelled, "But what would happen? What would happen to the IT crowd?" It still makes me laugh. What would happen to the IT industry? And another person yelled about game development. They were like, "Well, game development would be fucked, man." Genuinely hilarious. For those who are outside the trans community, it is an ongoing joke that you throw a fucking penny into a crowd of trans girls, and like you definitely gonna hit someone who works in IT. Is 100%. Oh, that's hilarious. I work in IT. Yeah, it doesn't. It takes 5 seconds, and there will be someone who works in IT. I make a joke all the time that I'm not the trans IT lady, but I'm sure you could find one. Hilarious. So funny. But I hope that made you laugh in that very dark discussion. But, I think that's where I'm at. That's why I don't really want, as selfish as it is, sometimes I'm just like, can I do any more good? Have I done enough good? Or do I need to keep doing good? At what point does my work harm our community? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I've thought about this a lot. I'm actually being told by a lot of people online randomly that I'm harming the community because now my reputation is tarnished and everything, and that I need to stop. And I just don't know what to do about that because it's not like there's like a lot of people in our community begging for this position. You know what I mean? And wanting like anyone can raise money for gender-affirming care. Anyone could do that, but I don't see any other content creator except one other person who is my dear, dear best friend, Jory, doing this work. You know what I mean? And she's doing so much that I think that sometimes it's frustrating. You know? Oh, we're at 940,000. Nice. We did it. We're at 940,000. So we're 60,000 away. I think that's within reason, right? That's within margin of probably now making a video to try to boom it up. You know what I mean? I wonder if I could just jump on. I wonder how I can do this. You think that like nonchalant video that I was talking about, you think that would do the best? Or would a video where I'm like, everyone please stop scrolling, like one of those videos? I'm not a fan of those videos, but sometimes they do work. Like what would get me to 60K? What would get me to 1 million? Preferably tonight. You know what I mean? Like how do we hook them? Aw, Fern, thank you. Can you do a GRWM? What the fuck does that mean? I'm afraid of asking you. What does that mean? I'm sure it's something reasonable, but when I read that, I'm like, that feels like a landmine. Oh, get ready with me. God damn it. That's so funny. That is so, god damn it. I'm as dense as a fucking piece of oak, guys. I'm so sorry. Fuck. Well, at least I'm cute. I appreciate you. The entire on both separate lives, all of you were like, "Get ready with me." But I've never seen anyone call it a GRMW. Like that sounds like MIA, missing in action to me. That sounds like a bad thing. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I love you guys. Yeah. I mean, I get ready with me could work, but I need to do makeup, and I don't want to do makeup at 9 o'clock at night my time. You know what I mean? I gotta tell you, I don't want to do makeup at all right now. I did makeup last week with that one video that was very funny. That video sure went viral. Can we just admit that was a very good video? That was a funny fucking video. I lined that motherfucker with comedy. That was good. Yeah, I liked that video, and I was like, man, the hook wasn't good enough. The hook probably wasn't the greatest. What did you think it meant? I really thought it meant something really gross. I was like, GRMW? Wait, GRWM. Oh my god, I'm dyslexic as fuck. Oh, god damn it. Sometimes it just pops out. Get ready with me. Yeah, GRWM. Yeah. Yeah, but no, that video last week was really good. That makeup video was fucking hilarious. And I rewatched that several times because it makes me giggle. And you know it's good when it makes me giggle. But I don't think I don't think the beginning of it was sticky enough. I think the rest of it was really sticky. The analytics have told me that. But I don't think the beginning of that video was sticky. So maybe I do that again in a different way, with a very different result probably, and see if I can pull it up. I think the concept is really funny though. Having a Uber driver pick up makeup for me and pray to God they don't change too much. It is pretty funny. But I got really lucky last week that my Uber driver was like genuinely like the she was amazing. She knew what I was talking about, and she was like genuinely she was gun ho. She was gun the fuck ho about it. Someone no fuck you punk, that is evil. Punk just said let someone with no makeup experience do your makeup. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not letting anyone touch my fucking face if they don't know the first thing about how to make sure that my face isn't gonna break the fuck out. No way. I will say this, my best friend Amethyst and I have talked about doing each other's makeup, and doing it like blindfolded and shit. We've talked about doing some crazy shit. I think me and Amy, who you've heard on that video, for those who don't know, I did a video last week that was about makeup, and my best friend Amethyst makes a cameo appearance on the speakerphone, and it's fucking hilarious. I fell down the stairs at one point a couple weeks ago, and we told that story on air. And then she just said, baby, it was like a trans handy wham. It makes me laugh every time I think about it. You're the trans handy wham is so fucking funny. Oh, cool. I'm just like catching up on stuff. If you, Martian, if you get going, nice to see you. I hope you're doing good, Juniper. Juniper. Yeah, I'm not making a whole lot of content right now, but after this fundraiser, after we hit our $1 million goal, I will absolutely start posting DIY content again. I just don't want to post DIY content right now when we're still trying to raise money. You know, I just don't want to move on from it until we hit our $1 million. So if you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. You can help us hit $1 million right now by donating as little as $1 by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. This is going to help trans people of various backgrounds be able to access gender-affirming care that looks like binders, gaps, HRT, electrolysis, even wigs, and then of course surgeries and so much more. If you want to know more, you can learn more by going to the link in my bio or by going to the website pointofpride.org. Okay. And the phone number that you can text is 44321. You can text Stardust to 44321. And right now we're at $940,000 for gender-affirming care by trans people, for trans people. Pretty gosh damn fucking impressive, you asked me. I think that's pretty cool. So if you want to help us push us even farther into that ether, please stay here and watch the live as long as you can. Still debating how I want to keep going about this tonight, and seeing what we can do. Wow, we're almost at 941,000. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're moving up. We're going slow, but we are moving up. Ah. Sarah, that's one of my favorites. Sarah, that is one of my favorites. What happens when a trans woman uses the bathroom is one of my favorites. Weirdly enough, even the Republicans love that one. That's wild. I got a lot of like right-wing comments that were really funny. They were really like, they were weirdly supportive too. A lot of people are like, I don't like trans women, but this is fucking hilarious. And I'm like, well, yeah, broke through. Someone said, well, if this is what they're doing, they can come over to my bathroom too. That'd be hilarious. Like, if this is what they're doing, well, then come over. That was genuinely funny. A guy who had like American flag and a MAGA hat in his fucking profile. There was also someone who like wrote this like very long turf rhetoric. Like, oh my god, it was a fucking like manifesto, you know. And the very end of it, she said, but at least you're funny. And that made me laugh. Like, well, I'll take it. Take away my rights to piss, but I'm funny. Oh, can't piss there, but at least I'm going to make you giggle until you piss yourself. Fucking hilarious. Oh, what happens when a trans woman uses a bathroom is one of my comfort videos. You know, when I did that video, I knew exactly what I was doing too. Like, I knew I was making a video that would make us laugh, like actual trans people laugh. You know, because I was like, we didn't need any words for that video. We didn't need anything besides a little bit of humor. And the video was not targeted for cisgender people. It was really targeted for trans people, especially trans people who knew my title as a trans handyman. Some people were like, give me a break. This isn't practical. And I'm like, did you think I was serious? Like, Jenny, you need to know what media literacy is. Second Red Bull just kicked in. Fuck you guys. Fuck you. I feel like I'm getting roasted right now. Yeah, that second Red Bull did kick in. But honestly, this is my first Red Bull. I'm just drinking the other half of it. Big time Red Bull hit. Fuck you guys. Is it that obvious? Hey everyone, if you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. You can help us right now by going to the link in the bio or by donating by texting Stardust to 44321. That is Stardust to 44321. You can donate as little as $1, and right now we're at $941,000. We're only $59,000 away from hitting a whopping $1 million for gender-affirming care. This is going to help literally thousands of trans people access gender-affirming care who would not be able to otherwise. So from the bottom of my heart and the bottom of all the people who work at Point of Pride, thank you so much. And we're real close. We're real within that reason right now. So if you want to be able to donate even $1 to help us get a little bit closer, please do so. I am riding blind right now. I literally have no idea how much we're raising. I'm just trusting people who are posting in the comment section and having a good time, hopefully. And I just want to say thank you to every single person who is donating. So thank you to people who are just throwing in what they got. That last 1,000 went really quickly. But I think what it was we actually got to 940,800 really fast. We got up high. So by the time I blinked, it was like already there. So we were, by the time I announced it, we were already pretty close to 41. So I don't know how long that took, but you know, I know we're pretty freshly at 41 right now. So let's see how long we take now. So if you're just joining us right now, what you can do to help us is double tap that screen, comment down below, and share the live. The more that you double tap, the longer, the more likely we are to hit more people. Do you want to help me? Because right now, we can do this together if you want to. Good old-fashioned TikTok. Okay? So for the next 10 seconds, I want you to double tap the screen as long as you can, as hard as you can, and get this number up to 200,000. Okay? So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey everyone, if you're just tuning in right now, we're trying to raise the rest of the money for gender-affirming care. We are raising $1 million for gender-affirming care to help other trans people access that care. We are $59,000 away from hitting that 1 million. I took off all of April, but now we're back to try to make sure that we can help people the rest of the way. So if you are able to watch the live stream, hey, watch the live stream as long as you can tonight, if you can, and help me hit $1 million tonight. That would be great. I would love to be able to sleep at some point today. That would be great. So please double tap the screen coming down below and share the live. You can actually donate directly to the fundraiser right now by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Or you can also go to the link in the bio right now and donate what you got. And we already hit $142,000. Holy shit. All right, are we on? Are we doing this? Are we doing this now? Oh, did we just wake up? Let's go. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are now going to get serious because now I think we're kind of going a little faster. We're at $142,000. You can donate right now by going to the link in the bio, donating what you got, what you have, or you can help me out by double tapping the screen and getting this up to 250,000 likes. The more likes we get, the better it is. You can also donate right now on the good old-fashioned You Out the Tubes by just donating right to the super chat. That does go directly to them. We get $240 there. So we are doing good. We're at $942,000 with $58,000 to go to hit $1 million. You can help us right now by going to the link in my bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. If you want to know where the money is going and how the money is being spent, you can go to their website, pointofpride.org. They've been around for 9 years. They're an absolutely wonderful organization that is platinum rated by GuideStar. Less than 1% of all nonprofits hit that title. It's a big deal. You got to be really transparent. And you can donate right now by texting Stardust to 44321 or by going to the link in my bio. Okay, if you're just tuning in right now, please give me at least 5 more minutes of your time. 5 more minutes means that we can reach 5 more people. We want to hear it. We want to see it. Right now, we're at about 331 people right now with all my with both of my lives combined. I'd love to be able to get to 950 tonight. Getting to 950 would be amazing because that means I probably could do a video and go to bed, and we would probably smash it. So please do me a favor, double tap that screen and help us reach more people. Keep me updated. How much money do we have currently? I have no idea of knowing, so you're my eyes and you're my ears, so please comment down below what we're at. If more than one person does it, that actually counts as engagement. We like engagement. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for giving me your time. We're at $942,250 with the $240 that we already have. That's $942,500. So look at that. We're already half the way to $943,000. You can help us get to the rest of the way by double tapping the screen right now, sending this to your friends, posting about this live right now in your Facebook groups and your fucking Instagrams or whatever you have to. Help us get there. Please do me a favor right now. Everyone says, hey, thank you, Catherine, with a $50 donation. Thank you. Everyone says that. That's a MVP right there. If you see someone's name that you want to shout out in the donation bucket there, on that live, on that link, you can actually shout them out down below. That counts as engagement. The more we talk, the more we reach. Oh my God, thank you so much, Sarah, who just donated a super chat. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah said, let's go. Oh, Sarah says we should go, everybody. That being said, for the next 10 seconds, we're going to double tap the screen until we get to $250,000. Let's double tap that screen for 10 seconds. Let's do that. Everyone ready? 1, 2, 3, double tap. 1, 2, 3, let's go. 4, let's go. 5, 6, come on. 7, 8, 9, 10. If you're just joining us right now, we're trying to raise money for gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. We are raising money for gender-affirming care that looks like binders, gaps, HRT, electrolysis, and surgeries. This is for the nonprofit organization called Point of Pride. Right now, we're only $58,000 away from hitting $1 million. And will be the third year in a row we've raised over 1 million or more. That's absolutely a crazy achievement. We've raised over 5.5 million in the last 4 years. You can learn more about Point of Pride and all the work that they're doing by going to their website, pointofpride.com. We're at $942,800. You can go to the link right now and donate. You can also text Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321. Help us get to the rest of the way. I would love to hit 950,000 tonight still. We are on a good pace tonight. I love to see it. So please do me a favor. Donate what you got with what you have, okay? This is going to help a lot of people be able to access gender-affirming care who would not be able to otherwise. Melinda said, thank you for donating, everybody. Anonymous just donated $200. I want to say thank you, Anonymous. Can I say I love you? You're working to raise the base cost for all of Point of Pride. Mercury Stardust, you are an excellent human. Oh, well, that feels very amazing that I just happened to read that one comment. Thank you, Becca, for commenting. I appreciate you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Anonymous, for donating $204. Spreading the love to trans people all across the country. Damn right. Thank you so much for tuning in right now. If you are just tuning in, we are raising money for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. We're only about $57,000 away from hitting our goal of $1 million. We've raised about $3,000 in the last 10 minutes, so that's not bad at all. That's pretty good. So thank you so much. You can donate right now to this amazing cause to help trans people access gender-affirming care who wouldn't be able to afford it otherwise by texting Stardust to 44321. That's Stardust to 44321, or by going to the link in the bio. Really important note that they specifically help a lot of folks who are in marginalized positions. 3 out of 4 people who have earned recipients of this access fund have been people who have experienced housing insecurity. So it's a really, really big deal. So please donate to the link in the bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. And to answer that specific person's question that I'm not going to say here, a fox. Anyways, so if you're just tuning in right now, we're trying to raise money for gender-affirming care. Thank you so much for everyone being here. What's the latest update in the numbers right now? Keep in mind, we have $244 right now on my YouTube. So whatever you tell me it says on the landing pad, we will plus $244 on top of that. Oof, my arm is going numb from the way I'm sitting too. Ugh. Thank you everyone for being here. Share on your social media. It helps so much. Miranda is right. Oh, cool. $942,701. Okay, cool. That's $942,945. Okay, cool. We're at $942,945 right now. So you can actually donate right now by going to the link in the bio. Help us get to 943. Any little bit helps. Love to see it. Double tap that screen, comment down below, and share the live. Thank you so much for being here. You can also go to the link in the bio and help us reach more money as well. Every single person deserves affirming care because humans are humans. So much love. Thank you, darling. I appreciate you. Sometimes I just yawned right at you. Yep, the link is in my bio. Or you can also text Stardust to 44321. We're doing good. We're doing real good. We're definitely slowing down now, but that's fine. As I like to see a little burst here and there. Speaking of 943 is pretty fucking good. Would it be okay if I own? Yes, 100. Regina, 100%. If you only donate $1, that is amazing. Still, we have every single year we have about 8,000 people donate under $1 or more to the fundraiser, and that makes a big fucking difference. It does not matter how much you donate, it just matters that you donate. Like, can you imagine if you're someone who is struggling and you really don't think people care about you right now, and then you see that over 125,000 people have donated over the last 3 years to this fundraiser? 125,000, right? It's a great reminder of how strong the community is. So, you know what? Fuck, throw that dollar in there. Let's get. I think the number that matters the most is the number of people, and you'll just be adding to that. And everyone's number of people is equal. So thank you so much for doing that. It means the world to me. I appreciate you. Thank you for all that you do, Mercury. Well, thank you. That was a really great burst for a while. It was. Yeah, I debated about keep pushing it, but it really doesn't matter about how TikTok does it. YouTube is pretty consistent for viewership. TikTok will go from like 0 to fucking 900 in like a second sometimes. So it all depends on what you're up to. Sure. I play that by ear. So I just yawned right at your guys' face. I've been yawning this entire time. Oh, wow. We're officially at $943,000. We're officially at $943,000. For those who are just joining us on YouTube, right now we're on YouTube and TikTok to raise money for gender-affirming care by trans people for trans people. You can donate super chats and all that money goes directly to the fundraiser. If you donate gifts here on TikTok, 40% will go to TikTok, okay? But the gifts do help us reach more people, and a part of that money does go to the fundraiser as well. I can't tell when I'm on live how much I have, so I won't be able to tell you an update. Perfect, everyone. Oh, thank you so much for heading here right after the fundraiser, right after the post you saw on Instagram. We're at $943,000. We're at $943,000. That means we're $57,000 away. We've gained about $3,000 or $4,000 in the last fucking 20 minutes. Love to see it. Just saw your post on Instagram. Oh, I just said that. Nice to see the donations with the extra added on. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I know you got all the $100 I donated. I'd love to see it. Thank you so much. Regina just donated $1. Thank you, Regina. Everyone say thank you, Regina. We're donating what you got, what you have. I appreciate you. If you're just joining us on good old-fashioned TikTok, you can double tap that screen. Help us get to 250,000 likes. The more you like the video, the more likely we are to hit our goal. So please do what you can with what you got. You can go to the link in my bio right now, and you can text Stardust to 44321 to donate. Even a little bit, even $1 matters to answer the question to the person who asked just a moment ago. $1 matters. Mercury, you're such a rock star. Oh, well, thank you. I keep reading the ones that compliment me. I'm very sorry. I'm not trying to. I'm just reading the comments that look the longest. I think it makes me look real bad. Just happen to read all the ones that are like, Mercury, you are so hot. Mercury, you are such a good looking person. So no one has said that at all, but in my head. Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us. I love when I make fun of myself, TikTok goes right through the roof. I don't know why that one is. Guys, you've got a lot of explaining to do. Hey everyone, if you're just tuning in right now, we're raising money for gender-affirming care for trans people by trans people. We're at $943,000 for gender-affirming care. You can donate right now by going to the link in the bio or by texting Stardust to 44321. We are really close to $1 million. I took off all of April because I just needed time off. And now I'm back, and I do not want to start doing DIY content until we hit this $1 million goal. So let me do me a favor and hop over there and donate what you got with what you have. Someone said, you're dashing good looks, no joke. I'm just trying to my part out. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Nicholas, who just donated. Nicholas donated $250. Love to see it. Keep me updated with that number, what we're at for the number right now. I wish I was actually able to donate right now. Hey, you know what? It's okay. Donate what you got, what you have. If you can't donate your time, man. You're doing great. The fact you're donating your time and all, and you're donating your energy by texting us and messaging us and liking the video, all that matters. You're doing great. Donations don't have to be monetary, you know. $943,108. Love to see it. Everyone say thank you, Nick, for donating $250. Everyone say thank you, Little Goth Ghost. That is a great fucking name. Little Goth Ghost. That's good. Everyone say Little Goth Ghost, thank you for donating $10. So on top of that $943,108, we actually have an addition of $255. Love to see it. So let's add that on there. That means we got $943,362. My brain, there's the hamster in my head fucking had a heart attack. That hamster was like, whoa! We are not doing math today. Hey, ma'am, put down the calculator. Does the super chat go? Yep, the super chat goes directly to the fundraiser because all that money is linked to the Give Lively, which is the organization that Point of Pride is using to collect the money. So, and none of that money from on Give Lively goes to Give Lively. It all goes directly to the fundraiser. 100% of everything donated to Point of Pride goes directly to the trans community. So, double tap that screen, comment down below, and share that live. Falling asleep to your voice. Well, that's a nightmare. Sam, my brain won't math. My feet hurt from today. Oh, I hope you're doing okay. Trans joy, everything. Yes, damn right. Thank you so much for everyone who is donating what they got, what they have. I do think we're 943,000. We're basically at 943,500 with what we got. So we're already halfway to 944. Love to see it, love to hear it. I'm a big fan of whatever you guys are doing. Thank you. So that being said, I think what I'm going to do is I am going to hop off here for a second because, like, I don't know. I do see there's a lot of value in what I would call sleep. And I do think that if I don't get sleep, I mean, this is a time of night where we don't make a whole lot of money anyways. Once we get into that, like 11 o'clock at night, 10, midnight at night, you know, fucking 1 o'clock, we make like fucking $8 and a pair of shoes. You know what I mean? And that's wonderful. We do good. That's any amount is amazing, right? But like in comparison to when we can actually be in prime time, it makes a big difference. I've been on live stream too since like 8 hours? What the fuck? I've been on a live stream for 8 hours. Jesus Christ. Man, I didn't even notice. Guys, I do the man every time I do this shit. I look at it and I'm like, man, this goes by in a way that's so crazy. You know, like, this is why I think my mental health takes such a fucking tank after the fundraiser every year. Because, like, the concept of time gets fucked up. The concept of, like, everything. Communication. And just being in front of people for just so many hours every day. Just trying to get people to help you. And all the emails you send out, trying to get people who are also content creators to do one fucking post. Like, god damn it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so fucking, yeah, every single year it's just like, god damn. Baby, go night. You're aging in reverse. I am not. That is a slight filter on this video. But I appreciate you. This one looks really nice. This one, When I do not like that. I just like scrunched my nose at you and every single wrinkle on my face popped out. No way. Do you miss Jory? I do, but I talked to her on the phone last week. She's doing good. I do miss Jory, but like, Jory said last year was her last year, and I know she was very close to not making it her last year. But with everything that happened with my credibility and everything, I think she just needed time away. And I really do appreciate her taking the time she needs. Yeah, she's one of my best friends in the world, and I love her so fucking much. And she deserves the world. So, but that being said, we are 100% still like heading towards a fundraiser. We're at 940. We're almost at $944,000. Yeah, no, I get you. Someone just said they're really scared of the current climate, being a trans person, and should I stay or fight? Whatever is best for you. I cannot make the decision, dude. I wish I could. I wish I could, darling. I really wish I could, but I can't make a decision for you. And I gotta tell you right now that like I think about that all the time, about leaving or staying, and I don't have a good answer. I will say this: I am a born and raised Wisconsinite. I love being a Wisconsinite. I love this state. I love everything about this state. I hate the people who run this state. I want to make this state better. That's how I feel. But I can't make that decision to you. I can't. It has to be a good decision for yourself. And also, I'm in a much different position than a lot of folks in our community. I'm financially in a very different position. And I don't think it's fair for me to tell you, what you should and should not do. You know what I mean? But I will say this, that whatever you do, make sure you got community around you. Because no matter what life decision you make, things will happen. And when they happen, you want to have community wrapped around you like a goddamn blanket on a fucking cold-ass winter night. So please, make sure you take care of yourself in that way, okay? It means the world to everyone if you take care of yourself. Hey, everyone, hang in there right now. I think so many of us are having the same thought. For real, Miranda, for fucking real. Trying to read everything. Oh, cool. We're at 900 and we're basically there. Yeah, we're at $943,900 essentially. With the money we have on Facebook. So if you want on YouTube, if you want to donate here, if you got a super chat or you got like an extra $12, we can get this up to 944. No pressure though. You guys are just hanging out with me and being cool, but it's so cool that I can add that number and put it over here, But that being said, you can donate right now by texting Stardust to 44321, or by going to the link in the bio, or by doing a super chat, or honestly, that's it. I don't want to encourage people to do gifts for so many reasons, because it's 40% goes away from us. But that being said, donate a super chat, donate, whatever you got towards the link in the bio, or by texting Stardust to 44321. I believe that texting works in Canada. Someone can tell me if I'm wrong. I always forget. So I get asked the same questions, and I always forget the answers, though. Hey, Alex. Good to see you, darling. Oh, my God. Thank you, Kimmy, for donating $1. Everyone say thank you, Kimmy. Also a moderator, by the way. Thank you, Kimmy. Oh, wow. Someone said that their friend told their friend group her new name today. That's very cool. Yeah, congrats to your friend's name. Do you want to share your friend's name? Is that okay for you to do? If not, no pressure, but that's a really cool. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Thank you to everyone who's donating what they got, what you have. I think we're gonna finish up here in a second. Once we hit 9:44, I am for sure gonna jump off then and make a video. To other trans people and queer folks here, I found it so helpful to get involved with my local queer community. Yes, it's actually what I say at speaking gigs, the same thing. This is how we are resilient through the shit show. Yep, Miranda, 100%. This is actually what I was just saying last week in Des Moines, Iowa. That, like, we always think about things in a big federal way, but one of the biggest things we can do is stop, listening to the federal government and instantly focusing on the local government. Because that's where we can make a lot of really effective change. Not enough people focus on the local government. So if we all focus on the local government, we can make a big change. So I really appreciate that topic, Miranda. The text did not work for me here in Canada. Okay, but the link in the bio will. And the link in the bio, I think you can do PayPal. I know there are international options because I know a lot of folks do that. It's Bethany. Oh, wow. Their name is Bethany. Been encouraging her for a good few months now, and I'm so happy to see her taking that step. It's a big first step, dude. I was in a really interesting, I don't know if have I told this story? So when I was first coming out, my name was already Mercury Stardust. For those who don't know, my name Mercury Stardust came from the burlesque world. I was an entertainer for years. It was my stage name. So when I was coming out, people would ask me what my name would be, and I'd be like, well, my name is Mercury Stardust. You know what I mean? So I stayed with the name. But then after years later, I got kind of annoyed with it. So about in 2021, just a few months before I blew up on TikTok, like maybe 2 months before TikTok, I was experimenting with a new name, and it was Darcy. I wanted to name myself Darcy Gotchberg because my spouse's last name is Gotchberg. Okay. So I was seriously thinking, like, I would love to take their name, and I would love to be Darcy. And I really was loving the name Darcy. And then I blew up on TikTok, and my name was Mercury Stardust. And I was like, nah, it's going to be easier. Just keep it this way. Also, the name is fucking recognizable. The name is unforgettable. Sometimes people call me Pluto Nash. That's fucking hilarious when that happens. I've been told Nebula Starfish is my all-time favorite. I've also been called Sunrise Queen is a one that I got from like an 8-year-old. I got some pretty cool ones. But everyone always do space shit. I always hear space shit with my name. I'm like, oh, close enough. If you said asteroid fart shits, I would be like, yeah, that's right. Everyone, we are really close. I think we basically just hit it, JK, because with the 258 I got over here and that 777 there, that's basically there. So we hit $944,000. Everyone to say thank you, 944. I'm gonna head out. I know we're not quite there yet, but I do think me making a video might do better than the live itself, which is hilarious, but that does tend to be a thing these days. But we're gonna do a video. Hopefully the video does decent. It's gonna come out within the next 20 minutes. Can you guys just do me a favor and promise you're gonna go and watch it in full and then share it? That's gonna help a lot. And watching me like a full and then like 10 seconds into a repeat. That does help. So, yeah, I'm going to go do that. I don't know what I'm going to say yet, but I'm going to go do that. And hopefully we can get a lot of attention and just get this done with. I really want to hit this million. I think we all deserve it. I just want some fucking joy in my life right now, and I could really use a win. So thank you everyone for being here. Okay, I love you. No, does it have to be from the For You page? That's always a debate, Janice. It might be, but if you've watched me this long and you watch my videos on a regular basis, when you're scrolling, this should pop up at some point. So it should still pop up, so hopefully you see it in the For You page. If you don't, though, that's fine. You can go to the page and interact with that way. It still helps to some degree, I believe. So anyways, I appreciate you all. See you later. I will be on here tomorrow. If I don't hit a million, if I do hit a million, I might still be on here to say thank you. So, but I'll be here tomorrow either way. Okay? See everybody. Bye. Oh my God, YouTube. Oh my God, TikTok, you're gone. Oh God, no. I forgot how to turn this off. Oh God. Okay, now that TikTok's gone, I just want to let you guys know you're my favorite. TikTok stresses me the fuck out, and I just want everyone to know on YouTube I really love you guys a lot. TikTok fucking stresses me out, man. The shit that goes on over there. So I just want you guys to know I love you. Thank you for being so real. Always so cool to hang out with a YouTube crowd. The best part is I know that some of you are watching both. So all I gotta say, if you're watching both, shut up. So anyways, I love you guys. I will talk to you later, and take care. Bye-bye. I'm an asshole.